Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican, please.
Literally not true.
I didn't ask you to interrupt.
Is that correct?
Oh, for crumb's sake.
Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. We are about to kick off a brand new trial this morning. I guess it's this afternoon when it starts. It starts at noon our time, 9 o'clock in Las Vegas on Pacific time. But we're gonna go in there in just a minute. Kill a nap time. Have I now won the internet for the first time in forever? Sloth Life, you did in fact win. Congratulations! I love your name change for celebration of this trial. We're gonna be going there very, very shortly. How shortly? We're there now. So congratulations, Sloth Life. Because you're first in chat, everything IP related worldwide is your responsibility. There you go. It's done. Hope you got a little bit of extra time on your hands because you're fixing everyone's internet problems for the rest of the day. Vegas, baby! We're here. We live here now. We're here. Give me a minute. I've got to get my Smurl counter off the old video and on the new one. Smurl. There you go. Might take a second to kick over, but we'll get that fixed up. All right, it's time. If you guys are just popping in right now, we are watching right now out of Las Vegas a feed from court where we are provided by Long Crime Court TV, who've done a great job. We're going to have lots of different camera angles, some great mics. If there is any problem with that, I'll boost what I can to make that perfect for y'all to watch this feed and watch this trial. It's gonna be a fun one. 30 years late. I was just out of high school. I was 1 year out of high school. I was about to head over to England when this went down. So it was it's a while ago. Where were you in 1996? What were you doing in 1996? Dana loves Zumba. Welcome back. It's good to have you here. Wouldn't be the same without you. Glad you could make it. I was 3, but I feel it, says Mustard Squirt. I feel it. Sounds like all they have is his words. Well, they've got some other stuff as well. David Garrett, thanks for clicking the like button, the subscribe button. We call that admitting to being a true crime addict. So you're one of us now. You can never leave. We are going to watch this Duane Keefe Davis trial in Las Vegas. He was accused of being the shot caller. Maybe he had 20-inch rims on his Impala as well. No, he was in a Cadillac, right? It was a white Cadillac that the shots were fired from. We'll hear all about that as the trial begins. They'll lay the case. They'll set out the stage, so to speak, for what went down and where, whose car was where, why they were there, because both sides were present at the Mike Tyson fight that just happened in Vegas, and they were going from that fight to a club when this all went down. I was 6 turning 7 in 1996. You guys are young. I was 2 in a bad marriage. Thanks, already. I'm sorry. Raising a teen. Wow, takes you back. I had teenagers in the house. I was barely born. You guys are babies. You're youngins. Just young pups. I was in utero. I was 18, working on getting my GED, Drama Llama Mama. That's awesome. How does it feel to be approximately Wilfred Brimley's age when he filmed Cocoon at 39 years old? Oh. Okay, we won't talk about my age at all. Let's see. At university, my daughter was 4. I was 3. These are my kids. These are my kids. There are a bunch of youngins here. We love it. Welcome. We've got a whole bunch of representation from all across the board present with us. Give me just a minute to fix our counter so we can get that on the screen. We are going to be counting today a number of things. Box 1 is the counter. That's right. Box 2 is the background. We can say box 2 is 2. Okay, here's our counter. We're counting gangish words. It's the word counter, but I don't know. We don't have a full list of what to count. I say I will be the arbiter of all decisions when it comes to what is counted and what isn't. So if you tried to tell me that there was a word that should be counted and I felt it shouldn't be, don't feel bad. Just suggest your next nomination next time it comes around. We'll try to count all the words. Not the word counter. You don't want the word. What was the saying? What was the phrase? What was the bruh saying from 1996? If somebody can go back in time to that time period that we all wanted to forget. There's a wiki. I'm not sure if I have time to read the wiki. Let's see. Do you have the link in mod chat for me, Troy? You probably already do. You're just that good. Let's check. He does. He has. Okay. Let's see. Common terms in rap. Okay, so we got like stacks and bands and bread and dough and
If you could just use your words.
bands, paper, stacking paper. Okay, well, I see this, Troy, and it's amazing, but a lot of it's too modern. I need a 1996 specific. Thug life, yes. Does word gang count? Yes. Or the name of the gang, whether it's a Crip or the Bloods, or if they say West Side, South Side, it's all going to count. I'm not sure who's on the phone. Let me pre-screen my call here. It's not connecting. It's trying, but it's not connecting. All right. Let's see. Fly and fat. Fat was a word up. Queen Bee, I'm hoping they have more than just his book, because if he gets on there and says, I didn't even read the thing, and I've never read my book. It was a ghostwriter that put it together. They just put my name on it. Da bomb, whack. Fat lit homie, regulate, living large, dog, and frontin'. In 97, I was doing hard time at Alcatraz, says Shelly Small. Wow, Alcatraz. Crib for the house. Yeah, crib. Eat my shorts. That's from back in that time, huh? I thought that was a little earlier than 97, though. That's like early 90s, maybe 92? Because that's like a Simpsons, Bart Simpson thing, right? When that, I'm down with it. Originated in 1935. That's Benjamins, $100 bills. All about the Benjamins would be going for the money. I still say crib. Riding dirty. Is that riding dirty? From my understanding, is when you have let's say contraband, illegal items on you. So the cops trying to catch you riding dirty would be trying to catch stuff in your possession. Creative B, welcome. Love the name. All right. Anyway, we're gonna count. We're gonna count all these words, see how much that. We'll see what that does to the counter. To bounce, to leave or depart immediately. That's a good one. Your gat or strap, that was referring to a gun. G in any form counts. The popo or the 5-0 would be the police. All right, we're getting these. These are coming together for us. Wasn't No Doubt? No Doubt had the song where they utilized that a lot. The most popular word in 1996 was mom. Count the cuss words. Do cuss words count as rap words? Substance culture words, blunt, herb, chronic, sippin'. Sippin' would be more liquid generally, and chronic, herb, and blunt would be more smoking, right? Because you sip on gin and juice, but you smoke the blunt. Smoke every day, like that one, right? Keeping it real. No doubt was late to the party, apparently. Someone other than me needs to keep notes of all the words. I'm in the car and then entertaining guests and can't do it. The guests don't want to join in the fun, Red Pen. You could assign them to different words. Sipping on lean. Faux show. The hood. Oh man. Hopefully we don't have too much of the N word, but I'm afraid it's gonna make appearances here. Can't we just count cussing per usual? Legally Blonde says, sign me up. Sign me up. I've never been paler than just now. I can tell you why. I've got a light right here, which has become a key light by definition. It's broken and I haven't replaced it yet. It only projects at 100% brightness. So I'm literally baking in sunlight right now, artificial sunlight. Maybe I can catch the barn doors and see if I can close it down a little bit. Let me see. Hang on. It's still not very good. Plus, I have a lot of white screens shining on me. And it's this one as well. Yeah. I can fix it, but I just don't have time. I'd love to see the TELUS judge on this trial. Oh. I did over mean your recitation of the smoke weed every day. Yeah, not an instruction. We're just talking about songs. Word to your mother. We need a heavy trial. Ooh, not too heavy. Need to count how many times Compton is said. Hey, let me bring this up for you guys. Tell me if you're interested. I didn't know, but I actually have a connection to Tupac, not far from me. By not far, it's within 2 hours. And when Tupac died, his ashes were divided up, and the best we know about this, some was spread out on the West Coast. Some of his ashes were given to his friends and might have been mixed with marijuana and smoked. And some were like a large portion were brought out here to North Carolina to the Outer Banks, where it's believed that his mom, I believe, was going to go out in the ocean and dump them in the ocean. And as she was going out there, a big wave hit her and knocked her back. She took that as a sign that he didn't want to be dumped in the ocean. And so she brought them back here and buried them in the yard of a home in Lumberton, North Carolina. And there is a gravestone there that has Tupac Shakur's name and dates on there. As far as I can tell, that property is abandoned now, and I could do a little research and see if we can go out and find access or gain permission to access that property and go check it out, where his ashes are currently reside. So, if you want to do that, we can do that as well. Not metal detecting. I'm not gonna dig anything up. But, yeah. Field trip. Lumberton, North Carolina is where the rumor is where this is at. So the sea waved at her. It did. Oh, motion's a new word. That is still, that's very much in right now. Motions. You want to have motion. You don't want to have no motion. All right, finds the murder weapon. No. Kids are obsessed with Outer Banks, the show. I tell you, the beaches are to die for as well. OG, also known as Original Gangster, was a Tupac lyric. OG? We've been saying OG and didn't know it was Tupac all along. All right. Well, I'll do some research. I think I've got the address of where it's at. I need to do Onyx to find the property owner or who owns it now. Yeah, maybe we'll get permission to metal detect the property too. That would be cool. Metal detect on some lands that Tupac might have been at when he was alive. I don't know what the whole history is there. But sure was nice seeing Lawn Lumber live Friday. I know Rob is back. Or at least he was back on Friday. I saw him a little bit with Ian. We've missed him. It's good to have him back. Scott and Signal says, I might not be old enough for this trial or possibly too old. No, there's no such thing. There's no such thing. A gang member was buried at a cemetery where one of my family members work. Another gang came and shot the grave. Well, they're just making sure. You know, can you ever be too sure? We, says Litigator, have not been saying OG. Speak for yourself. Yes, it's mostly me. Yeah, his mom never got to see this. Man, she had a rough life. Crab, you're absolutely correct. The Outer Banks are some of it's the nation's best kept secret when it comes to beaches. But don't tell anyone because we don't share very well. No, they're gorgeous. They're absolutely gorgeous. A lot of them can only be accessed by boat, and those are the ones where you show up and if you like shelling, oh my goodness, if you like finding not just pieces of shells, like all up and down the West Coast, you find shards of shells. On the East Coast, you find massive complete shells and loads of them in every variety. That's what the Outer Banks is amazing for. Reddit says Tupac's still alive. Must be true. I don't think so. I think the state has to prove that he's dead. That's one of the things they have to do in this case. show. That's essentially what the show is about. All the locals fighting on Outer Banks. What are they fighting over? Sand? Shelling, like shooting mortars at the enemy. We did a little bit of that too, Ninnis. Civil War. We've got a lot of cannon shells that turn up out near there. The defense calls Tupac Shakur. That would that would end the trial right there. That's for sure. Lost treasure, rich versus poor. Yeah, the old timers out there are definitely being squeezed out as the land has become extremely valuable in the Outer Banks because they're not making more of it. And it's actually what they do have is going away. Shannon S77 member for 30 months. OG. Wow, 30 months. I'll be part of Replay from here on out. Time to teach 4th grade in 3 minutes. Enjoyed my lunch with you all. Shannon, thank you very much. We'll catch you on Replay. Tomato Troy has some Tupac-specific terms. Rida, outlaw, ballin', player, boss, player hatin', thug, life, MOB, OG, enemies of Hennessy, one time or 5-0, hit 'em up, girlfriend, the funk. We'll hear some of these. I hope they don't play the music, honestly. If they play some of his songs, we're in a world of hurt with copyright strikes at that point. Lacey Lou, pretty please leave your DNA on the like button. Thank you. I wish the like button was working properly. Hopefully I can get it to start working. Let's say, what's our counter at? We're at 184 right now. I'll update it manually until it kicks in. I think it updates every 10 or 15 minutes. It connects every 10 or 15 minutes. 1 minute away. Don't hate the playa, hate the game. Oh, Mr. Legally Blonde's here. Welcome. We've got the whole team. Good to have you here. See how punctual this court is. So getting started, we expect to be able to see the defendant brought in street clothes. Do you want to say a word regarding the content warning? Well, this is a murder trial. The content will most likely have to do with murder. And anytime we're hearing statements by the defendant, his vernacular includes expletives. So we're going to hear some of those in this trial, just so you know. See how old he looks? Reminds me of how old I am. So where are they at? Well, we're in Las Vegas now, waiting for this court to start. It's just going to be a minute here. It could be half an hour. I don't know. We'll see. We're going to hear about gang-related activities, a lot of them. Please do not repeat expletives heard on stream. Yeah. Make sure we've got everything set up right. We do. Oh, the use of the M word. For some reason, and I don't know why it's working, Greeners. I don't know why, but when we're talking about a murder trial and I say the M word, it's okay. If it says it in chat too much, we seem to get demonetized. And I don't know why I can say it and you guys can't. It seems to be one of the secrets of YouTube that has not been divulged publicly. So find a creative word to say that. Also with the pew-pews and the pew-pews and murder and shoot and shot and all that stuff. Moida. I don't say the N-word, so we're going to be talking about this one right here. Carted off to the Endless Heaven buffet. Yeah. I'm sorry. There's a lot of fun stuff going on. When it rains, it pours with court. Red drum works well. Yeah. You need to spell it backwards. That does okay. Opening start at 12:30, which means we've got about 27 minutes. We expect to have some footage before then, possibly of the defendant coming in. We'll see, depending on what the rule is. The court has given the cameras. We might not be able to do anything but show the seal until the judge gets there. So we're hoping to see a little bit more. We did see some footage over the last couple days as they worked out some pretrial motions. One of the big things that was worked out just last week was that Duane Davis elected that if the jury does convict him of murder, they will not be deciding the sentence. A judge will be doing that. Normally it would go through the jury, but he waived the right to that. So if there is a sentence, it will be the judge that decides it. It's going to be a busy day. Keefy B. Appreciate that. Archive has new functionality. Wonderful. I'll have to check it out. A major fire in Oklahoma. What's happening? Is it in OKC or? Okay, I've got the video now. Okay. Glenpool, Oklahoma. Looks like a refinery has a fire. Size-wise, it doesn't look enormous, but it's putting out a whole ton of black smoke. So. Let's see. South Tulsa at a tank farm. Yeah. We're gonna stick with this. I know it's just a few minutes of watching the wall, but there's a chance we could watch the players come in, the different people. They might be showing us court as soon as they allow it. I think we'll probably see the defendant come in, if nothing else. What are we counting this trial? Gang and gang-related words. So, like, if it's a word you only hear in rap, if it's a gang name or the word gang or something like that. Defense would win the internet if they opened with, "I ain't mad at you." I ain't mad at you. Enjoy the state seal detailed landscape representing the state's mining, agriculture, and transport heritage. Nevada has a rich mining heritage. They have both gold and silver that's mined extensively in the state, both recreationally and professionally. I know this because I used to sell metal roof and wall panels, like those metal roofing material, 3 foot wide and however long you wanted us to make it. And one of our best customers would be the mines that had these mile-long conveyor belts where they were moving dirt from one side to the other, and they didn't want the rain or the wind to wash their silver or their gold away, and so they built a building around the entire conveyor belt. Those were the best sales ever. I've had every job, except for the dirty ones. You're right. The of and the seal is a little bit crooked. Nevada looks it looks like the seal's rotated 2 or 3 degrees clockwise from center. But looking at the wall, the camera's crooked. It's not the seal of the camera, so it can be fixed. Did you make teeth, rebuild speakers, and a roadie? Let's see. I dismantled speakers. I have set up for bands before. I didn't follow them around just to follow them around, but making teeth. I've not made teeth. Had those covered conveyor belts outside too. They were good money selling those. Are you saying you're an off-brand micro? Yeah, a little bit. But he only does it for a day, right? I mean, when I was working, there was a time when I worked temporary jobs, mostly because I didn't want to work a full-time job. But some days I needed to work that week and then just get paid at the end of the week. I did one where I was they had me shovel like a diesel fuel spill from the grounds, from the dirt and the mud, into the bucket of a front loader so they could bury it in the backyard before an EPA inspection. They gave us no safety gear. I'm standing in diesel fuel. They give us like safety glasses. That's it. And so the fumes are terrible. I may have had something to do with the fact that the EPA found the burial spot and fined them. Sounds safe. It was terrible. It was terrible. My volume's a bit low. I can fix that. All right. Yeah, Mike Crow got the idea from me, I think. Not seen any motion yet in court. Looking for the flag, seeing if we can even see any air conditioner movement or anything. I'm not seeing it. This court doesn't have any motion. Just a few more minutes while we get set. The anticipation is building. The jury was picked in this one last week, and I think they were about Thursday. I think they had a jury picked, and got a few alternates. Hopefully, don't need to use any of those. But I wonder. I think the jury is being provided. All their meals are being provided for them. They're not being sequestered that I know of. But there's if nothing else, there's some good food in Vegas. It used to be really cheap to go out to eat in Vegas. It was almost like a family atmosphere where the Vegas targeted families, so they would do, the buffets, these cheap buffets to get families in there. Of course, they're making the money back on the casino end. It's still a little bit that way, but not so much. They stopped being this. They stopped targeting the families so much. And they went to the what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas selling point. Used to be my my work area. I covered, as a regional manager, I covered Las Vegas, covered Nevada, and the western slope of Colorado and southern Utah as a salesperson selling those metal roof and wall panels. Yeah, Vegas has got expensive. It did get expensive for sure. Is this the actual first day of court? Yes, we skipped jury selection. That started a week ago. That's done now. The jury has been picked, and hopefully they're all present at this point. So jury selection is over. We're going to start with opening statements today in this trial. Has Vegas ever been cheap? Yes. They stopped the great steaks for a whole meal for $5. Yeah, there was a time when it was cheap. It's gone. Son Ward, welcome. Good to have you here. That was a heavy trial. Lacey Clancy trial is a very heavy one. So hopefully this is not so heavy and you can enjoy it and watch it with some great people here. Appreciate it. Went to Vegas in '87. Mom asked me when I got back why I had no tan. Well, the sun don't shine in the casino. That's funny. I enjoy going to Las Vegas to watch people. I'm a bit of a person watcher. So when my wife and I go out to eat, we like to sit so we can just observe. And hope it's not rude. It's not like we're pointing fingers and laughing and stuff. But it's fun to watch people, and watching people gamble is fun as well. Just getting back, what did I miss? What's the counter for? Barb, welcome. You're in time. We are just a few minutes away from opening statements and jury instructions in this Keefe Duane Davis trial out of Las Vegas. He's accused of being the shot caller in the killing of Tupac Shakur in Las Vegas 30 years ago. And then apparently he couldn't keep a secret. He flapped his gums, allegedly, and told too much in a book that was written. And now those words may be used against him by the state trying to get a conviction in this case, in something that they haven't been able to do in the last 30 years. Cheap Vegas must have been before my time. Yeah. Houses used to be cheap too as well, but now they're not. I was born at Nellis Air Force Base. Is that where the Thunderbirds fly out of? Judge, how do you plead, defendant? Only God can judge me. Love it. Love it. It's got to be called the word counter. The only problem, well, I get that, but people coming in won't understand what it means. So I'm hesitant to put a label on the counter. As a matter of fact, I might just turn it off for a minute. Let's do that. Keefe's been running his mouth for years. Yes, he thought he was good. I mean, he did interviews. He's done a bunch of stuff. He regrets it now, I think. My husband and I love to people watch as well. Disneyland is a fun place to people watch. It's more expensive to watch there than in Vegas, but yes, it's very fun. Two can keep a secret if one of them is sleeping with the fishes. Getting a little restless. Ninnis, you're going to be pulling some late hours tonight. I apologize. Or in this trial. This is Pacific time. It's coming up on 9 o'clock or 9:30 there. About 12 minutes away. So. Just watched a James Bond Diamonds Are Forever the other day. It was filmed in Vegas, and there were only like 5 buildings taller than 4 stories in the film. That's not the case now. Man, all those casinos, I mean, their real estate is prime, and they just built as tall as they could. They went up. They had to. Keefe's getting old. I forget how old he is. We'll see if we can find out here. If one of you can do a little Google for us. Yeah, the time zones, they're killers. Sloth Life's only going to keep track of the internet until bedtime. Just hand it off to somebody trustworthy at that point. It will be good. Challenger, welcome. Good to have you here. I'm going to talk a lot less once court starts. We've been gearing up for this case for quite some time. I'm excited to bring it to you. He's in his 60s now, 63. I don't like to be in a room way up in the sky. Give me the ground floor. Is it the height you don't like looking out the window and feeling queasy because it's so far down, or the idea that the drop, if the building were to crumble, would be terrible? Because if the building crumbles, being at the bottom also sucks. There's really no good place to be at that point. But I was 16 when Tupac died. I was 18, I think. Maybe 19. 19. Let's see. Charm, I think you're looking at a feed from yesterday. We're still on schedule for today, I think. Yeah, we're looking good. It's easier to get out of a crumbling building if you're closer to the ground, but you have to run fast because parts are coming down. Tug and barge. I can't read that. Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible. Didn't Keefe D admit to all of this in his book? And that's why we're here. And basically, yes. But he also says that was just creative liberties taken by ghostwriters, not himself, and that it's not true. So the state's going to be saying, believe the defendant, and defense is saying, that wasn't me. Don't believe that. Don't believe my book. I was 21 when he died, engaged for the second time, and added a 2-year-old at home. Wow. It takes us way back. Now, here's, what car were you driving at the time? We had upgraded from a 1976 Ford Country Squire station wagon with wood paneling. We had actually sold that to what turned out to be some drug runners who ran drugs to Florida, from Florida with it. That's a long story as well. We had sold that one, and we had bought a Chevy, I think it was a Chevy van, like a box van. It was really nice. It was a really nice van. It was pretty comfy. What I'm saying is, there has been no court activity on this case since we watched it last, and I watched that closing. I followed all that, and openings are scheduled for today. So, first, if somebody's saying that the openings aren't going to happen today, they're going to happen tomorrow. There's no court appearances that would have changed that schedule. So it's happening today. France Fitzgerald just gifted a membership. Congratulations to the lucky recipient. I think that one went to Alley Cat. Congratulations, and thank you, Fran, for the generosity. A Jeep Grand Cherokee minivan. Had an 86 Ford Bronco 2. Eddie Bauer. Ooh, Eddie Bauer. Aren't you something? Yeah, those were nice. Those were really nice. Had a BMX. 1983 Nissan Sentra XE. Loved the wood paneling car. I did not. I had to drive it to high school. It was terrible. It took two. It was so big you couldn't park it in one parking stall. You had to use 2 parking stalls, or else it just stuck out and blocked everybody. Did he also confess in a police interview in 2008? Yes, but under an agreement. Keefe D talked. I think it was either drug or gang charges that he was facing at that time in 2008. And under the deal, anything he said could not be used against him in another trial. That agreement, he might have voided by going out and talking about it and publicizing it, because now that might be able to come back and get him. And it might have voided the agreement that the cops are able to now use it, like that actual statement. Had one of those toddler Jeeps. I was driving a little 12-volt plastic Barbie Jeep back then. In 96, I was driving my first car, a 79 Olds Cutlass. Oh, man. Cutlass Salo? Not sure what the Salo is. Aerostars were awesome. We had one briefly. 76 Ford Mustang Fastback. Oh, that hurts, elated. Every time you see one of those cars on the road, it hurts a little bit more. Busy, we're going to hear this story told by the prosecution here in a little bit. I believe we're going to hear, it's likely the defense is going to try to argue that he wasn't even there. And I don't know what evidence they have that he was, but I'm sure there's some video of the fight in Vegas. And if Keefe D shows up there at the fight, him saying later in an interview with News that I wasn't even in Las Vegas when it went down, That's going to look pretty bad on him. Cutlass Salon. Okay, Salon. Thought it was a Cutlass Supreme. Yeah, these are some great cars. Back in the day, we had some good cars. And all of these were cars you could work on yourself. You know, if something broke, you need to change the starter, you could do it without taking the engine block out or, you know, all the radiator or something else. We had a Chevy Malibu with a small block in it. Man, there was you could climb in the engine compartment. There was room to just work in there and never bang your elbow on anything. It was great. Exactly why I should have kept that Mustang. Yeah. Wide open engine block, tons of space. Everything just made sense. Didn't have a lot of the computers and electronic gizmos that you know, a fuse goes bad and your car can't park anymore. I was driving a 20-year-old car. You think I could afford a Supreme? I'm in the same boat with you. We had the 76 station wagon. Shakur was shot 4 times and died 6 days later. We'll hear about that. We might see some crime scene pictures that haven't really come out. Have you thought of that? It's going to be interesting. Changed the alternator in my 68 Mustang in 1985 all by myself. I changed a radiator in I think it was an Aerostar. Never doing that again. It sucked. I cut my fingers up on the radiator fins because those are like razor blades. But I did it, and it worked. Jan says 97 was the year that we were only learning what it was like to be a legal adult here in the UK. 18 and 19 when life was less stressful. I was over there. Part of 97. All of 97. Was that when Princess Diana died? Was that in 97 or was that in 96? That was an interesting thing to experience over there, being in the country. Diana was in 97. All right, here we go. We've got, this is the door that we expect Mr. Davis to be brought in through. I think the guy with the great hair and the backpack is our photographer, our still photographer. I'll have to look at the schedule to see who he's with, but I think he's local. Stacks, welcome. Good to have you here for the trial. Appreciate it. This is a sort of a family-friendly true crime channel, so we're all friends here. No one's trying to pick a fight with anybody in chat. We all just love watching court, being here for court, and watching the justice system play out. Hope you enjoy it. My job is to make sure the audio and video is the best it possibly can be for you. So I'll be working on that on my end to make sure it's all good. Okay. Stop that one. Is Keefe in custody now? Yes, he was arrested 3 years ago. He is in custody. Jeepsy Soul, good to have you. Welcome to our new friends here. Thanks for clicking the subscribe button. He already snitched on himself. Why are we here? Because that evidence couldn't be used against him initially. And now the new evidence with his book might not be believable. It might be fake. Smofio, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here. Metropolitan Police making their presence known here in the courtroom. There's a lot of them. Huge Tupac fan. Awesome. Awesome. Welcome. I was telling people that apparently a large, like the majority of Tupac's ashes are buried in North Carolina at a old home that's abandoned now, based on my understanding. But there is a grave there. Here we go. We've got people coming out. Nice. Look at that lawyer with great, great hair. It's abandoned with a headstone. So we might see if we can go get access to that and take some pictures. I don't know, clean it up a little bit. Take a weed eater, fix it up. Sandy, thanks for the generosity. Just gifted 10 memberships, welcoming new people to court. Congratulations to the recipients. Sherry, thank you very much. There we go. There's our defendant right there. Keefe D does the...
We now have Mr. Davis. He's present in custody with Mr. Samp. Anything we need to address outside the presence of the jury from either party?
Nothing from the state.
Your Honor, I just want to make sure I have that issue with regard to the Discovery Commissioner. I just want to make sure. I think it's at 12:30.
We had moved it for that, so we will plan on stopping in time for you to get to that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, and you were able to talk to Commissioner Gans and get that all straightened out?
Not directly, but through my office, yes.
Okay, excellent. Perfect.
Thank you.
And I guess, Your Honor, I think it was mentioned during jury selection, but at this point, I think both parties would be invoking the exclusionary rule.
Okay, so if we have anyone present in the courtroom who's
Sequestration.
on the witness list, you do need to step out at this time until you're allowed to come back in. Additionally, for everybody who's here as in the audience, obviously we're in court, so I expect that there'll be no outbursts or speaking audibly that the jury can hear. Otherwise, we might have to remove you. Additionally, if you guys could all check and make sure that your cell phones are turned off or are at least on silent so that we don't have any distractions while we get going.
Your Honor, with regard to the exclusionary order, because of the fact that this is being broadcast, are we instructing as well witnesses to not be watching the broadcast prior to their testimony as well?
Great point. Yes.
Okay.
Anything further? All right. Let's bring in the jury.
Here we go. As the great Judge Newman says,
you will bring the jury.
You'll bring the jury. Don't watch if you're on the jury, please. Please don't make us do this twice. I think his attorney wrote a soft tail to court. Nice Harley. Count how many references to weed I made? Oh, I don't know. But there's a lot in the music, but I'm not sure if it will be in this trial so much. The jury's already picked. They're going to come in, get jury instructions, and opening statements begin today. So we should hear an opening statement from the prosecution within about half an hour. Someone drinking at Celsius right there? Just throwing it back in court? What? Some courts don't even allow you to have water bottles. And Not a sponsor, I guess. Look at that flower on the suit. That's pretty fancy stuff. Mics are picking up a lot of high-end audio. I'm going to cut some of that off just a little bit. It's probably an effect of having like marble walls or hard walls that are causing that high-end echo. Katrina, buddy, you're just in time. Just in time. We are waiting for the jury to come for the first time right now. Jury was picked last week. DFD takes a look at the jury that's going to be deciding his fate as they come in right now. Courtroom is packed. A lot of international interest in this case.
To the presence of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hopefully you were able to get everything situated over the long weekend, and we look forward to proceeding with trial. Before we get started, we do need to have you sworn, so if I could have you all stand and raise your right hand, we'll proceed with that.
You and each of you do solemnly swear that you will well and truly try the case at issue and a true verdict render according to the evidence, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. You may be seated.
All right. Thank you, Jessica, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, we're going to turn to opening statements. Mr. Plall, are you ready to give your opening statement at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed whenever
Straight
you're ready.
to openings.
Thank you. Good morning. On September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur came to Las Vegas to attend a Mike Tyson fight. After the fight, Tupac, along with Suge Knight, Trayvon Lane, and other people that were with that group, ran into a person named Orlando Anderson. And Orlando Anderson is the defendant's nephew. And when they encountered Orlando Anderson sitting by himself, they attacked him.
Oh.
That attack was captured on video. Then, a few hours later, Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight drive down Flamingo Road to Club 662, where Tupac is scheduled to perform a concert. Then 2.5 hours later, after Tupac and Suge engaged in the beating of Orlando Anderson, they are gunned down. Tupac is gunned down in a drive-by shooting from a white Cadillac in an act of revenge. During those 2.5 hours, you will learn that the defendant was escalating and planning the retribution for the beating of his beloved nephew. Now, let's be clear. Duane Davis did not pull the trigger. But what he did do was plan the retaliation for the beating of his nephew. You will learn that Duane Davis got the gun. You will learn that he got into a white Cadillac. You will learn when the opportunity presented itself for retribution, Duane Davis made sure that the shooters were armed and ready to execute their revenge. And remarkably, you will learn that from Duane Davis himself. But to To understand what happened on September 7th, 1996 on the streets of Las Vegas, we need to go about 275 miles west to the city of Compton, California. What you'll learn is that Compton is about 10 square miles. But in the mid-1990s, those 10 square miles were occupied by over 30 gangs claiming its territory. And important to this case, there are two gangs, Mob Piru and the Southside Compton groups. Let's talk a little bit about the Mob Piru. The Mob Piru is a group that associated with the color red. And you'll hear that Suge Knight, the person who was driving Tupac Shakur that night, grew up in the neighborhood of Mob Piru. But by the mid-1990s, he had become a very successful CEO of the record label Death Row Records. But despite, or maybe because where he came from, you'll hear that Suge Knight continued to employ Mob Piru gang members as part of Death Row. They would act as unofficial security, and other times they would engage in, let's call them other acts, on behalf of Suge Knight.
They're the muscle.
But Death Row in the mid-1990s was one of the most successful record labels around. They had artists such as Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, and of course, Tupac Shakur. And in 1996, Tupac Shakur was maybe the largest and biggest, most successful rapper around. He had just released All Eyes on Me, a double album that was met with huge success. Additionally, Tupac Shakur was a movie star, having appeared in a number of movies in critically acclaimed roles. He has, at times, been referred to as an icon. But for the purposes of this case, what you need to know is that Tupac Shakur was not a gangster. He was a hip-hop artist associated with the Mob Piru. Now, the other gang that's important to know here is the Southside Compton Crips. And when it comes to Southside, Duane Keefe D. Davis was the leader of the Burris Street faction of the Southside Compton Crips. And while Suge Knight rose to prominence in his neighborhood due to the money that he was bringing in through the music industry, Duane Davis rose to prominence in his neighborhood because he was a very successful, large-scale drug trafficker. And you will learn that that is how one moves up in the world of gangs, by bringing in money to the neighborhood. The other thing you'll learn is that Orlando Baby Wayne Anderson was his nephew, and also a highly respected member of the Southside Compton Crips. Now, as part of this case, you're going to hear another name. Eric Zip Martin. Now, Eric Zip Martin is not a member of the Southside Compton Crips. In fact, he's based out of New York. He's involved in the drug trade and knows Duane Davis as a result of both their involvements in the drug trade. Duane Davis from the West Coast, Eric Zip Martin from the East Coast. And one of the connections that Duane Davis gets through his association with Zip Martin is with Sean Puffy Combs, who was then the CEO of Bad Boy Entertainment. Sean Combs wanted some security when he came out to the West Coast. He was worried about Mob Piru. He was worried about the members of Death Row Records. And so Duane Keefe D. Davis agreed to be around to act as unofficial security for Sean Combs and his artists when they came out west, in order specifically to ensure there are no problems with Mob Piru and Death Row Records. And this took a rivalry between Mob Piru and Southside Compton Crips and escalated it. And those tensions boiled over in the Lakewood Mall in the summer of 1996. There, you'll hear that Trayvon Lane, a member of the Mob Piru associated with Death Row Records, was there with other members of Mob Piru in order to do some shopping. Lakewood Mall was a mall nearby Compton. You'll also hear that baby Lane Anderson, Orlando Anderson, the defendant's nephew, was there. Now, Trayvon Lane that day was wearing a chain with a death row medallion. And there was a fight that occurs between the Mob Piru group and the Southside Compton Crips. And at one point, that chain is pulled off Trayvon Lane's neck. Now, what happened to that chain is an issue of much dispute. Not everybody agrees with it. But the act of disrespect of pulling the death row chain and the brawl that occurs further escalates this heated rivalry. And what you'll learn is that these two men, Trayvon Lane and Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, they encounter each other again. This time in Las Vegas. So that brings us back up to September 7th, 1996, here in Las Vegas. Again, Mike Tyson is fighting Bruce Seldon. He disposes of him in less than in a round. Doesn't take a full round. And then after the fight, Tupac Shakur, Suge Knight, and the people that are here with, they leave. And among his group is Trayvon Lane. And that is why this fight occurs. Trayvon Lane and the death row group sees Orlando Anderson standing by himself, and they decide to attack him in retribution for what happened at the Lakewood Mall. You'll see Orlando Anderson's on the bottom of that group. You see security coming, trying to break this up. And then you'll see Tupac Shakur, Suge Knight, Trayvon Lane, and that group exit the MGM Grand. Now, Orlando Anderson was by himself because when Duane Davis purchased the tickets for the Bruce Seldon fight, he got them through a scalper. So everybody that came with Duane Davis were seated separately throughout the fight. And so Orlando Anderson was, at that time, by himself. You'll see that Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight, and his group leave the MGM Grand. And you'll see that Orlando Anderson, after being held by security, is questioned for a bit, asked if he wants to press charges. He decides he doesn't want to participate in any type of prosecution and that he doesn't need medical attention. Duane Davis hears about this beating. And what you will hear is that in his world, there is no question that a response is required. And you will hear from Duane Davis what happens next. Because what happened over the next 2.5 hours is something Duane Davis would later describe himself in the secret 2008 interview from his attorney's office with the Federal Task Force. And we'll talk about that interview and the circumstances surrounding that later. But we'll hear about what the next 2.5 hours was. So, what we learn is that Duane Davis is upset about the beating of his nephew. And frankly, that's not an unusual response. What's unusual is the next steps Duane Davis takes. Unusual for the normal person, maybe not unusual for in-gang culture. Duane Davis decides he is going to organize a retaliation, that this beating cannot go unanswered. Then he runs into a person named Zip Martin. Remember the Zip Martin that was the connection with Bad Boy Entertainment from New York? And Zip Martin tells him that he has a gun and that he can come help him out.
Okay, where do you go to? What do you tell Zip right then? You tell Zip, hey, we're going to go handle this shit or whatever?
Yeah, like, y'all want us to come? I'm like, you know what I'm going to do? That they was telling they going to get 662 Club.
Who's saying that?
Everybody.
Everybody out there?
Yeah, everybody. You want to come?
Well, how do you know that Zip's got a gun? Does he tell you?
It was in the lobby, in the lobby. I got one.
Did you ask him? Do you have one, or he just tells you, hey, I got one?
Yeah, that's when he asked me to need some help. I got some things to do. I'm like, yeah, okay, cool.
I don't know what he gave you.
Yeah.
So later, Duane Davis organizes 2 vehicles to go over to the 662 Club. Before that, he gets the gun from Zip Martin. He goes out to his Mercedes-Benz, gets the gun from Zip Martin, and then after some time, he assembles 2 cars to go to 662 to violently confront Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight for the beating of his nephew. And you'll hear that Duane Davis wasn't initially in the white Cadillac. He goes into a van, and Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, they go in a white Cadillac, and they go to Club 662, waiting for Tupac Shakur, waiting for Suge Knight, waiting for this violent confrontation. And what you'll learn is that Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight don't show up while they're there.
We went up to 626, they didn't show up. We waited about 15, 20 minutes, they didn't show up. So, it's like, let's go get some liquor. We stopped at the liquor store. I got out of the van, they had to jump in the Cadillac.
So what you hear Duane Davis say is he got out of the van and goes into the Cadillac. And the plan at that point is to go to a liquor store, get some booze, and then go back to the Las Vegas Strip and party. What the original intention was before Orlando Anderson was beaten at the MGM Grand. But on the way back to the Las Vegas Strip, they see a caravan of cars. And that caravan included Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. And in that white Cadillac, before the shooting occurs, Duane Davis explains that the driver is Terrence T. Brown. In the rear driver's side is DeAndre Dre, or Big Dre Smith. In the rear passenger side is Orlando Baby Lane Anderson. And Duane Davis himself, KBD, is in the front passenger side. And this is how Duane Davis explains the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Yeah. His little liquor store was right there. Then we came up Harlem at the Long Bay Boulevard. And shit. Here they come in that BMW like any corner. And brawls like, Tupac! We like, there you go. Made a U-turn. We wasn't supposed to make it. Just wanted a U-turn. They was in the middle lane. And we just pulled up on the side and checked every car to see where they was.
So what directed your attention to him was some girl shouting at Tupac?
Tupac! He gave himself away. Otherwise, they would have gone away. He all ran out quick. You know how they do.
You did a U-turn, so then you pull alongside of it. You guys were in the car. Have you already handed him the gun at this point, or at what point did you hand him the gun?
I thought he was going to pull on my side. You know, that's one of them neck going to the out for him. You know, he pulled on his side.
So you were fitting a blast if you had to, or you were just?
Yeah, if we would have been on my side, I would have.
Okay. So you hand the gun to the back seat.
Yeah.
You can hear Lane.
I gave it to Dre. And Dre was like, no. And Lane's like, dude, fuck, dude.
So what you hear Duane Davis admit that as they see Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight driving to Club 662, Duane Davis, along with Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson, decide to make a U-turn, confront Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight. Duane Davis had the firearm. It's a firearm he got from Eric Von Zip Martin, and then he passes it to the back. Duane Davis says that if they were on his side, if Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight were on his side of the vehicle, he would have shot them himself. But because they were on the other side, he handed it to DeAndre Smith. DeAndre Smith, according to Duane Davis, did not want to shoot at that time, so Orlando Anderson shot into that car. Duane Davis explains this over and over again.
Literally on the street.
Okay, Lane starts blasting. You say Suge looks over, he sees you. He looks right at you.
Yeah.
Are you looking at this?
I just know he does something to say, you know.
Yeah, what do you see happening inside that
Jump
car?
in. I see the bullet going shit. Yeah, I thought he was dead. I thought he was dead. He must have scraped him or something in the head or something.
A piece of glass went into his neck right here.
Yeah, the thing in the head.
A little gray.
I thought he was dead.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, did you guys stop the two girls? Did the bullet stop the car and let them get off?
Yeah. And we made the right.
Okay, but he stopped what you said, why you boo-boo, and got off.
Yeah. And we made the right and some brawler Seagrave and homeless. Stupid bitches. And we shot their window around and they stopped.
So Tupac's trying to jump in the back seat. And what should we do?
Nothing. He couldn't really hook up, he was too big, you know. Yeah.
One other thing Duane Davis talks about during the murder of Tupac Shakur is that there's a car full of women. I think he calls them broads at one point. Car full of women who are there as well. And you're going to hear from one of those women. And what she's going to tell you is that she disagrees slightly with Mr. Davis's rendition of facts. They were, in fact, communicating with Suge at Tupac's car, but they weren't talking to Tupac, they were talking to Suge. And what she says is she hears gunshots, she sees the white Cadillac flee, and then what Duane Davis interprets as them chasing her, she'll tell you is them just panicking and trying to get away. But she will say they inadvertently follow Duane Davis and the other people in the white car as they are fleeing. After Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur's vehicle is shot, Suge Knight makes a U-turn and heads back to the Las Vegas Strip. The car ultimately can go no further and stops. Police arrive, medical arrive, and you will hear that Suge Knight was grazed in the head and had some glass going in his neck. He ultimately survives those injuries and is released fairly quickly. You'll also hear that Tupac Shakur was shot multiple times, that he was brought to UMC, and that 6 days later, he succumbed to those injuries. And within 24 hours, the Cadillac and the assailants are back in Compton. They stay the night, and they drive right home as though nothing happened. But a war followed them back to Compton. Because while people were afraid to come forward to police, the police knew and the streets knew that Southside Compton Crips were responsible for this murder. And the war that follows at Compton is a bloody one. You'll hear that Mob Piru and Southside Crip members start shooting at each other. Within 10 days, 3 people are killed. A number of people are shot, including an 11-year-old girl. And what you'll also learn is that none of those cases were prosecuted. Why? Because in this context, in the gang context of this, the combination of gangs and guns is scary. And in this world, silence means survival. The one person who has a hard time being silent is Duane Davis. You're going to hear from 1998 to 2023, Duane Davis has given a number of statements regarding this case. So, as early as 1998, Davis spoke to the FBI. He admitted he was in Las Vegas during Tupac's murder, but he denies being responsible. Then in 1999, Davis speaks to the FBI again. And these aren't interviews that are focused on the Tupac Shakur murder. These are interviews regarding drug transactions and drug trafficking. But he does say that Tupac does come up, and Duane Davis admits to being in Las Vegas for Tupac Shakur's murder. Says he wasn't involved, but he was mad about the fact that Orlando Anderson was beaten, and that his plan was to handle it in Compton had Tupac survived. Then in 2008, the interview of clips we've heard today. In a secret interview with the federal task force, Davis admits to his role in the murder of Tupac Shakur. And we do need to talk a little bit about this 2008 federal task force. Because what this task force is investigating is not the murder of Tupac Shakur. What this task force is investigating is another rapper's murder. A rapper by the name of Christopher Wallace. Somebody who was known as Biggie Smalls, so the notorious B.I.G. Christopher Wallace got murdered 6 months after Tupac Shakur was killed. And there was some allegation that the LAPD might have been involved. So a federal task force was formed to determine what happened to Christopher Wallace. And the interesting thing about the murder of Christopher Wallace is that Christopher Wallace is killed leaving a party in LA. Also at that party, Duane Davis. Christopher Wallace there was a suspect vehicle that involved a Chevy SS Impala, and Duane Davis happened to own a Chevy SS Impala. Now, as a result of that, the task force decides, well, let's look at Duane Davis. And the thing we know about Duane Davis is that he trafficked narcotics. And so they were able, through a CI and an undercover, to have a drug transaction with Duane Davis. And as a result, Duane Davis now has a case, a big trafficking case. And so the federal task force approaches Duane Davis and his attorney, and they say, hey, look, we want information regarding the murder of Christopher Wallace. That is what we are trying to investigate. And what Duane Davis says is, I don't have any information about that thing, but I can tell you about what we did. I can tell you about Tupac. And that's what he does. He tells a federal task force that's about his involvement, what you've heard, his orchestration of the murder of Tupac Shakur. That secret conversation, that proffer, was secretly recorded and released later. In 2009, Davis is being so helpful to federal authorities that he actually flies out to New York to try and get Zip Martin to implicate himself in the Tupac Shakur murder. Zip Martin at that time was dying of cancer, was out of the game, and really did not engage with Duane Davis. In 2009, though, Duane Davis gives an interview to Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Detective Dan Long. Now, Duane Davis is more guarded in that interview. It is a different setting than the interview of 2008. It's not a secret proffer agreement. But Duane Davis does admit a number of things. That he was in Las Vegas, that he was mad about Orlando Anderson getting beat, that he was the boss, that he was in the white Cadillac, and that he procured the firearm that ultimately killed Tupac Shakur. Then, in 2011, the landscape changes. Because in 2011, Greg Kading, the guy who was leading the task force in 2008, the guy who organized the secret proffer between Duane Davis and the federal task force, he leaves law enforcement and decides he's going to publish a book about his investigation into Biggie Smalls, the guy who was killed 6 months after Tupac, and Tupac Shakur. And what he puts in the book is that Duane Davis confessed to the murder of Tupac Shakur. The book tells the story about Davis' admission, about himself, but it also tells the story of Duane Davis telling about his nephew's involvement in the murder, about Big Dre's involvement in the murder, about Terrence Brown's involvement in the murder. And this is a problem for Duane Davis, because that meeting was supposed to be secret. And now his cooperation with federal authorities is open to the world. Not only that, Greg Kading is now profiting off Duane Davis's life story. So, in 2017, Duane Davis decides to go public. He's approached by the producers of a show called Death Row Chronicles that appears on BET. And this is just a small portion of what he says is his motivation for appearing.
When it went in DVD days, I was popping, kingpin, drug dealer. I'm the only one alive that really continued the story about the Tupac shooting. People have been pursuing me for 20 years. Newspapers, magazines. I'm coming out now to tell the story because I got cancer. I got nothing else to lose. All I care about now is the truth.
Duane Davis says, all I want to do now is tell the truth. And in the 2017 public interview, he's a little evasive, but he admits to being the boss. He admits to being in the white Cadillac. And he admits to be part of the murder of Tupac Shakur. And when he says he's the only person that can tell what happened, he's right. Because by 2017, Terrence Brown is deceased. DeAndre Smith is deceased. Orlando Baby Lane Anderson is deceased. Terrence Brown was murdered in an unrelated incident. Orlando Anderson was murdered in an unrelated incident. And DeAndre Smith died from health issues. Remarkably, in 2019, Duane Davis then decides he's going to publish his own book. And with regards to the book, it is certainly a lot of self-aggrandizement. But again, the core remains. He was mad about Orlando Anderson about the beating of Orlando Anderson, his nephew. He was in Las Vegas. He got the gun. He was in the white Cadillac, and he handed the gun to the shooters. And what you'll notice is a constant thing that always goes through these statements is Duane Davis's visceral anger at Tupac Shakur for putting hands on his nephew. In the book, he says, them jumping on my nephew gave us the ultimate green light to do something to their ass. Then, Duane Davis decides that he's going to do public interviews regarding his role in the murder of Tupac Shakur.
So you ended up getting in the car with Baby Lane and them? Yeah, the car was on me, yeah. We ran into them, went to the light on the sunset, and Mingo, and dude, we acted like he was in a parade or something, that nigga, and that BMW hanging out with him, hey, it's Tupac, it's Tupac. And them bitches, shit, they was hollering for him. Yeah, they were that motherfucker. They came up on the side of him. Oh, shit.
Davis's public admissions mirror his private life. He admits to being a leader of Southside Crips. He admits to the significance of the fight over the death row chain at the Lakewood Mall. He admits to being in Las Vegas the night of the fight. He admits to being angry that Tupac stomped Orlando Anderson at the MGM. He admits that he was hunting down Tupac and Suge, first going to 662. He admits that he got a Glock 40 from Eric Zip Martin for the purposes of hunting Tupac. He admits that he was in a white Cadillac with his gang members looking for Tupac. He admits to seeing Tupac in a black BMW and then changing directions, making that U-turn to confront Tupac and Suge. He admits to putting the gun he obtained that night in the back seat of the vehicle so the shooters could shoot. And again, what remains, even as late as 2020, 2021, 22, is Duane Davis's visceral anger at Tupac Shakur.
He didn't, my nephew never jumped over fucking Tupac. Come on, man. Tupac was wrong with two fucking shoes. I mean, don't you get me wrong? Honestly.
I mean, yeah, I think he could have, reacted in a better way.
Listen, you don't think that man is wrong?
He could have reacted in a better way, I guess.
I'm talking, Vlad is his fucking biggest fan. He admitted that man is wrong, man.
He was wrong, man, but that was only done out of loyalty, man.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. He never jumped, my nephew didn't jump on him. He jumped on my nephew, a kid, man. My nephew was a fucking
kid, he was grown ass man, you know what I'm saying? He's a fucking kid, dude. That's why he ain't on the channel. He's a fucking kid, dude. You know what I'm saying? He was wrong. My nephew never jumped on him. He jumped on my nephew. My nephew didn't throw a punch, man. Shit was wrong, dude. Jumped on the fucking kid, dude.
And this anger is not just demonstrated publicly, but you will hear as recently as 2024, privately, in a conversation with his son, he talks about his feelings about Tupac Shakur. Nearly 30 years after the murder.
This is going to be a jail call.
That is the visceral anger that Duane Davis had for Tupac Shakur. It did it in 2.5 hours. He took care of what he thought was the proper response. And 28 years later, he still is angry about what Tupac did. On September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur publicly, on camera, participated in a humiliating beating of Duane Davis's nephew, Orlando Anderson. Duane Davis knew that in his world, that required a response. And over the years, in private interviews, in public statements, and even in private calls, Duane Davis has repeatedly told us, over and over again, about the anger he felt and his own role in the revenge drive-by shooting of Tupac Shakur. And now, nearly 30 years later, we're going to ask you to finally hold Duane Davis accountable. Thank you.
All right, now for the defense to response.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. Mr. Sanders, do you wish to give an opening statement at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. Just a quick second.
Of course, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Defense lawyer has a little flower on his lapel of his suit. We'll see in just a moment. Trying to get the HDMI cable plugged in.
IT to assist you.
I think I got it. This is it, right?
Just plug it in. Can't find the port. There we go. IT is on standby. We have a bobblehead doll on the judge's desk. Judge Carly Kearney.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. We spent a lot of time, I think, when we were picking a jury to determine who would be the right jurors for a case like this. Obviously, we want people who are going to reserve judgment until the end, but really look at the evidence with a critical eye. Now, what the state has just told you what they believe to be the evidence in this case. But really, at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself if what they're saying is really truth or fiction. Fact or fiction. I don't know if some of you recall, but I had asked a question specifically about what you were holding in your hands. And right now, for instance, you're all holding notepads and pens. That would be a fact. Right? And in this case, for instance, I had asked before about the idea of, I can just do this right, microphone. I'd ask some of you, if that microphone was buried and dug up 30 years from now, would it still be a microphone? The answer is yes. And the reason why that's important is because in this case, what they are telling you, they're representing to be a fact when it really is fiction. And it's up to you to determine what the facts are in this case. Now I'm going to give you a timeline here for you to understand just a little bit of how this is going to work, because there's so much evidence in this case that we have to sort of compartmentalize some things. And what I've done is really just sort of focused on the 3 detectives that work this file from beginning to now. First detective you will hear about is Detective Becker. He worked the file, he's the original detective on the scene. Detective Long takes over the case for about 15 years or so, and then it ends with Detective Mogg, who presents this to the grand jury in 2023. But why this timeline is relevant is because you have to see the span of time for yourself. 30 years. And ask yourself this, what facts do they have after 30 years? Now, Detective Becker does what every homicide detective does when he arrives on scene. He's assigned to the case. He starts his investigation. At that particular time, though, Tupac Shakur was not dead. He was critically injured. He was at UMC. And it isn't until 6 days later that he passes away. But Detective Becker starts his initial investigation because it's pretty serious. And as a result, he just takes over the investigation. What he will testify to is that Flamingo Cobble on a Saturday night, in the middle of a fight between Mike Tyson and Bruce Seldon, it was very busy when he arrived. And he arrived at a time where he was able to determine cartridge casings, 40 caliber, that was found at the scene. That's another fact for you. But at some point they're going to learn, he learns that potentially it was a Glock 40, the actual firearm that was used in this case. And then when crime scene analysts arrive on scene, they document the evidence. And they document the cars. That will be important, and you'll determine at some point why the cars are documented. And with regard to Detective Becker, what he'll tell you is police officers write reports. Critical. Hugely important. Why? Because at some point in the future, like in this case 30 years later, Detective Becker will not remember details like he would if he had what? His report in front of him. And that's going to be important for you to consider in this case. Now, what Detective Becker does, though, is because of the outcry, the attention, the media focus on this case, he took his file and he secured it in his office under lock and key. Because he was worried about leaks in Metro, leaking information out to the public. Because so many people wanted to know answers to the question as to what happened and who did this to Tupac Shakur. Now, what you're going to find is, when Detective Becker testifies in this case, that a lot of his reports are now missing. They're gone. Which is Metro's responsibility to hold and to pass on to the next detective, and then finally to the next detective. Now, Detective Becker also did not trust Compton PD. Why is that important in this case? Because there's an individual by the name of Reggie Wright Sr. He was a lieutenant working in Compton in charge of the gangs in Compton in terms of investigations. His son is Reggie Wright Jr. He was the head of security for Death Row Records. The same security that was here in Las Vegas on the 9th of September 7th, 1996. Death Row Records was affiliated with Mob Pyru Blood, and Detectives Ladd and Brennan from Compton answered directly to Reggie Wright Sr. Becker did not trust Compton PD. And the one thing that he really didn't trust is that most of their information came from confidential informants that were not reliable. And he'll tell you that. And because of his intuition, Compton PD was shut down in September of 2000 due to internal corruption. They just evaporated that police department, and the sheriff's department for LA County absorbed the responsibilities for the police department in Compton because of the corruption that was there. Now, what facts, right? Just like the pads of paper that you have in your hand and the pens that you have in your hand, what facts can we determine from Detective Becker's efforts? First and foremost, we know that Tupac was shot multiple times. That's a fact. That can be proven. We know that it was with a .40 caliber firearm. That's a fact, due to the cartridge casings. On the corner of Flamingo and Cobble. That's also a fact. Right? We're on board so far? We know the date, September 7th, 1996. That is a fact. At 11:17 p.m., we know that to be a fact as well. And then finally, that he was in a vehicle during election night, and that Tupac died 6 days later. Those are facts that will not be refuted by anybody in this courtroom during the time that we spend together. But here's the one thing. There are no facts to point to Keefe. Not one. And you're going to hear about this over and over and over again. No facts like the microphone in your hand or the pad of paper that you have that you write on. Detective Long takes over the case in 2002, and he has it from 2002 to 2017. He was, interestingly enough, on the gang unit, and at the time of the shooting, he was in gangs, and he had been one of the first to arrive on scene. He will testify and tell you that every time he did something on this file, he wrote a report. Because that's important. That's what you do as a police officer. And he conducted follow-up interviews, and he made some travel to Compton. He will tell you those things. That's his role in all of this. But here's the thing. Detective Long also encountered some challenges in this case. They had to hide the case file with Metro because people were still accessing the file in Metro, and they weren't authorized to do so. So they changed the case number so that people couldn't find the file. In addition to that, what you're going to learn is LAPD reached out to him, called him up and said, hey, Detective Long, we have the gun. And we've tested it, and it matches back to what you're looking for in terms of the weapon that killed Tupac Shakur. Detective Long goes to LAPD, gets the gun, transports it back, gets it tested, and it comes out as not a match. LAPD tells him after, we gave you a fake gun to test you out. This is the level of, I don't know how to put it, that was going on during this time period between Metro, LAPD, and Compton.
That's wild.
This is what's happening during this time period. Beads, according to Detective Long, became very scarce and stale, meaning that it was just taking a long time for him to follow up with people. Witnesses became unavailable. Why do you think that is? Because of time. So as a result, memories started failing because of that time. So Detective Long had these challenges. But here's what Detective Long does. He interviews Keefe in 2009. Sits him down, has an interview with Keefe, just like the state said. And guess what happens? Detective Long doesn't even know that Keefe had actually spoken to a task force the year before. How is that possible? Metro is the agency responsible for the investigation of Tupac Shakur's murder, and they don't even know about this. No one in that room in 2008 told Detective Long or Metro what was going on. And you know who was in the room in 2008? You had FBI in the room. You had the EA in the room. You had LAPD in the room. You had the United States Attorney for the Central District of California in that room. And Detective Long does not know about any of that. What you will also learn is out of all those people in that room, not one person verifies what TPP tells them. That the FBI, the gold standard of investigation in our country, did not go out and follow up on what was said. Now, one of the things the state showed you was a picture of a car and indicated there was 4 individuals in that car. And he tell you that at some point, 3 of those individuals are dead and Keefe's the only one that's remaining. But at the time that he gives his statement to the task force in 2008, there's another individual that's still alive. They never interviewed that individual to verify if that information was true. Why not? Because the FBI just fell asleep? That the LAPD just didn't care?
So he's seen
was never
my
charged
client lied?
for any of what he said during that time period. And it's because they knew he was full of crap. Otherwise they would have. Why wouldn't they?
Don't believe my client.
When Detective Long comes back to Las Vegas, He goes and he talks it over with the Clark County District Attorney's Office. And you know what happened then? They didn't charge the case either. In 2009. Ask yourself the reason why that is. Is because they just didn't care about Tupac Shakur or his life? Or is it because they looked into it and realized we can't verify this information, we don't believe this to be true? Why would the Clark County District Attorney's Office not charge it in 2009? Now, what facts do we get out of Detective Long based upon what he did for those 15 years? We don't have any facts. Outside of statements made, allegedly by KPD and other people, we don't have anything to verify any of that information. Not one single thing to corroborate the statements made by that man in 2008 or 2009. Not only by Metro, but by the FBI, by LAPD, by the DEA, by the United States Attorney's Office. No one corroborates any of this. So, 2017 comes along, and an entity called the Center of Investigative Reporting, they file what's called a FOIA request with Metro. And what that means is, FOIA is the Freedom of Information Act. It allows or requires government agencies to give up information if you ask for it. That's the rule. It's to be transparent. And people wanted to know what was going on with the murder files. This is 2017. This is years after any of the statements that were made and anything else. Where's the investigation? What's going on? Well, Metro said, no, we're not going to give it to you. So in 2018, the Center turns around and files a lawsuit against Metro to force them to give them the file, to show them what work had you been doing over, at that particular point, I don't know, what's that, 20 years? That's when Detective Mogg enters the picture. What you will learn is that Detective Mogg basically says, I'm here just to close out the case. He's not here to solve the mystery of who killed Tupac. So with everything you have in front of you, that you're now hearing for the first time in terms of the statements that were made in 2008, 1998, 1990, whatever, Detective Mogg comes along and says, I'm just here to close out the case. That's his role. And what you're going to learn is, Detective Mogg received a copy of what's called the Death Row Chronicles in 2018. It's not a deposition. It's not testimony under oath. It's edited, and it's done for instrument purposes. He receives a copy of it. You know what happens when he receives that copy of the interviews that the state has basically shown you in this case? No charges filed. Why? So, Keefe writes a book, allegedly. Right? Allegedly, he writes this book called Controversy Legend in 2019. You know what happened with the book? Right? Even he confesses to it. What you find is, no charges filed. What is going on? District Attorney's Office doesn't want to charge the case. No charges filed when the interview happens. No charges are filed when the book is written. What is going on? 5 years goes by. And nothing is going on with the case. But Detective Mogg says he's closing it out. Detective Mogg turns around and applies for what's called a search warrant. Now what a search warrant is that in July of 2023, around that time period, a search warrant requires a police officer to get permission from a judge to basically violate the sanctity and privacy of your home. Right? There's got to be legal reasons for it. He's got to go through that process, and he's got to ask permission from a judge in order for him to get that. And what he does in that search warrant application is he assures the judge, hey, what we are looking for is in the home. The thing that's going to help us solve this crime, who killed Tupac, is in the home. And he signs an affidavit, and that's important. I want you to remember this. He signs an affidavit attesting to what he's saying to this judge to be true and correct. What he says is, I think we have evidence in Keefe D's home that will solve the murder of Tupac. So up until this point, they've got all these statements, they can't be corroborated. So now they're saying, we have evidence in this home that we think probably is in the home. And as a result, we're going to find this evidence. It's going to help us solve this case. What I'm going to tell you right now is that you don't find it. And in the meantime, Detective Mogg retires. He now becomes Mr. Mogg. And Mr. Mogg goes to the grand jury. And in the grand jury, it's a secret proceeding. We're not there, but the defense, isn't sitting like we are here. It's just the prosecutors. There's a panel of people called the grand jurors, and you have people come up and they testify under oath. And there's really no way for the defense to challenge any of it because it's done in secret. We don't really know about it. But in this particular case, Mr. Mogg is sworn to testify truthfully. And you know what Mr. Mogg does? He just reads pages of the book into the record. He doesn't do any more in terms of an investigation than read pages of a book into the record. He never documents in any of his efforts any verification of the book before he reads it into the record. He walks up, gets on the stand, and reads the book as if it's the gospel truth. And that's what he does. He treats that book like it's fact. Now, what you're going to find out about Mr. Mogg is that he never wrote a report. So when he took over the case in 2017, all the way up until when he retired in 2023 and was in front of the grand jury, he never wrote a report. Not one time. Not like Detective Becker, and not like Detective Long, and not like any other police officer who does their job. This man never writes a report. In fact, what happens is he transitions, right? He's a Metro detective, he retires, and then he gets a job working as an independent contractor for the district attorney's office as an investigator. And as an investigator, he doesn't have any police power. He continues to work as a lead detective on this case. Even though the procedure is you hand your file and your officer's report to the next detective in line. That's how this works. But he keeps the file for himself and he starts billing against the file after he retires as a detective with Metro. Because now he's an independent contractor. That's important to know. Why is that important? Because what the evidence is going to show you is that he backloaded his work. And when he finally writes a report, it's not an officer's report, it's an investigative report that spans from 2018 to current, and we just received it about 5 weeks ago. The importance of capturing everything you do, the accuracy that you would need to be able to be in court on a murder case, not some type of college paper that you forgot to do and then the last second just put something together and, get it out the door. Mr. Mogg does not do any of that. That's going to be important later for you to consider. Because according to that report that he submitted 5 weeks ago or so, he never verified the book. According to that report, he never investigated any of the alternate theories that were out there, and you're going to hear about those alternate theories. There are people who have developed over time answers to the question, who did this and why? He never looked into any of it. Which I think, at the end of the day, don't you want to see what's out there to help you with your investigation? And according to his work, his report, he did more on the case after he became an investigator than he did before when he was a detective. What I'm going to tell you right now is what you're going to find when you listen to all the evidence that his work was biased, sloppy, and incomplete. Those are the three things you're going to determine for Mr. Mogg. Now, because of the fact that in terms of the evidence itself, he doesn't have much, the state's going to lean pretty heavily on their witnesses. And I'm going to give you a sampling of the type of people you're going to run across in this trial based upon their witness list in this case. First person is this guy named Reggie Wright Jr. He's the security company for Death Row Records. And what he is a felon. Second of all, you're also going to find that he's a former Compton police officer. He worked for Compton PD for about 5 years, and apparently he got disabled. At some point, he becomes a felon. You're going to learn about that. And his father, like I said before earlier, Reggie Wright Sr. was the head of the Compton PD gang unit. What you're also going to learn about Reggie is that, once again, he was supposed to be protecting Suge Knight. Where was he the night of the shooting? In addition to that, he orders his security team to not carry firearms the night of the shooting, before the shooting took place. What you're also going to learn is, he wasn't even around when the shooting occurred. So the principal, meaning the person he should have been protecting the most, would have been Suge Knight, the head of Death Row Records. This man was nowhere to be found. He was sitting at a club called 662 down the street, waiting for Suge to show up, while he left his people that were working for him unarmed in the vehicles behind Suge Knight. And when push comes to shove, he orders his people to lie to police during their investigation. That's going to be called by then. That guy's going to be called by then. In addition to that, when everything was said and done, Suge Knight went to prison because he was not supposed to be in a fight in Las Vegas. He violates his release. Guess who takes over Death Row Records? Reggie Wright Jr. Now, the state is also going to bring in other people with unreliable positions, including criminal histories, financial motivations, and inconsistent statements. That are the people and the quality of the evidence that you're going to listen to in this case. Just to give you another example, there's going to be an individual by the name of Devonta Dirt Rockley. Who is he? He's been a paid informant for years. You're going to hear that they have paid him to be an informant. He will, of course, say whatever he needs to say to avoid his own criminal actions, but his testimony will be inconsistent. And that's what you have to really rely on, is what exactly is he going to say, and can you even believe it? In addition to that, you're also going to learn about a disgraced LAPD detective by the name of Greg Kading. The state told you about him. He wrote a book. He benefited off of what was happening with regards to Keithy. Now, Greg Kading, he stole the file. What you're going to learn is he actually stole the file. He took the Tupac and the Biggie case files and walked out the door. This is an LAPD detective that they are using, or one of the people that they're going to be focusing on to establish their case. He writes the book, and then he holds himself out as the person who solves the murder. That's Greg Kading. That's the LAPD detective. Now, what you're also going to learn is Greg Kading, when he was a detective with LAPD, was basically caught manipulating witnesses. And because he was caught manipulating witnesses, it led to cases being overturned as a result. There was a court finding on this issue. A judge determined that. And there we go. That's Greg Kading. That's a witness in this case from that. Now, your challenges, right? I mean, gosh, we're sitting here, there's cameras in the room. I mean, things going on. But it's really time. Like, how do you, as jurors, try to figure out time on this case? There's been so much time. Delays. By who, though? And there's corruption. How do you look at your information that you're receiving with anything more than just like skepticism? Like, you're going to look at this stuff and be like, well, I mean, you have a motive to lie. You have a motive to tell or deceive. And it's because at the end of the day, there's not actual facts. When you get past all the talk and me talking, just look at the actual facts. What facts do you have to support any of what KPD said or any of his interviews or in the book? When you look at this relevant timeline again, and you see the length of time, ask yourself, what facts do they have to even put KPD in a car in Las Vegas on September 7th, 1996? What facts? When you look at the video that happened at the MGM, look for them. Try to find them in there. Try to find any of the other individuals. Remember, he said there's 3 individuals in the car with him and Orlando Anderson. Orlando's in the video because he's getting beat up. Find any of those other individuals on the videos of the MGM. Look for evidence that shows that KPD was even in Las Vegas on the night of the fight. Receipts, credit cards, a picture of him standing next to somebody else, maybe watching the fight from another casino. Something. Maybe something. In the book, you're going to learn that Keefe says that he was at the fight. He was sitting on the second row. He was sitting with all the celebrities, and he's dressed in his finest gear. There's not one iota of proof that he was ever at that fight. But you know who does show an iota of proof that he was at the fight? Suge Knight. Suge Knight was raided, and at some point, there is a ticket stub to that fight, the Tyson versus Selden fight with Suge Knight's possession. Because he went to the fight. And you would think, a fight like this, you want to show everyone that you were at the fight. There's no evidence at all that man was even at the fight. When we take fact versus fiction, really at the end of the day, what you're going to hear from witnesses that will testify to this is that KPD was known to do this. That's the testimony you're going to hear in this case. That's what you're going to hear about that man right there. And so you have to ask yourself the question. If I just say things, is that going to end up being one of those things where I'm going to be hemmed up for a murder if I just keep repeating a fiction? If I keep repeating that? The answer is no. You have to corroborate everything I say in order for it to be true. Otherwise, it's just that. Or fiction. And at the end of all the time we spend together, what you're going to find is that the state cannot prove to you beyond reasonable doubt the claim that Keefe had anything to do with a first-degree murder with use of deadly weapon. There's no facts to that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders.
All right, he sure did make
Are
it.
you prepared to proceed with your case in chief, or did you need a brief break?
Just need a break to bring the evidence in, so maybe give the jury a few minutes.
Sure, we can do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time we are going to take a 15-minute break. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is finally submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 11 a.m. Please rise for the jury.
So as the jury steps out, defense has done a couple things here. They've basically challenged the state to prove it, which was always the state's burden. Saying, prove it. Yes, my client talks the big talk, but that's all it was just talk. You don't have any evidence that what he said is actually true. You're using his book as the evidence. And that's just a story, man. That's just my client telling stories, and that's what he did. He lied. So,
for the record, the jury has exited the room. Is there anything we need to address outside the presence?
Hang on.
Okay, you guys are just going to work on marking those exhibits so it goes a little smoother.
I was going to bring the box in. We've already given our list and it's marked.
Bring the box.
Grab the exhibits for the witnesses today.
Sounds good. All right. And then we'll give you about an hour. We'll return about an hour and 15 before we have the break.
We're still on the record, so everybody still needs to remain quiet.
I have to stop at 12:15.
No, I'm just saying, we may be done before 12.
Oh, God.
please be quiet, people. Sorry. All right. Let me do a quick cut here.
No, I'm just saying, we may be done before 12.
Oh, God.
All right. What the defense has done with their opening is basically either kill any possibility that KVD is going to take the stand.
Hush! Now I'm trying to have court. Don't raise your voice.
Or make it incredibly difficult for him to do that. It's you just went and told the jury that your client is a liar. There will be no believing of your client because of this. Luca, by the way, 32 months makes you an OG. Thank you very much. He's a liar who wants to get paid and insert himself or the actual person who committed this. Yeah, this is this is a tough position. You're now depending on the. You want the jury not to believe your client, right? You want the jury to say my client's a liar. He just does this. This is what he does. Apparently, if he takes a stand, he's going to do the same thing. And force the state to prove it. I mentioned this. Do they have any evidence that shows he was actually at the fight? Is there any video? Is there some? Can somebody pour through, the old video of the fight and find Keefe there on the second row? Because if he is there, he's screwed. But if he's not, the state has a tough burden to prove. I think we've seen the best of the video that we're going to get as far as video cameras go, and that was from casinos. Casinos were way ahead of their time when it came to security footage. Banks are like 20 years, 30 years behind casinos in security camera footage.
Hello?
Let's see. I don't know that Keefe can stop himself from taking the stand. He gave an interview right before jury selection. I don't know if we'll understand him if he takes the stand. He doesn't speak incredibly clearly. I can tell what he's saying, but he's not the most articulate of individuals. So the people in the front row were with the defense team. I believe so. I thought one of them was a photographer. He was there before, but interesting team he's got there. Very diverse, which is great. Keefe is not looking confident though. He's definitely a little bit nervous. I think there's a lot of shifting around and eyes all over the place and jumpiness. That's coming across from his behavior. They probably can't find anything. We're gonna hear from witnesses who. Man, that's gonna take us back to the. What was the antifreeze poisoning trial? Is it Mark Jensen or? Can't remember the guy's name. Where it was an old trial. It was a retrial, actually. It was a long way back, and the witnesses they called the witnesses. They're like, I don't remember. It's been so long, I just don't remember. We're going to have that between all the witnesses they would like to call that don't exist anymore in the living form. Have already gone to the internal buffet, and people who just don't remember. It's gonna be difficult for the state to get this testimony in. I want Keefe to take the stand. I do as well. It would be great. Puff, why don't they call him P. Diddy? Why Sean Coombs? Why do they have different titles? Can you give us subtitles for Keefe? It's just garbled. That's all it is. Katie, thank you for letting us know. Katie's dad's getting an MRI on his brain to make sure the melanoma, melangioma. I don't know if it's melanoma or not. I think it's melanoma. Hasn't tried to come back. Can you keep him in your thoughts and prayers? He's not showing signs, but it's still nerve-wracking. Sure will do. Thank you, Katie, for asking. Appreciate that. It's all trust me, bro. Trust me, bro, I'm a liar. Did we say we have a Vegas insider? Do an interpretive dance when we don't understand? I think it's pretty clear right now. Objection, Your Honor, says, should I head down to the courthouse? I live in Vegas. It's going to be difficult to get in. We haven't seen a lot of the courtroom yet, but it's going to be difficult to get in, so be careful and plan ahead. John, I'm thinking of the guy who drew all the pictures of inappropriate stuff as well. That trial was the same. We had like 48 hours or something video from a long time ago in that trial. It's the one where we got this soundbite.
Your son
just smeared feces all over my bathroom.
We got that soundbite from it. Was it Mark Jensen? It was Mark Jensen. That's the one. Another old case. So
I'm not a camel.
all seems circumstantial. I'd be surprised if the state, right at this point, I'd be surprised if the state's able to prove this. I don't think the books are going to be proven to be true. To get the books to be proven to be true, we have to have details in those books, in those accounts, that provide information that would only be available to someone who was there on the scene. Like protected information. And this information, what's the circus with the cops who not trusting each other in LA? Who's corrupt? Is it LA? Is it, they're sending fake guns over, trying to see if the leak gets out, or who the leak is, the fake mole. They're sending fake evidence back and forth between each other. That is just nuts. At what point do you trust or not trust the evidence itself? Am I short today? No, I appear taller. See if we can fix it. That's good. I got shorter. All right. He's saying it's ghost written, so it was somebody else. Baylor Bird, we had the discussion a little bit. It's a tiny bit crooked. 1.5 degrees maybe. I think it's the camera because the lines themselves are. Let's see. If I move me, we're going to use my picture as a square, okay? So I'm gonna make me just a little bit bigger and line it up right here. Notice how the bottom connects with the white line before the top? That means the camera's crooked. So I think the seal is in line with the wall. Of is never going to be in the top center. It shouldn't be in the top center because just you look at the number of characters there. It's always going to be crooked. Where's our word counter? I was giving up on the word counter. Oh my goodness, we have 31 on it. I gave up. No one was counting with me. So unless you got more, let me know. I counted every time we had gang names, gang, or those sort of things in there. But it was a lot. I can fix it in post, but not live. I don't have a way to rotate it live without introducing a lengthy delay. GP Soul. Sidebar, probate hearing today for Reiner to get trust money not received at allocated age. A couple years ago, I believe. If you hear news on this, can you share? I have not. I'm not even up to speed on that at all, but let me know. Where are you from? I'm in North Carolina, in Greenville, North Carolina. But I hail from the Intermountain West. Utah, Nevada, Colorado. That was my sales area in my last. What was my last career before I went to school? Yeah, that was my last career before I went back to college to get a degree in electronic media communications. You see the top side of the face and not the rest of your face. Loves True Crimes, you might be zoomed in on the picture. You might have to zoom out. Are you covering the whole trial? Yes, we are. Gavel to gavel, all of it, the entire thing. Do you ski? I do not. I tried one time and nearly twisted my legs off at the knees. It was terrible and it hurt a lot. And I still have nightmares about it. Snowboard, though. I can snowboard a little bit in powder. I can fix it. I just twist my monitor a little bit. Yeah, if you just tilt your head, it's all better. The hearing has been continued until October. Maybe that helps. Thank you very much, Tomoto Troy, for researching that one. Trust money. All right, the judge giving a 15-minute break. I'm wondering if this is going to be a sign of what we have to come throughout this court case. A 15-minute break between openings and the first witness seems excessive. 2 minutes remaining. Do I have any pets? No. Well, yes. We have an outdoor cat that we share with our neighbors. His name is Kiki. Meaning it's not our cat, but he likes to come over here. My kids like it. He asked what you're recovering from. A couple of things. I am addicted to metal detecting, so I am a recovery addict. I'm addicted to recovering artifacts from the ground. I also have a personal story of addiction with computer gaming that nearly cost me everything. I was addicted to playing games, namely World of Warcraft, on the PC. When did you get your degree? Just got my grad degree at 46. It's been 10, 15 years. It's been a while, maybe even 20. Holy smokes. I don't remember what year I graduated. Let's see. Old Time Gamer, thanks for gifting a membership. Shelly Small also gifted 5 memberships. Appreciate your generosity there. State has an uphill battle. They do. This is going to be a tough one. It sat for 30 years, and it sounds like they have no additional information. And if the defense is right, saying, you should have verified that this was true, gone out and when you had a chance before that, the third person passed away who was supposedly in this vehicle, and you didn't. Now who do you have? You've only got Keefe D at his word. You can't verify it with the same person who said it. What are you going to do? I wonder how they're going to try to convince us that this is that they have enough evidence now after 30 years when nothing has changed, really nothing. What happens to the Airbnb when I move? We sell it as well. It's part of the property. It's a permitted accessory dwelling licensed for short-term rentals. So it goes with the house. Got my bachelor's 14 years ago. That's awesome, baby shark. Sharkay. Our neighborhood shares a cat. It spends 10 to 15 minutes on our picnic table each night and eats at all my neighbors' homes. It's spoiled, but no one knows where it lives. This is basically what we have. Seating arrangements are being argued over in court as we're ready to come back right now. Stack says Keefe D is going to go down for this, in my opinion. Do I have a moving timeline? I don't even have a place to move to yet, so no. Yeah, I need to sort that out first. We're still looking. So I'm so 50-50 after closing arguments now. Mustard, we'll see what happens with the witnesses as they start testifying. We need somebody to put
On
Keefe
record
D
in
at the
State
scene.
versus Davis. Anything we need to address before bringing the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring him in.
It actually looks a lot better than mine. Oh, this is Rufino's. Oh, no, that's not good. Yeah, you don't want
I can't tell what the courtroom seating situation looks, but it looks fairly full from this angle.
That's Rufino's bowling box there, man, which is why the cops are in the garage. That's the same person built it. No, it's Rufino in the corner. Dan Ford, Dick Rufino. Oh, okay. Different guy. The handwriting on him. Yeah, well, I guess maybe they get taught how to do that. Yeah, it's like almost a test. Yeah, see, that's Rufino. Architect. All right. He goes off and processes the stolen Dodge Caravan. I see. Thank you. Hey, 30 years later, we'll figure out the facts. Don't worry. We'll get there. Facts.
Little hot mic comments.
What a really fast. What a really fast.
Have a jury.
Here's the jury.
The party stipulates to the presence of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. All right, state, you may call your first witness.
Gary Dale.
So I heard Gary Dale. It's funny that everyone drinking the energy drinks in court.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated.
Some of these people may have been retired for longer than they were active in police.
First name is Gary, Garry. Last name is Dale, Dale.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Duane, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, back in September of 1996, how were you employed?
I was working for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department at that time.
And how long did you wind up working for Metro?
25 years total.
Yeah, so he's been
September
retired
7th
longer
of
than worked there.
1996, what was your assignment?
I was assigned to a bike team on bicycles on the Strip, Las Vegas Strip area.
Is the uniform similar to the ones they have today where you're wearing the yellow shirts, or were you wearing something different?
Yellow shirts and black pants.
Direct your attention to
Short shorts.
right around 11 p.m. What part of the Strip were you working?
I was working the a little bit further south end, south of Flamingo.
Did you have a partner?
Yes, I did.
What was his name?
Richard Golgart.
Get it turned up here.
While you were working on that area of the Strip, did you cause there to be some sort of car stop of a vehicle?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was the purpose of stopping this vehicle?
I initiated a car stop on a black BMW that had no license plates.
May I approach the judge?
You may.
First, I'm going to show you what the American State's proposed exhibits 1 and 2. Now, there's some obvious markings on here, but these appear to be two aerials of the Las Vegas Valley from generally around the time period of the 2096 area.
Yes, sir.
Accurately reflect kind of the locations that they're describing on there. Flamingo, Harmon.
Yes.
Move to admit 1 and 2, Judge.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
We're going to see
You may
some
publish.
old maps here.
I'm going to start with exhibit number 1. And right next to you, don't click it, but there is a mouse that you can roll around with a pointer. Can you generally tell me where this car stop occurred?
There's Flamingo and Koval.
It won't work because you're doing it off of your computer.
I have it plugged in. It works.
There it goes.
So it will work.
Trying to wrap around the boulevard here.
Why is it already pre-marked?
So if I told you that red dot's Harmon and Flamingo, or sorry, Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard.
Yes, sir. A car stop was right around, I believe it was right around this area.
So just south of Flamingo on Las Vegas Boulevard.
Yes.
When you approached the vehicle, did you recognize the occupants?
No, I did not.
Why did you stop this vehicle?
It had no license plate on the back.
When you approached the vehicle, did the occupants communicate with you?
Yes.
And did you, at that point, did you learn their identity?
They told me who they were, but just as identifying them, not.
Did you know them?
No, I didn't.
They told you their names?
They told us their names because we asked them their names, but I didn't know them. I had no knowledge of them before that. We ID'd them.
As you sit here today, do you recall who they were?
Yeah, Tupac, Shakur, and Marion Knight.
May I approach?
You may.
Showing you grand jury exhibit number 3. Is that how the two of them appeared to look that evening when you approached them?
Yes.
In particular, Mr. Shakur is wearing or has on a very large gold necklace.
Yes.
Did you talk to him about that necklace?
Yeah, we talked to him for a few minutes out there, and I just remarked to him, "Wow, man, that's a huge piece of gold," or something like that he had around his neck.
Would you describe your interaction with them as congenial?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask them about the license plate, why their vehicle had no license plate?
Yes, I did.
And what was the response?
They stated that they were filming a video, so they had taken the license plate off because they were filming a video going up and down the strip.
Move to admit 3, Judge.
Any objection?
And you bought that story?
I'm sorry. No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
And this large gold medallion is what we're talking about, correct?
Yes, sir.
How did that interaction with Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur end?
We told them that they were going to have to put the plate back on their car, and we warned them and released them.
Did you remain down on the strip, in the strip area after they left that car stop?
Yes, sir.
We'll fast forward about, let's say, 10 minutes later, something unusual happened. What happened?
We were continuing riding on the strip area. We were heading southbound on the boulevard, and we heard some calls come out about a vehicle. Can't remember exactly what was said, but heading up towards Harmon, we saw the vehicle that had been described in the median of the road. It looked like it had run up on the median and was stopped there
median?
in the middle of the boulevard.
The median?
What do you do when you see that?
We approached the vehicle.
Is it you and Mr. Goldgart, or Officer
yes,
Goldgart?
Officer Goldgart and I.
And do you see either of the two people that you saw earlier in the vehicle?
Yes.
And who is that?
Marion Knight was outside of the vehicle, walking around, talking, and Tupac Shakur was being removed by EMS people.
As Marion Knight is talking, do you recall anything he's saying?
He was telling us to take care of Tupac Shakur. He had Marion Knight had a chunk of shrapnel or something in his head. He was bleeding, and when I went to talk to him, he was adamant that we needed to go and care for Mr. Shakur.
Did you then go to Mr. Shakur?
Yes, I did.
And then what do you do? What's your responsibility as it relates to Mr. Shakur as the EMT's working on?
I was trying to talk to him to find out what had happened. Excuse me, gather information to see who had fired at them.
Did you wind up riding anywhere with Mr. Shakur?
Yes, I rode to the hospital in the ambulance with him.
During that time period, between the time you get to Mr. Shakur and the time period he gets taken into the hospital, are you able to have any sort of communication with Mr. Shakur?
He was still talking, and I was trying to convince him to tell me the name of whoever his assailants were.
And did he ever respond?
Yes, he responded, no, we'll take care of it. So, something like that.
No, we'll
take care of it, something like that.
And that's the only thing you were able to gather from Mr. Shakur?
Yeah, I couldn't get him to talk to me any further than that. That was repeated a couple of times.
I'm going to approach with a few photographs. Obviously, when an incident, well, let me back up. When an incident like this happens, there's first responders, but then there is detectives, crime scene analysts, everybody who's called out. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Showing you what's been marked as grand jury exhibit number 4. You recognize the individual who appears to be inside of that vehicle at that time?
Dan Ford.
Do you know what he did for Metro?
At the time, he was a detective. I was not there when that photograph was taken. But at the time, he was a detective. I'm not sure what he was, homicide or general assignment or...
Could he be a crime scene analyst?
Crime scene analyst, CSI.
Okay. And then I'm just going to show you a few other pictures of the vehicle itself. Showing you state's proposed exhibits 5 through 8. Just flip through those.
Surprised these aren't Polaroid pictures.
That
They're
other
old ones.
vehicle appeared to you when you first arrived on scene, obviously without people in it.
Right, on the scene of the, where it stopped in the middle of Harmon Boulevard.
Move to admit 5 through 8.
Any objection, Mr. Sant?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted, you may publish.
And then finally, while you were at UMC, did you collect some personal items off Mr. Shakur?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as state proposed exhibit number 33. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
That's the objects I removed from Tupac Shakur. I impounded those into evidence. There should be a property report for those.
Let's talk about that large gold chain we see in that photograph right there. The second time you came across Mr. Shakur, was he wearing that gold chain that's around his neck?
No.
And so you weren't able to recover that from him at the hospital?
No.
So somebody grabbed it?
Judge, I'm just going to put up a few of these photographs.
Okay. Experts letting you know that 4 was not admitted.
Move to admit 4.
Any objection, Mr. Sant?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
Showing you 4. That's Mr. Ford appearing like he's inside that vehicle.
Okay.
5. That's the front of the vehicle. Yes?
Yes.
Sorry, she's typing down everything, so you got to answer yes or no.
Apologies.
That's the rear of the vehicle without the license plate still?
Yes.
Number 8 is the driver's side of the vehicle.
Yes.
And, oops.
Oh, we're seeing blood.
Mr. DeJacmo,
Right now I
33
put the
also
wrong
not
one up.
admitted. Okay. Which John?
There's a radio in there.
7. That is what the passenger side of that vehicle looked like.
Yes.
Shot right through the doors. Doors won't stop a
Finally,
bullet
for you,
unless they're
33.
specialized.
Those are the items you were collected off Mr. Shakur at the hospital.
A little
Yes.
cash, some Newports.
But Mr. Samt has requested, and I've agreed to also offer Dan Ford's CSA report, as Mr. Ford is not physically capable of coming to court to testify.
So that'll be admitted via stipulation?
Yes.
What exhibit did you want it to be?
I guess we should just make it next in order, which I believe is 143.
All right, that'll be admitted via stipulation as 143.
Thank you, Honor.
No problem. I think 33 has been withdrawn. They have not been front of it.
And based upon that agreement,
This is 33. 33 is also not admitted.
move to admit 33.
Any objection?
No objection here.
So admitted.
And based on that agreement that we've reached with Mr. Sampt, I believe he has no objection to the rest of Mr. Ford's crime scene photographs at this particular scene, which is state's proposed exhibits 9 through 32.
That is correct, Honor.
All right, 9 through 32 will be admitted via stipulation. You may publish.
I'll pass the witnesses.
Okay.
Short witness tells what he remembers. It was 30 years ago. This is all right. How you doing? Let's see how defense handles this. They need to hammer these same points over and over.
And you are Mr. Gale.
Yes. Any evidence that Keefe D was there?
Well, welcome back to the courtroom.
Thanks.
Thanks.
So let me ask you this. So how long had you been working for Metro until you retired, basically?
Like 13 years.
I see. And at the time when you were on the bicycle on September 7th, 1996, how long had you been working for Metro at that point?
Yeah, I thought that's what you asked to begin with.
Oh.
I started in '83, so it would have been right around 13 years.
I see. And obviously, when you are first a police officer, you go through an academy before you become an actual police officer.
Yes, sir.
And you learn skills and techniques and things to help you become a successful police officer.
Yes.
One of those things I would imagine would be writing reports.
Yes.
Now, fair to say, though, in this particular case, what you had seen, or what you had done was basically you saw a license plate that wasn't on a vehicle, you stopped them, you asked for their ID, and at some point you just allowed them to continue on their way.
Yes.
So there was no need to write a report about that?
No.
Okay. Did you write a report with regards to that stop?
No.
Okay. Now, when you were present at the scene and you saw the vehicle stop, do you know if any other vehicles were behind it?
No, I did not see any other vehicles behind it, so I don't know.
So there wasn't like a caravan or a line of vehicles behind the black BMW when you stopped the BMW?
No.
Can you describe for us a little bit about what the area was like on the night of September 7th, 1996?
It was a pretty average night for the Strip as far as the amount of traffic flowing and things like that. Not particularly crowded or packed or anything like that. The area we stopped them in had some lighting, but it wasn't like right in front of a hotel or something that cast a lot of lighting on the area or anything like that. But,
I see.
you know, nothing out of the ordinary.
So there was nothing out of the ordinary as to that particular date and time in terms of any special events going on in Las Vegas at that particular time?
I'm sorry, there was always something going on the Strip. So
Vegas is a busy place.
I heard that things were going on that night, but I was really aware of them.
Were you ever aware that on that particular night there was a championship boxing match between Mike Tyson and Bruce Seldon that was being held at the MGM?
Yes.
All right. And I would venture to say that that would be something that would have been briefed to all the police officers prior to you going on your shift for that night.
No, we didn't really talk about it.
That was just a regular
And then with
regular
regards
Friday.
to the amount of traffic, you're saying that even though this championship fight had taken place, in your opinion, there wasn't a lot of traffic on the Strip?
Not more than ordinary.
Okay. And when you say not more than ordinary, can you describe for us what that means exactly?
So the Strip is always pretty crowded, or was at that time. So, that's why they had us out there on bicycles. It's because we could get in between in and out of cars. So I guess when we conducted the car stop, there was enough traffic that we felt comfortable that he was going to have to stop and pull over, they wouldn't be able to just take off on us.
Right.
And that's the best description I have. That's why we rode bikes out there. So, but there was always traffic in that area. So it's always congested over there.
Okay, and that's probably the best way to put it, right? It's still congested for Las Vegas.
Yes.
But it's normal for Las Vegas to
Yes.
be congested.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it wasn't like, for instance, I don't know if you were around Las Vegas in 2020 when you could just take your bicycle and just ride down Las Vegas Boulevard with like no one around, right? It's not that kind
Right,
of
it's not like that.
All right. And when you say congested, meaning that cars could not go very fast because there's always cars around in that area.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, your testimony was that you had arrived on scene, and then at some point you're actually in the ambulance with Mr. Shakur.
Yes.
Being transported to the hospital.
Yes.
And the hospital you were going to was UMC?
It was UMC.
Okay. Now, when a police officer first arrives on scene, is that police officer considered to be the primary officer until such time as they are relieved of that duty?
Ordinarily, yes.
Were you the primary officer at that particular scene? Were you the first officer on arrival?
I don't really remember. There were so many of us that showed up like at right around the same time. There's just a lot of officers showed up there pretty quickly.
Right. Now, I mean, you have a pretty clear memory of this. Did you review any records or have any meetings with the district attorney's office prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, I did. I reviewed the records.
Okay. And once again, you do that so it'll help you refresh your recollection as to what occurred 30 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Even though this might be something that's unusual, right? You have a celebrity who's shot on the strip, you still have to refresh your recollection in order for you to remember things.
Some of it, yes.
Yeah. And once again, you're doing that so you make sure that for this jury that you're accurate about what you recall 30 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, you were shown a map, and I'm going to show you again here. This is State's Exhibit number 1. See this?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me, this map, do you know if this map was the actual map in 1996 of the Las Vegas area?
No.
You're smiling.
It's just a long time ago. It changes so much down there.
Yeah. So we know that this is a map of Las Vegas.
Yes.
But you cannot tell us, for instance, if this is 1996.
No, I cannot tell you
Okay. So, for instance, on the top over here, this doesn't look like the Sphere, does it?
No.
Does it?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And then down over here, does this look like T-Mobile or anything like that, as far as you can tell?
No.
I'm not familiar enough with
Now,
Vegas to
and
know.
once again, I just want to make sure I'm clear for the jury. This particular map, as it sits here right now, as it's here, for instance, we have what looks like down here at the bottom. I'm pointing where the MGM label is right here. Do these look like walk bridges over the streets?
I can't really tell.
They sort of look that way.
Scroll here real quick.
Enhance. Zoom in.
Does that help you?
When were those
Yeah, they
built?
do look like walkways.
And fair to say that those walk bridges in 1996, people were still walking on the streets crossing like pedestrian crosswalks, right?
I'm trying to recall. I couldn't honestly recall. I remember them taking the crosswalks out and putting those walkways in.
Right.
I remember when they did that, but I don't remember the year they did it.
And once again, I'm not trying to, it's not a catch-a moment.
No, I
I'm not trying to
understand.
get you
Yeah, I
something.
understand what you're saying. I don't want to say something that I can't be sure of, but I remember when I was down there working, they no longer allow traffic to cross on foot across the strip because of all of the accidents that we had. So they put those walkways in when I was still working.
Right. Okay. Now, and just finally here, with regards to the when you're riding on the strip and you're riding with your with the other person that's with you, you said at some point you were made aware that there was a shooting that had occurred, and the radio traffic indicated that the vehicle you had stopped was potentially the vehicle that was being involved. Remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us just really quickly here, based upon State's Exhibit number 1, and once again, we're not looking at it in terms of an accurate 1996 view, but just in terms of the streets. Can you tell us where you were at when you took off to wherever the vehicle was? And I'll just pull that here real quick so you can.
Thank you. Sure. I couldn't really tell you where we were because my memory serves me, it was called out right around the same time as we were rolling up on that vehicle.
Okay.
There was shots fired call and vehicles involved, and then we rolled up and saw that vehicle in the middle of Harmon.
And when you rolled up and you saw the vehicle, can you tell us other vehicles that were behind that vehicle? Were there any other, like vehicles in an entourage behind the black vehicle?
There were several vehicles stopped all over the strip. It was cluttered with cars, so I couldn't tell you if they were with them or not.
Sure. Did other police officers aid in terms of securing the scene and making sure that anything of evidentiary value was going to be kept in that area?
Yes.
Because I would imagine it wasn't just you by yourself.
Right.
Your partner, other officers arriving on scene would have started to help as a team.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect examination, Mr. DeJochno?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you have any questions for this witness? If you do, please raise your hand and I'll walk you through the process.
We get
Seeing
questions.
no hands, thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Dale. You are excused.
Thank you.
Raise your hand next time. We have questions.
State may call their next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Ingrid Stokes.
Ingrid Stokes. We love jury questions. I think it's funny that the police on bicycles stopped a car.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Ingrid Stokes, INGRIDSTOKES.
Thank you, ma'am. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Paul, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Stokes.
Good morning.
Back in 1996, did you have a different last name?
It was Johnson.
Okay, so you went by Ingrid Johnson back then? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Did you come to Las Vegas on the weekend of September 7th, 1996?
Yes.
Who'd you come with?
My best friend and some girlfriends.
Okay, can you tell me who they were?
Shalane, Tanisha, and Lauren.
And why'd you come to Las Vegas that weekend?
Well, when you live in LA, you go to Vegas all the time. It's just a party city. So we decided to go for the weekend. We were all off work. And so we went to come hang out, have fun.
And were you aware, okay, well, first let me take a step back. So you guys were living in LA at the time?
Yes.
What part of LA?
I may have been living at my dad's, which is Carson.
Okay. And then and you came out for the purposes to party. Were you aware that there was a Mike Tyson fight that weekend?
Yes, that's one of the reasons. There was always a Mike Tyson fight. But we were coming because my friend knew one of the managers or coaches, I forget what they're called. And we had planned on going to the fight.
Did you end up going to the fight?
No.
What happened?
4 women in the bathroom did not work. We took too long. We missed the fight completely.
And so, where were you staying that night?
I believe we were at the Lexor or the Rio, but I think it was the Lexor.
The Lexor or the Rio?
And then, did you ever actually make it to the MGM where the fight was?
We made it to the let out, is what I call it, because the fight was already over, so everyone was kind of hanging out. So we went to see what was going on for the night.
And did you hang out there for a while?
I don't remember, but it would have been enough time to run into a few friends and say hello and hang out, and maybe drink or two, maybe.
So, what did you do after hanging out at the MGM Grand?
Well, we had met one of my friends, and they had mentioned there was somewhere they were going to go. So we decided, okay, we'll go there first and see what's happening before we decide, where we're going to end the night. So we all got back in our car, the rented car we took from LA, and drove.
And do you recall what kind of car that was?
It was a convertible Supreme.
And did all four of you go into the car?
Yes, all four of us were in the car.
And what happened once you guys started driving?
That's a loaded question. A lot happened. We got in the car. I believe we left the MGM parking lot, and then we went to the main street, Las Vegas Boulevard, I guess. And we were driving, and I believe we were, I don't know, about 10 minutes after leaving the parking lot, and then we ran into Suge and Tupac in the car.
Is she going to say that Keefe D was there?
When you say you ran into them, what'd that look like?
Well, we were driving, hanging out in a convertible, and my girlfriend Lauren at the time, she knew Suge, and she told us, "Hey, there's Suge. Pull up next to him. I'm going to ask them what they're doing." And so Shalane was the driver, and she slowed up close to me.
And so you said Shalane was the driver.
Yes.
Where were you seated?
I was a passenger in front.
In the front passenger? So Shalane's driving, you're in the front passenger, and the other two women are in the back seat?
Yeah, Tanisha's behind me, and then Lauren is behind the driver.
After all these years, you still remember that, huh?
Well, yeah. Some things you don't forget. That one you forget.
And so then when you start driving, when you see Suge and your friend starts talking to Suge, what happens?
They were talking, and she was like, "What's going on? What's happening?" We look over initially, we pull up to the car, and we kind of nod or say hello, that kind of thing. But we were in our own little world. While she was talking to him, he said, "Hey, we're all going to the club. Why don't you follow us? Get behind us. You can go with us." And so that was decided we'll go there first and see what's happening before we go anywhere else.
So do you follow, do you remember who's driving and who's in the passenger side?
Suge was driving and Tupac was in the passenger seat.
All right. I believe State's Exhibit 3 has already been admitted. We're going to publish that. Is this kind of the way they look that night?
Yeah, that was just like this.
And so, you decided to follow Suge and Tupac to the club?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
That's okay. And so, do you recall the name of that club?
It was an area code, so I remember it was 662 or 702, but now I know it's 662.
And then what did you do? Did you guys start driving over to Club
We got behind them and we start driving down the Las Vegas Strip. And it was weird because there was a car behind us and they kept going around us trying to get in front of us. It happened quite often. It was really annoying. We didn't understand what was going on. And then at one point we were getting ready to turn to go on the main street. I guess Flamingo was on. Or Flamingo, I think is what it's called. When we turned that way, I was like, what the heck's going on? People keep getting in front of us. I know how to get to the club. Let's figure out our own way. I can drive and we can meet them up there. And so our plan was to get out from behind them.
So you were confused about the way the cars were moving?
Yeah, I didn't understand. In hindsight, I know now, but I didn't understand there was entourage. I just thought, they were going to a club. We didn't think about it.
And then at some point on Flamingo, do you stop at a light?
Yeah, so when we get close to the light, I tell Shalane, pull over, I'll drive. I know where I'm going. I've been there before. So we pull from around them, and then we stop at the light, and
before, that's my fault, not yours. So before, when you guys are stopped at the light, where is your car relative to Suge Knight's and Tupac Shakur's car?
So I believe there was 4 lanes, a turning lane, the lane next to it, the middle, and then there was one for like the outside lane. So they were on the 3rd lane, I believe, and when we got off the lane behind them, we got out and we went past, and I think we were a car or 2 on the 2nd lane from the light.
And so were you behind or in front of Suge Knight's car?
We were in front.
So you're in the lane next over, a car, or maybe 2 in front.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's a very clear
while
memory.
While you're waiting
for
at that
30
light,
years
does
later.
anything happen?
Well, me and Shalane were going to change seats. I was going to drive. I'm the more aggressive driver. And after what, she was nervous with them coming back in front of us so much. So me and Shalane were literally head down, taking our seatbelts off when we heard the gunshots, when all hell broke loose.
And to be fair, you didn't see those gunshots.
No.
And then what do you do when you hear the gunshots?
I freak out. And I scream, what the hell? I said, what the hell? And then Shalane is kind of half up, half down, and so I grab her head to bring her down. And I was like, what the hell is going on? And then she has her hand on the wheel, but she's like frozen. And so I don't remember how many gunshots there were, honestly. But I know I put the car in drive, and I told her to get the hell out of there and drive. And so I may even grab the wheel. Like I said, I'm very aggressive. And from that, she tried to drive off.
And then, did you see the color of the vehicle?
Yeah, so we almost hit the car. When we were trying to drive off, there was a car in that last lane, that was the turning lane, and it was a white four-door. Can't tell you what kind, but I just know it was like white-ish. And we almost hit it. We were trying to get away.
Were you trying to pursue the white car?
Hell no. Just want to get away.
And then where did you guys go? Did you turn off? Did you follow them turning off? Or?
We turned off. We turned the only way you could turn because it was a red light, which was down that first street past. And then when we turned right, we were just driving fast. There still might have been gunshots. I can't speak for anyone else in the car, but it was a lot going on. There was a lot of adrenaline. And then the first street we saw that was on the left, I was like, turn left. And we just turned down a random street that had like apartments on it.
Now, it's fair to say you didn't see who was in the car, right?
No, didn't look.
But did you go back to where the shooting occurred?
Yes, I did.
Were you nervous about talking about what happened?
I didn't think I had anything valuable to say, to be honest. So I wasn't nervous initially because I just was like, we came back because when we wanted to know what happened. Because we left, so we didn't know. We didn't look around. We didn't see anything. We just left. And so when we came back, we saw there were a lot of police presence. And I wasn't a big fan of the police at the time, so it's not like I wanted to stop and talk to them and offer my help, but I also wanted to make sure if I could help, I would help. So when we went back, we told the officers we had been there when something happened, what happened when we left. And so he made us stop the car and get out the car. The police officer made us sit on the ground on the sidewalk in front of everybody. Cars are still, I think, may have been passing. So it was kind of an odd situation where they were like kind of rude to us, and then they're treating us like we're suspects. We really didn't know what happened though. And so they said, well, we need you guys, eyewitnesses, we need you guys to come downtown or in a van for you guys to come, and had us sit there. I kept asking a lot of questions, but no answers.
Now, I noticed some of your friends aren't going to be here. Is there this fear about talking in this kind of case?
Absolutely, yes.
Why is that?
Snitches get ditches, I'm saying. Not the coolest, but talking to police is not a thing we do in our culture anywhere in LA. It's not a normal thing. So there was that, especially in the 90s and 80s.
Because all the cops are crooked.
There was multiple reasons why. But I didn't see anything, so I was kind of limbo. I didn't see anything. I didn't think I'd be beneficial. And then, I don't know, I was going to offer some assistance, what I could, because I may have had more memory back then. I may have heard the number of gunshots. I may have had, more. But the police treat us so bad that I just we start shutting down, because we're like, if someone did it, they could come by and sitting on the ground. They can see we're sitting here telling people, even though we're not saying anything. So this was a really bad situation.
And is it fair to say that that was something that also would scare you, is that if somebody was seeing you talk?
Absolutely.
Objection, Honor, for leading.
What's your response, Mr. Paul?
I'm just following up on her question. That she's going to lay the foundation too.
It was leading,
I'll
though.
sustain if you could rephrase.
Okay. Is it fair or unfair to say that you are concerned about people seeing you talking to police?
Yes.
All right. No further questions, please.
Cross-examination, Mr. Sam.
Thank you, Honor. Hi, Mr.
Hi.
Obviously, I would imagine you've never testified before about this particular situation.
No, I was in the grand jury.
Okay, so you were at the grand jury. And with regards to your testimony, when you were in front of the grand jury, did you meet with the district attorney's office prior to giving that testimony to the grand jury?
Not except outside the door when I got to the courthouse. Okay. I mean, the door of the grand jury.
I see. And with regards to that testimony, did you review any documents, records, anything like that in preparation for your testimony in front of the grand jury?
No.
All right. Now, asking you again for today, did you review any documents in preparation for your testimony here in front of this jury?
I looked at the grand jury testimony that I said, but other than that, no.
Okay. Now, when this thing had occurred, I would imagine it would have been a very traumatic experience for you.
Yes.
And at some point you go back to LA.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
That's all right. It's just for the record. When you go back to LA, did you ever just sort of keep on top of it, like in terms of like articles that would come out in magazines, anything like that at all?
No, we didn't talk about that night for decades. We didn't talk about it.
Okay. Now, did you ever at any point capture what you had remembered in a journal or anything like that?
I did a documentary, a couple of documentaries. Yes, years, like 20 years later.
I see. And in preparation for those documentaries, what did you use to refresh your recollection back then?
Talk to my girlfriend. More talk and try to remember pieces that I could.
Right. And your girlfriend was also present in the Sebring when it happened?
Yes,
as well?
she was driving.
I see.
That's right.
Now, just to describe us a little bit that night, you're driving in a convertible Sebring.
Yes.
And I'd assume that the top was probably down.
The top was down. Yes.
Okay. And the weather that night, was it raining?
No.
Can you describe for the jury what the weather was like that night?
It was Vegas in September. It
raining.
probably, I'd be guessing, but I know what it wasn't. It wasn't raining. It could have been a cloud in the sky, but I wouldn't remember that. I just know it wasn't bad.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. We didn't have any jackets. We had designer clothes. That's why I was mad I had to sit on the curb. But no, it was a nice, cool evening, so I would probably say in the 80s, 70s, 80s. I have no idea.
All right. But obviously, among the four girls, no jackets or anything that would indicate that it was cold that night.
Yes, no.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, your testimony was that you had pulled up alongside Suge Knight's vehicle at some point.
Yes.
Now, I noticed that you weren't given a map. Did you ever have an opportunity to kind of envision exactly where this had occurred?
I didn't forget that part.
Okay. If I were to show you a map, would you be able to point out for us exactly?
As much as I can, yes, absolutely.
Sure. I'm going to show you what's been marked in there as State's Exhibit number 1.
It's the same map, I think.
And just for the record, I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 1. It's just an overview of Las Vegas. Does that help you at all?
No, not really, but I see the streets. It's what I thought. I'm assuming the red dot is Vegas Boulevard.
And when you say red dot, there's a mouse that's right there in front of you. You could use that to sort of move that mouse over to where... No, that doesn't do that.
I can point it, but...
Now, let me do this.
When you're on our computer, can you do that?
This doesn't be our...
You can point it.
All right, so would this be... I'm using my Sharpie. That's the dot.
Yes.
Okay, so yes, that would be Las Vegas Boulevard. Now I'm going to point over here. Do you recognize this particular area?
Yeah, that's where it happened.
Okay, and I'm pointing now, once again for the record, Flamingo, and it looks like this would be Koval?
Koval, that sounds about right.
Now, you were describing for us a little bit about where the cars were. If I were to give you a piece of paper, can you draw for us just a little bit better so we can have a better view?
I can try.
Okay. Young man approach.
Can you draw for us? Let's see how her artwork skills are. It's been a while since we've had a witness draw a picture for us.
And what am I drawing exactly?
Thinking back to the Gwyneth Paltrow case.
Where, on that night, where Koval was. And just for the record, you're writing Koval. Is it for the horizontal line or the vertical line?
It is the horizontal line.
Okay. So that's Koval. And then can you draw for us where Suge's vehicle was when you pulled up to it?
We were behind it.
Okay.
So it would have been, I'm just going to make lanes and don't quote me. I could be off by one, of course. So I'll say this was Suge and we were behind. So this was, I'm going to put I for me. And then we moved and went right here. So this is where we end up parking. I'm not parking, but stopping at the red light.
That's fine. And just for the record, you have made a mark that looks like an S, and I would assume that would be for Suge's vehicle?
Yes.
And then there's another I, it looks like right there, and that would be for your vehicle.
Yes.
And then you have an arrow pointing to the next lane over where the I is now at.
Yes, that's where it ended.
Okay, great. And then when the shots, when you're I guess, trying to change seats. Can you tell us where you were at that particular point?
You mean in the car? Or?
Well, not in the car, but where the car was.
It was here when the shots happened.
Okay.
And when we were trying to flee, we were trying to get in this lane to go around to get the turn.
I see.
And that's what we ended up doing eventually.
I see. So when the shots were fired, you were still in that eye.
The eye, yes.
And then you pulled off onto Coble.
Yes.
Okay. Now this this area right here, what is this? What street is that?
What do you mean? This Flamingo? No, is this Flamingo, I'm assuming? I'm guessing. Like I said, I'm bad at direction on places I still go today.
That's right.
And then here was like a gas station or something right there. And then here was where we turned off right, which is where that first left was. So I don't know the name of the streets or anything.
No problem. I'm going to show this. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. All right.
Can you show us?
Your Honor, if I could have this marked as defense exhibit, opposed defense exhibit A.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
And move for admission.
Any objection to its admission?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so admitted.
Now you have to walk through that with us being able to see what she drew.
Did you want to publish?
I would like to publish it.
Okay, feel free.
Thank you.
Surprised the state didn't get up there and watch her draw that.
Now,
so
I've
they
shown
could
you what's been marked and admitted now as defense exhibit A.
have to unembiggen. There we go.
All right. And I will just explain this for the jury again. So where you have Coble is actually the street Coble. Is that right?
Yes.
And you have Flamingo, which would be the other street that's going vertical down the defense exhibit A.
Yes.
So rotated 90
And then
degrees.
on the corner, it would be one of the corners. There's a gas station.
Yes.
Now over here, this S, that would be what you would call a Suge Knight's vehicle.
Yes.
And you were directly behind that vehicle at some point.
Yes.
And you pulled up, and that's the arrow pointing up to the next lane over, and that's where you were at, right next to Suge's vehicle.
In front of, not next to. That's why it's a little above.
I see. So you're slightly in front of Suge's vehicle. Was there another vehicle over here in front of Suge's vehicle?
I'm assuming yes, because we weren't at the front of the line. So yes, maybe two.
I see. Maybe two vehicles, but presuming that there would be at least a vehicle in front of Suge's vehicle.
At least two, I'd say, because there was one in front of me.
Okay. And then this lane over here is, what lane is that?
Turning lane.
That's the a small lane that you can turn off.
Turning lane?
Yeah, it didn't say, but yes.
Yeah. And so at some point when the shots were ringing out, you just immediately just gassed the car and made a right-hand turn on Coble.
Yeah, into the turning lane.
Okay. And your testimony here right now, for instance, is that the top was down, but you didn't see...
No, I was looking down because I was initially changing my seat. So I would thank God I was all face down.
Okay. And when you pulled off and you made that right-hand turn, did anyone shoot at you?
Probably. I honestly don't know. There was a lot of gunshots.
Sure. Did any, after the event had occurred, did you ever observe any bullet holes in your vehicle?
There was no bullet holes in my vehicle.
Was there any shattered windshield as a result of anything
No.
happening on the scene?
No.
Okay. And then with regards to where you were at, when your testimony was that you were talking to Suge. Suge was saying, "Hey, come to 662." Is that what was happening?
Yes.
And during that time period, you said, and I want to make sure I'm clear, that while there was a conversation about going over to Suge's place, but it seemed like everyone was sort of talking. Like it was like the girls in the back seat maybe were having a conversation or something like that.
No. Lauren was the only one talking to Suge because she's the only one who knew him.
I see.
So nobody, we were just like, oh, okay, looking like, because it wasn't our conversation.
Right. And when that was happening, did any of your people in your vehicle yell out, Tupac, Tupac, anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Oh my gosh, it's Tupac.
No.
Okay. Now, during that time period, as you're over here behind Suge's vehicle or next to it, did you ever see, can you describe for me what Tupac was doing in the vehicle?
When we pulled up on the side of him and she was talking to Suge, he was relaxed, like sitting in the sitting in the passenger seat, and Suge was relaxed talking to Lauren. Nothing, like there was no engagement.
Okay, so as you're sitting there and you pull up, Tupac was not hanging out the window and doing something out of the window?
Absolutely not, no.
Okay. His torso was not sitting on top of the window yelling to his fans, Tupac, Tupac.
No,
anything like
there was
that.
no fans around. They were just driving in the car listening to music like we were.
All right. And during that time period, when you were here during this time period, there's a red light.
Yes.
Preventing you from moving forward. And once again, going back to Defense Exhibit A, there's no green light allowing traffic to move in the direction of Coble.
No.
Okay. So everyone was stopped at that particular point.
Everyone was stopped.
She answers quickly. Doesn't sound like.
I have no further questions.
Doesn't appear to be create an answer. Almost like it's in her short-term
Ladies and
memory.
gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? We do have one. Okay.
Yes.
So what I'll
First
need
question.
you to do is write your juror number on the question, and then write the question on a full sheet of paper, and then hand it to my marshal when you're done.
All right. So first question coming in. Well, now that the process is established, I think the others might be more willing to do it. Story differs a little bit. This witness says there were no girls running along the street trying to catch a glimpse of Suge and Tupac. In the book, that's what happened. In the book, that's how they found him. That was the defense asking questions there at the end, asking her to draw a map.
Any questions from anyone else? Okay, perfect. Can I have the party's approach?
All right, mics are off while the lawyers are going to discuss the question with the judge, see if it's a question that can be asked in court, first of all, if there's any objections to it. And Mr. Davis glances around. I'm seeing some ink, a lot of ink on the lady that just took a drink right there. That's something on her wrist. The Duane's lawyer has quite a bit of artwork down his right arm as well. How'd you like to miss the Tyson fight because you couldn't get ready in time?
All right, one question from a juror. Could you gauge what direction the shots were coming from?
No.
No? Any thought? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I understand it was just it was too chaotic, and you're not, thinking about that, but no.
Okay. State, any follow-up based on that question?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any follow-up based on that question?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You are excused. That was asked. State, any quick witnesses, or are we prepared to take a lunch break at this time?
Lunch break, sir.
Okay, sounds good. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our lunch break at this time. During the recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have everyone back here, let's say 1:15, so that everybody has enough time to get everything done over the lunch break. We'll see you guys back at that time. Please rise for the jury.
We're still on the record.
For the record, the jury has exited the room. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Nothing from the state.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll be in recess. I'll see you guys back right around 1:15.
Thank you.
If you need any more time, just let us know.
It should be.
He did indicate that you could go over whenever, and so if you want to go over now, you can get.
All right, so the break we have might be a little bit longer than is going to be normal on other days. We have the defense attorney has another court appointment in another case to go to, and he has to do that during lunch to make it fit. Real quick, did the judge decide on the Hawaii case? Does he get a retrial? Hasn't been decided yet, I don't think. We get an hour and 15. It is noon right now. Well, in 3 minutes it'll be noon in Las Vegas. So they get an hour and 15-minute lunch break, which means we come back at 4:15 Eastern. I tell you, it's going to be a late night. It's going to be a late night. We can keep the feed up here during lunch, but I'm going to need some food. I can't go till 8 o'clock at night with nothing. I already skimped on breakfast, so might do that. Interesting things that stood out to me, real quick. Tupac, after he was shot, he was talking, but not to the police, at least not about the shooting. He said, we'll take care of it. We'll take care of it ourselves. Don't want to get you guys involved. Nope, this one's for us. I got you. Already planning on probably retaliating. This was the culture that they had there. First of all, it was don't trust the police and you take care of it yourself. The shooting was in retaliation for the attack on his nephew, allegedly, which was in retaliation for something else. It was this back and forth that these feuding groups had back and forth with each other that tends to escalate over time as well. And eventually we get to a point where we don't remember what started it. Every time I hear in recess, I just imagine all the parties and their lawyers running out to the big playground on the back. That's exactly how it happens, Baby Shark. Yeah, that's it, pretty much. There's a bouncy castle. We have snow cones. That's recess. That's why everyone wants to be a lawyer. Going to be late today for sure. Going to be late. The Capulets and the Montagues, yes, like Shakespeare reference. A rose by any other name would smell as sweet, right? You know this is going to be good when the defense attorney has a sleeve tattoo and it looks like he's going to hop on his Harley to get lunch.
Take a short break.
Going to take a sharp break. Finally, a trial in my time zone, says Ruthann. What's in the lab? Are we on break? We are. Rebecca, we're on break for an hour and 15 minutes. So I'm going to take a lunch break and I'll come back and we'll talk again, but we'll leave the feed up if that's cool. Is that cool with y'all? See if I can. Got sound. I think we're good. I'm going to get rid of this pin. Oh my goodness, Valerie. Storm damage in Indiana. Lots of areas still without power on day 7. First day of school delayed by 2 weeks. Oh my goodness, that's terrible. Leave commands on for you. I think we're blowing through my quota of API calls for YouTube with the commands. I don't know how to fix that. Hey, look, it's not translating anymore. I fixed that. That's cool. All right. We're going to leave JMR wants free hat. We don't have free hat as a command yet, nor do we have any hats to give away. I can't just leave the music on. Sorry. Too much can go wrong there. Tupac being alert, conscious, and speaking after the shooting, passed away 6 days later, but refused to tell the police anything about the shooter, makes this a little bit harder for the prosecution. The defense has called them out, saying, you've got nothing. You had nothing then. All these years, no charges. You still have nothing now. And although the witnesses have been remarkably good at recollecting the night, or at least after they've refreshed their recollections with their, reports or previous transcripts. It is going to be a challenge. The state has to at least put him there. They have to have somebody that says, yes, I saw him there. This is why I know it was him. Or I sat next to him in the fight, or something. Somebody has to know this. But let's see. We are going to return from lunch right here. They shot at the electrical company workers. They aren't going back to help them unless they have police present. Whoa! Gary, Indiana is the place I want to be. The where the Music Man was supposedly filmed. They shot at the electrical workers. Let's see. Yahaba. It's online right now. It's simultaneous to this one. You're talking about, is it Manny? No. I'm thinking Fernandez. I'm thinking the Microsoft murder one. That's the same time as this. It's going on right now. RA isn't moving to Indiana. Gary's a bad part of Indiana. The Music Man liked it. It's the pool hall that did it, wasn't it? Who shoots at electrical workers? Their job already can kill them. I mean, honestly, working those linemen, it's a dangerous job what they do. They can just die doing what they're supposed to do. Why are people shooting at them, making it harder? I suggest avoiding all of Indiana in general. That's where Jackson 5 are from? Interesting. All right. Stay right here. We're going to keep watching court. We'll be back in just a moment, and I'm going to go grab a bite to eat here in the kitchen. Luckily, I can do that because I work from home, and we'll be back in a few minutes to continue this afternoon's day one as the state has started to prove their case slowly. We'll see if they're able to get there. I'll see you guys in a little bit. I'll play the outro music, but we're not going to kill this. Well, no, I'll leave it. We're not going to play the outro music. We'll just enjoy the stillness and silence. Grab some lunch, guys. It's going to be a late night.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
You don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
You wear multiple hats, sir.
I got a stubby little pencil.
You are banished from the state of Georgia.
Hello?
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
You're comparing apples and orangutans here.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
because he's the guy.
Alex stole it. Alex stole it as well.
For the record, I don't consent to that name.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
I'm going to sustain my own objection.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
Have them send someone with more experience. Happy birthday. You look good.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
I got a stubby little pencil.
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
How does he do that?
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
It's bigger than you. It's bigger than me. It's bigger than all of us.
Have them send someone with more experience.
Shame on you, sir.
I was told council wanted to see me at sidebar.
Even a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while.
All right, people. We're back. We've got a little bit of lunch to hang out with a little bit. I was going to tell you what happened last night. I wake up at, I don't know what it was, 2:30 in the morning. And I've got Deer Park water on my nightstand, so I have a drink because I like Deer Park water at night as well. Not a sponsor, and proceed to to run to the restroom, and then as I'm going back to bed, I hear a sound that I'm like, what was that? And I couldn't tell what it was. But immediately, the bedrooms are upstairs, so I checked on all the kids. All the kids were there. Everyone was upstairs. Everyone was there. But the sound sounded like it came from downstairs. So I did what any rational person would do and got locked and loaded, and I proceeded to clear the house, SWAT style, room by room, in my PJs. Which, surprise, surprise, there was nothing there, and everything was fine. All the doors were locked, and everything else, and came back. We ripped through the APIs, yeah. Came back upstairs, and my wife's like, so? Because I had woken her up, getting loaded, locked and loaded, safe and all. And I'm like, yeah, it was nothing. Don't know what it was. And I grab another water bottle, and I take a drink, and I set it down, and I, put everything away and get ready for bed. I'm turning the lights off, and right as I'm about to go to bed, I hear the exact same sound again. It was the water bottle, half drunk, that was sitting on my nightstand where I have a fan that's running at high speed to keep me cool. And it vibrates and it falls off, and it's the water bottle hitting the floor. That's all it was. But I was ready to sling some lead on whoever it was who was throwing water bottles down the basement. But it was just me. So that's all. So if I look a little tired, it's because I had a fight with the boogeyman last night, and I won. Just for the record. All right, welcome. Love this story already. You're ripping through APIs while you're gone. No, there should be plenty. There's enough to go around. There's I'm supposed to have 10,000 of them. But I just can't get the timer to work right. I mean, it worked this morning, but it won't work this afternoon. We are showing right now that we have 474 likes. So it's working now, but, well, I have to do it manually. RA0, water bottle 1. Yeah. It would be Deer Park Water as the main character of that story, yes. My big fan of my bedroom turned on without my doing at 1 a.m. and it scared me. Okay, now that's ghost level stuff. That's different, Troy. Might need an exorcism. Just checking to see what I missed while I was having a little snack for lunch. Oh, I need to do a thing involving my driver's license. Hold, please. There's a good photo. That's a good photo. All right. Burn sage. Let's make sure you are you. Position yourself in the center of the camera and then move your face left and right to show both sides. Hold, please. I have to convince my phone that I'm not a robot. The phone gets the ear reveal. All right, just that easy. It's done. I've noticed defense is not coming out with guns blazing at any witness so far, and I think that's a great tactic. They're friendly. The pacing is slow. They're not rushing everyone. They're not challenging anybody. They're just. It's almost like they're on a leisurely field trip to the courthouse. And as long as the evidence doesn't directly implicate their client, that's going to continue, I think. As soon as we get a witness, if we get one that says, I saw Keefe D in the car hand the gun to the other dude, or I saw Keefe D at the fight, or something like that, that's when I think the knives are going to come out, figuratively speaking. Let's see. Still don't have my license. Costs approximately $2,000. It was like 25 hours of road test and 30 hours of theory. What in the world? Are you driving rocket ships? It's just a car, right? Yes, I have to renew my license next year, I believe. Apparently, X just gave me money. Don't know why. Need another screen. You always need another screen, Troy. Every time I go into to Sam's Club and see the big, huge TVs on display, I think, I could fit a lot of stuff on one screen there. Or I'd be able to read it at least, what I do fit on this small screen, a big screen. So, let's see. What are your thoughts so far on the opens from the state and from the defense? Any first impressions about the case? I can tell you, I don't know if all this video came out before, but I love seeing the pictures and the video, the casino footage, and all that. I think it's going to be great. This whole incident happened before I was born, only by a month, but still strange to hear about it. Yeah, curious minds want to know. Troy, how many screens do you have right now? Just one ultra wide. Prosecution did good. The defense did well too. I'll say that their use of a PowerPoint, because I think that's what it was, and video and everything else was well put together. It was made better by the fact that Law and Crime Court TV is switching up between just showing the PowerPoint and showing us around the courtroom while this happens. So I think that made the presentation better, but I think it was quite effective. Not too long. There wasn't a point where like, is he going to be done anytime soon? We never hit that with either one. So they kept it short enough to keep everyone's attention, but long enough to cover the details. There's a clothing analogy there that I think you might have heard that analogy sometimes. Something about a skirt. Have 3 monitors, can't have less than 2. Makes me feel handicapped to only have 1. It does limit you a little bit. I tell you, it helps to have monitors that are connected to each other. So if you have one powerful computer that's running multiple monitors, I get more enjoyment out of that because I can really shift things around easier. Whereas right now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 monitors, but I can't just drag something very easily from one to another. I can only do it. Well, I can drag anything from one to another, but I can't switch these 2 very easily. Have 3, need them for work. Found one, where's the power cord? I've got an extra if you can't find it. I've got lots of extra power cords. Have game on center and YouTube on left, Discord and such on the right. Lois, you need power cords? Say the word. Tell me how many. I can say I've got bins full of power cords. My kid has 3 too. Uses them for work on Fridays. Slacking and have no monitors. Gonna take a quick peek around the courts around the area. We might have something to keep our interest while we wait for court to come back. Let's see. Judge Crum has a little something going on.
Mr. Levitt, did you need a breakout room with the jail?
I'll defer to Mr. Richards on that.
Hi, it's Doug Richards. No, we don't need a breakout room, but thank you.
Holy lanterns on the ceiling, Batman. What does iPhone in the bottom right-hand corner have? He's got
Angela?
Yes.
harnesses and pulleys.
Yes, ma'am.
Not you, Miss Fuson. Miss Toole,
okay.
could I have a breakout room with Doug and Matt?
Yes, I'll get you right in there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't know what he has on his ceiling, but I'm curious. He's holding very still, but his eyes are moving, so I know he's alive. It's not fake.
Miss Fusion, I'm going to mute you until your case is heard, okay?
Okay.
That awkward day when you showed up to court and you accidentally wore the same thing as the inmates.
Joe, do you need a breakout room?
No, I'm good. Ready to go whenever.
Favre is here. Ready to go whenever. In the car, as usual. Yeah, I wasn't supposed to do the fade. I was supposed to do the cut, but I hit the wrong button. Yeah, it's like a mast. That's what it is. He had like a the mast from a sailing ship up there. Possibly fishing reels.
Mr. McClendon, do you need a breakout room?
Everybody gets a breakout room.
Is Mr. Myers here?
He's at court security.
I will take that breakout room.
Okay, one moment.
Good afternoon. The prosecutor is in a breakout room with a couple of the attorneys right now. So as soon as she gets back, we'll start taking up some cases.
We're just missing the prosecutor. We're in lunch in Vegas. It's strange to think it's lunch because sometimes we finish by 3:30 in the afternoon. So we're going to be working late for the next few weeks, which means I might have to sleep in more than I was normally. That's funny. If you don't follow Ian Runkle on Twitter, he's hilarious. Posted a video of a bear climbing over a fence into a police yard. It looks like he was climbing up the flock camera pole or something like that. Can we get a live time for Vegas like we did for Hawaii? It's Pacific time, so let me see if I can give you that. Hold for a second. I think I've already given up on the counter. It's proven to be fairly difficult to maintain. It's not clean, but it works. Should have hit a buffet. Let's go back to court real quick. Looks like they're getting set. People are coming out of the breakout rooms. Do we have a prosecutor? No. I think Mr. Ernest is a lawyer. We can count the plethora of witnesses the prosecution is planning to call, like 200 of them. No, they've got a lot on the list, but they're not going to call them all, although they are going quickly through the witnesses. Let's see. We were supposed to be back. We have another half hour. What did I think of openings? I liked them. I was hoping for the smoking gun of guess what we have type thing, or look what we found, or this turned up, or we reanalyzed the evidence, or we retested the DNA and we got this. There was not even a hint of that. It was, I mean, the allegation was like, yeah, in the grand jury indictment, all the prosecutor did was read pages out of Keefe-D's book. And there you go. That's a confession. Well, he now says that he wrote the book to sell copies, not necessarily to tell the truth. We do have a lot of different times where he said the same thing, though, so maybe we'll believe him for that reason. We're going to be back at half an hour here. How about the jury questions counter? We can do that. That would be a lot easier. I'm not happy with the counter. I just noticed that no one else was helping me count, and I missed a couple and nobody helped me count. So I thought maybe you're not invested in that particular counter. Need something a little more clear. Seemed like the book is a smoking object here. Yeah, but the book was written 6 years ago, right? What year did the book come out? I guess there were 2 books, right? 2019. So 7 years ago he wrote a book that had all this in it. Why now is it going forward? Prosecutor retires, gets hired back on as a consultant. I think we're going to hear a lot of the defendant's words from those interviews. The parts they played during the openings, there are probably more of those where he said way too much. And if we put all of those together, I think they're going to want us to believe what he said instead of what's convenient right now to say that he was lying all those times. What was the jury question? Let's see. Jury question going back to this last witness was, could you tell where the gunshots were coming from? And the witness was one of the girls that showed up in Vegas from LA, was there for the weekend, went to party, went to watch the fight with Tyson, missed the fight with Tyson because 4 girls in one hotel room, there's only one bathroom, they couldn't get ready in time, go figure, they missed the fight. And so instead they're driving around and they ran into Suge and Tupac at the car. I mean, they were driving along and saw them. So they were talking to him, and Suge says, "Hey, we're going to the club. You guys drop in behind us. Let's go to the club. We'll go together." and that was the goal. They did drop in behind them, but there was another car that was trying to squeeze in front of them, probably entourage or security or something like that. I don't know. And then while they were at the light trying to maneuver the last little bit to get to the club, they were in a lane next to Tupac and Suge and managed to pull a ways ahead, and that's when the shooting happened. Ninnis, your real name is actually Patrick. There you go. Now we know. We might have a jailhouse snitch in this one as well. We love a good jailhouse snitch.
All right, are we ready to start taking up some cases?
Sure, Judge. What do you got?
Whenever you are, Judge. Thank you.
Who am I covering up? Brian.
Matt, are you ready to go on Mr. Boucher?
Yes, Your Honor. And Doug is on the Zoom as well.
Well,
Mr. Richards.
He's just now coming back in. So
Darren Patterson, world's busiest attorney.
all right, Mr. Richards, let's go ahead and.
Sorry, Judge. I was trying to leave the breakout room and I left the whole court appearance. So apologies.
All right, that happens. Let's go on the record in State of Kansas versus Jeffrey Allen Boucher, case number 25 CR 460. Would counsel announce appearances, please?
Amber Norris for the state.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Doug Richards and Matt Levitt on behalf of Mr. Boucher, who appears today on Zoom in custody from the Butler County Detention Facility.
Two lawyers.
Judge, just a little bit of update for the court. We were just in a breakout session with the prosecutor. We learned that there sounds like a little bit of miscommunication from KBI reporting back to her office of when things were going to be done. I think they were told, and I don't want to speak for Ms. Morris, but I guess I will just sort of summarize. They were told that our case was next in line back in April, but and now we are officially next in line. So the results have not been produced to us yet. We've been told that they will be ready around the end of September, beginning of October. What we would like to do is ask the court to set this out for status.
This sounds serious.
Around that time, so we could have the results of this. So the court knows we've been working. We have an immunity motion that's ready to go. It's a full motion that analyzes the evidence down to photos, screenshots, that kind of thing. That we're happy to file and get that litigation started in advance of a hearing in a few months. If the court would entertain a further status. We've been speaking to the prosecutor about sharing a draft of that as a potential way to begin some negotiations on plea negotiations. So I just wanted to give the court sort of an update on where we all are and interested in hearing the court's perspective.
Can we proceed on the immunity motion without having the results that you're waiting for from the KBI?
So that's a fair question, Your Honor. The immunity motion isn't directly linked to the distance testing. It is something that would further solidify the self-defense position, but there are discrete arguments that are in the draft motion that we have that don't even mention the distance testing, as it will. So I think we could do that. Obviously, my preference would be to wait, especially if the distance testing becomes more dispositive, because I don't want to be in a position where we are litigating something and then the state says, well, because we're litigating, you filed motions, we're not going to negotiate. I'm not saying that Ms. Norris is going to necessarily take that position, but I also been around long enough to see prosecutors that do.
All right, Ms. Norris, what is your position on the situation?
Your Honor, the request for an additional status date, state has no objection to. I think I'd prefer to have the distance testing, but obviously we'll do as the court directs, but I have no objection to the requested status date.
Well, I'd rather have all of the information available and take it up at once rather than get something done just to get something done. As much as I hate how long this is taking, and now we've got another delay here. I understand the severity of this case, and I think there's an interest in making sure that it's litigated correctly. So to that end, I will reluctantly set this out for status, allow you all to hopefully be doing some negotiations while we're waiting upon this additional testing. The time frame to do a status conference, are you thinking in late September or early October?
Your Honor, probably more into October.
October 13th is my PHC docket for October. Is that give us enough time?
Your Honor, what's your next one after that?
It wouldn't be until November 9th.
Your Honor, to be safe, I'd probably ask for the November 9th, but the October 13th is fine by my calendar as well.
And in support of that November 9th date, we were told that when testing begins, we're 60 to 90 days out on the actual results arriving. So that November date's probably about right.
All right. Let's do November the 9th at 2:30 p.m. If by chance you all get it back sooner than that and want to put it on that October date, let Angela know.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so that's November 9th at 2:30. That'll be back on this PHC docket. We'll do the status conference. Keep us advised if, in the meantime, we need to get any scheduling done to take up any other motions. All right, anything else then on Mr. Boucher's case today?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. If there's nothing further, we'll be in recess. Mr. Boucher, you're excused at this time. Thank you. I see the Sedgwick, I believe that's the Sedgwick County Jail. Is Joe in here?
Mr. Boucher appears to be charged with murder.
Joe, are you ready to take up? That's Duane Brown, is it
Or
not?
some,
at the Sedgwick County
Yes.
Jail?
Charged close
yes,
to
Judge.
it. Maybe attempted or manslaughter or something.
I believe so.
All right. Is that the Sedgwick? Do you guys have Duane Brown
I don't have him down here, Judge.
at the Sedgwick County Jail?
Yes.
Do you all have Duane Brown?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry it took me a little bit to get logged in.
Oh, that's all right. We have a lot on our docket today, so plenty to take up.
There he is.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll go on the record in State of Kansas versus Duane Brown, case number 25 CR 288. Would counsel announce appearances, please?
Amber Norris for the state.
Joseph Favre appears on behalf of Mr. Brown, who's appearing from the Sedgwick County Jail.
All right, we've been waiting on competency status. Mr. Favre, do you know where we're at on that issue?
So, Judge, I've done some research, and as far as I can tell, in his Sedgwick County matter, he is still pending a competency evaluation. I'm open to other information if I have that from the jail, but as far as I can tell, he's still sitting on the wait list for Larned. I've reached out to his attorney in that matter. We have spoken previously. I was not able to reach him this time, but the last notes in the case, the last minute sheet reflect that he is still pending a bed at Larned. So I think we need to go out, I think at least 60 days and come back and reevaluate it and see if we have any headway after that.
Ms. Norris, any do you have any information on this case?
I do not, Your Honor, and I would note that the wait list for a bed in Larned is significant, so I'm not surprised that he's still waiting at this point.
All right, well, we can't do anything until he's competent, so I'm going to set this out. I'm going to go out 60 days this time. I'm going to use the October 13th PHC docket at 2:30 p.m. by Zoom. If you learn anything in advance of that, Mr. Fabre, you might let us know.
Yes, I will.
All right. Anything else then on the Duane Brown case?
It was October 13th.
That's correct.
Okay. Yep. Nothing else, Judge.
All right. All right. We'll be in recess. Mr. Brown, you're excused at this time. Thank you, Sedgwick County, for having him available.
Thank you, sir. That's it? Yeah. Yeah, it's always good.
All right. Who's there at the Butler County Jail?
This is Miss Grant.
All right. Mr. Moody, are you on here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you ready to go on Cantina Grant?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay, let me grab the file. All right, we're on the record in State of Kansas versus Cantina Grant, case number 25 CR 491. Would counsel announce appearances, please?
Amber Norris for the state.
May it please the court. Ms. Grant appears in custody via Zoom and by and through counsel Robert Moody, also via Zoom.
All right, Mr. Moody, it looks like you were recently appointed on this case. This is the preliminary hearing control first time setting. What announcement are you making today?
Your Honor, this is Mr. Sweeney's case, and I did speak. So I received and reviewed discovery. I've met with Mrs. Grant and discussed any and all options related to this matter. I spoke with Mr. Sweeney this morning, and I believe that we have a plea agreement. I don't know if the court can entertain a plea on this docket.
I will. I may want to get a few other people out of here who just have some cases to be scheduled.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, let's. Is it going to be a felony plea? You said.
It's a felony plea, and I'm not sure. I know this is Brett's case. I'm not sure if he relayed all the information to Ms. Norris or not, but we did have a discussion earlier, and that's how we're prepared to proceed.
Okay.
Yeah, it's my understanding she's going to be pleading to count 1, the meth, and state would dismiss the remaining counts. And we're prepared to proceed today after she waives prelim.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Well, if you can stick around for a little bit, Mr. Moody,
Absolutely.
try to get some of these other people out of here, and then we'll
Certainly.
Okay.
I'll just go back on mute and mute my video, and then I'll be ready when the court's ready.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Thanks.
All right, Mr. Ernest, do you have your client here?
Yes, Your Honor. He appears by his name and he's wearing a red shirt.
Okay. Is this a non-plea announcement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let me go on the record first. All right, we're on the record in State of Kansas versus Derek Ray Vandala, case number 26 CR 161. Would counsel announce appearances, please?
Amber Norris for the state.
Patrick Ernest appears with Mr. Vandola via Zoom.
All right. Mr. Ernest, what announcement is being made regarding preliminary hearing?
Your Honor, I just got my office just got what I believe to be all the discovery downloaded. I need to speak with Miss Pierce, and I need to set a meeting with Mr. Vandola. I would like to set it out to at least the October 13 date, if that will work for a status.
All right. Ms. Norris, any objection to that request?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. These are very serious charges. I think under those circumstances, the court will bump this over to October 13th at 2:30 p.m. Mr. Ernest, I would urge you to try to conduct all the business you need to with the county attorney's office and with your client in hopes of either coming up with some sort of a resolution or an announcement or waiver for prelim.
Yes, Your Honor. I've spoken with Miss Pierce previously, but we need to speak again now that I have the discovery.
Very well. All right, Mr. Vandala, make sure you stay in contact with Mr. Ernest. Get that court date written down and on your calendar.
We'll go out
If
fishing.
there's nothing further, we'll be in recess. You both are excused. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Pate, are you ready to take up the Hennessy cases?
Hennessy?
Yes, Your Honor.
We have about 15 more minutes, and the Tupac trial is going to be back on. They're just finishing up their lunch break now. We'll keep an eye out on the courts. I'll let you know as soon as there's motion in court.
All right, we'll go on the record. There are 3 cases, all entitled State of Kansas versus Elizabeth Rayanne Hennessy, 26 CR 207, 23 TR 2329, and 24 TR 166. Would counsel announce appearances, please?
Amber Norris for the state.
Your Honor, Chris Pate on behalf of Elizabeth Hennessy, who appears via Zoom.
Why, yes, she does.
We've got one case that's set for PHC, and then the other 2 are those warrants to show cause that I've inherited.
They are, Your Honor, and my request at this point would be to set 26 CR 207 for a preliminary hearing and just have the probation violations set at the same time. Between now and then, I'll make a determination if there's any possible global resolution or if we just need to proceed to hearing on all the matters.
All right. Are these all of her current pending cases in our district?
To the best of my knowledge, yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Norris, state's position?
Yeah, that's fine by the state to set them all at the same time.
All right. Is she still reporting to Ms. Wheeler? Are you here on this case?
I'm here on this case today, Your Honor. CSO Altus is out of the office today. Ms. Hennessy is reporting to CSO Altus.
Okay. And there's a Heavenly Walker. Are you also here on this case?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
And what is your relationship to the cases?
I thought that was her.
I was supervising her in Sedgwick County for her Sedgwick County case, as well as these cases when they were transferred over to us.
All right. All right. Well,
I thought that was her.
let's set
I read Heavenly as Hennessy.
hearing on 26 CR 207. I can do that September the 16th at 9 o'clock.
I'm scheduled to be in juvenile court that day. What's
juvenile?
The next available time the court has?
I've got 1:15 that day. Are you going to be there all day or?
Yeah, well, I've got another conflict that afternoon.
Okay. I've got September 15th at 9.
That's available.
Does that work for the state?
Judge, is that in the afternoon?
No, it's at 9 o'clock.
Should be fine. Looks like I already had something scheduled there with you.
Okay. Yeah, I've got one other set there now. So let's schedule the preliminary hearing on the 26 CR 207. That's at 9 o'clock in the morning. That is an in-person setting, Ms. Hennessy. You'll need to be personally present here at the courthouse, courtroom C, that morning. And then we'll just tag these 2 probation cases along with that Mr. Pate, sounds like you're anticipating trying to work something out that will perhaps dispose of the other three files. If not, we'll figure out what we're doing that morning. So is she reporting only to Butler County at this point?
Yeah.
Okay. Continue reporting as instructed, Miss Hennessy.
Okay.
Anything else, Mr. Pate?
Amber, is this your case? There's a
The felony is mine. So I've sort of inherited the show causes as well.
Okay. I'll get in touch with you soon.
Okay.
All right. Nothing further. Thank you.
I like Chris Pate's voice.
All right. We'll be in recess on the Hennessy cases. Miss Wheeler, go ahead.
Your Honor, does CSO Walker and CSO Croyle need to be present on the 15th at 9 for the warrants to show cause in Miss Hennessy's cases?
Well, that's a good question. Well, I think what I would probably do if we need to take those up, I would rather do that. Well, I'm going to say yes for now. We might be able to do, are you guys both in Sedgwick County?
Yes, Your Honor.
We could perhaps work out a hybrid so you wouldn't have to drive over here if those are going to go. Mr. Pate, if you know what's going to happen ahead of time, perhaps you could give us a heads up so they could be notified whether they need to keep that on their calendar or not.
Okay.
Just to let court and counsel know, I got an email from CSO Croyle that she's got a training that day that she's going to be in on the 15th as well. I'm not sure if it's something that Miss Walker can handle in case they're needed.
That's a lot of people for one case.
Calendar's not allowing her to be present for court.
Okay. Well,
sounds like a bad calendar.
Ms.
Can't
Norris,
be there for court.
make sure you write that information down. I don't know. I haven't looked at those two cases, so I don't know who will be needed if those are contested or not. But again, Mr. Pate, if you know in advance, that might give us a heads up. Otherwise, we'll just have to deal with it that morning.
I will do that, Your Honor.
Okay,
All right, we're
appreciate
gonna bail
that.
on this court.
If there's nothing further, then we'll be in recess on the 3 Hennessy cases.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, bye. Love you, bye. Good night, John Boy. Just going to be back here in Las Vegas now as we're getting ready for lunchtime to be over. We're waiting for the defense attorney to come back from his appointment that he had. He was confident that he could get everything done that he needed to during the lunch break. Hopefully that was the case. And we'll be able to continue the Tupac trial, the Tupac's murder trial. Heavenly is a nice name. Yeah, I do like it. Hennessy is nice as well. It's very different, but good name. What do you guys think of the story that Shug gave the cops about not having a plate on the Beamer, on the black Beamer? They were filming something. I said they'd taken the plate off to film. What? I didn't think that was an excuse that would resonate with the courts, but it seemed to work for them. Just got told to put the plate back on, and then it would all be good. I'm guessing they didn't get a chance to do that if just a short while later they were found the victims of a shooting. Sounds like a canned response they had in their pocket. Yeah. I need a few of those. If you can think of a good one for running a red light, that would be useful. I'll try to commit it to memory. There were bicycle cops. Give them a break. Didn't understand the no plate thing. Was it a stolen car? Was it a... I mean, I'm curious. I wish they'd given us all the answers there. There was no context to it. If they were the car that was being filmed, I can understand why not. You wouldn't want a plate on there. If it was somebody's personal car, you don't want their plate just out there for everyone to type into their flock camera searches. Not that those existed back then, but, you know. But if they were driving up and down and they were filming, they took their plate off for that reason. That just seems weird. Check and see if there's anything else we need to jump to before we go back. No. They had picked up the car from valet. How did the valet identify the vehicle? It's the only one with no plate. I'm trying to keep track of some of the key factors in this case as we go along. And VIN number. They checked the VIN. I've got the VIN on my keychain. All right, 5 more minutes and we'll be ready to go. Possibly a little before then. Put some in mod chat. Let me take a peek. Don't think we have time for anything here. Yeah, it's going to take me too long to scroll up. By the time I get them and pull them up, it'll be over. We'll be back live, so we'll do that. They got the one that went beep, beep when it clicked it. Yeah, they pushed the button. The lights came on. They said, that's our car. Both sides have an uphill battle. Prosecution has to overcome the fact that it's been 30 years, possible corruption, and defense has to overcome their client's own statements. It's the book. I mean, I guess the book's still selling right now, right? Yeah. Are we live? Yes, we are, JL30. We're waiting for court to come back in Las Vegas right now. They took an hour and 15-minute lunch today. And because they're on Pacific time, those of us on the East Coast are ready to wrap up our day, and they're only halfway done. See my brilliant comment above. I know. I passed the red light to move out of the way for you, officer. Yeah. The way the sunlight reflected, as it were, on your car made it look like your lights were on, so I pulled through to give you room. Yeah. I can try that one. I hope to not have to use it, but if anything, this will boost sales. Right. Make a little moolah. I think we are going to try, maybe this weekend, we are going to try to go check out, for lack of a better term, Tupac's grave here in North Carolina, where his ashes are buried. We'll see if we can get connections to get access there. It is private property, even if it's abandoned. Somebody still owns it. You can't just trespass because you can get arrested. But we'll try to figure it out. Yeah, the book's still being sold. They're still out there. Visited the memorial in Vegas 3 months ago. Are you always this chill? Well, I told you this. I'm not sure if you were here, Mustard. I told you what happened last night, why I'm a little bit tired. So I'm a little bit more tired than normal. I got a jump scare from a water bottle and had to go into SWAT mode and clear the house, locked and loaded. And so that was the middle of the night. We are a chill channel. We're very, very chill. Ninnis, I hope you're able to stick it out through as much as you want to watch, but I understand if you got to go to bed. Hey, can I just tell you guys, I've long been a fan of pickles, and specifically spicy maple bourbon pickles, which are becoming harder and harder to get a hold of. I have one more jar unopened in the fridge, pre-chilled for an emergency, ready to go. But Amber sent me some wicked pickles. I don't know what they were, Amber. They were good. They didn't have the bourbon flavor, which I'm fine with, but they had all the right spice. They were so good. I ate the entire jar of pickles. They were sliced pickles. Wickles, I think they were called. They're like wicked pickles mixed together. They're the ones she sent me on for the birthday of the channel, and they were better. I've tried Famous Dave's, I've tried Grillo's, I've tried some of the other ones, but the Wickles were spot on. Affiliate link. I need to find them again. I ate them so fast, and then I think the jar got thrown away. Let me see if I can find it. They're hot. They're spicy. Found them. It's a breakfast pickle. Here we go. Sorry, did I say breakfast pickle? I meant sandwich, but you can eat them for breakfast as well. Yeah, all pickles are breakfast pickles. There you go. Breakfast pickle. You'll know when you have one. Mustard. There's the link. It is an affiliate link. If you do purchase something from Amazon, if you're clicking on that link, first of all, let me thank you, and just know that Amazon will also thank me. All right. Coming back to court, let's take a look around the courtroom, see if we can look into, there we go. Look into the gallery. Not sure who everybody is that's there. I'm not recognizing faces just yet. Does look like a remarkably small courtroom considering the court case. We don't have many seats at all. It's pretty small. I see a media pass back there. Looks like my media pass, but different. Waiting for the defendant to come in. The lawyer is here. He made it back, so that was the one we were worried about. We're going to bring him right through here. In he comes. We're now 2 minutes late. We should be ready. Judge, we're ready to go. Paul Mack can give them a try. They're nice. They're yummy. Could be Shakur's family. Oh, that's the ones I had. I had instead of chips, I had the lengthwise sliced ones. They're so delicious. Will they bring Shug from prison to be on the stand? Possibly. If he says no to testifying, then no. Is that his wife? I don't know. Yeah, jail. 100%. Who knows where his career would have gone. And what amazing lyrics we would be singing in our heads right now had this not happened. There are some people who get famous because they die. He was not that one. He was already famous before he died. Hannah, thank you very much for the turn it up. Turn it up. The cat doing the jam. A little mixing the ones and twos. Thank you. Prosecutor said that they took this war back with them to Cali, to Compton, and it continued, including taking the life of an 11-year-old girl, I believe, as the gunfire was traded back and forth. Not sure when it ended or if it has ended, but hope that the battle has come to a amicable solution. Little peace at the end. Maybe Tupac's sister. Honestly, I think he'd be a sellout advertising Bic lighters with Martha Stewart. I think he'd at least go for Zippos. Go for the good ones. Not a sponsor, by the way. You may kiss the forehead, says the defendant. You may kiss the forehead, to which his attorney does. Here's the judge, and we get audio. Perfect timing. Still waiting for the audio part, though. We're all back. Few empty seats there. Might be press.
Okay.
We're back.
Okay, I'm talking normally now. And now I'm trying to mute. And now I'm trying to talk. And now I'm trying to mute.
Any difference?
We have an echo issue.
I thought I did. Okay, I'm talking, and now I'm muting. I'm keeping on mute. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm on mute. I'm pressing the mute button.
Well, that's a problem. The mute button continues to be audible. Today I found out my mom was in Vegas the night Tupac was shot. I was asleep in a hotel room. Northwest, that's crazy.
It's working when we hold that beside yellow. Well, I left everything was fine. Yes. That makes that more. So
this is the part we're not supposed to.
Yeah, right.
Okay, we're on record in State versus Davis, C337407. We've gotten through some of our technical issues. Anything else we need to address before bringing in the jury? Okay, let's bring them in.
Yeah, the jury.
Jury's coming in. I like that paisley tie. A bit of a sucker for paisley ties. Okay, we found who the coffer is, and unfortunately it's the defendant.
Could the parties stick with you for the jury?
We do.
Okay, you may all be seated. At this time, the state may call their next witness. All right, Mr. Becker, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
May I have my clerk swear you?
Please raise your right
Yes,
hand.
ma'am.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Brent Becker, BRENTBECKER.
Thank you.
Sir,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, you're retired these days. Is that correct?
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What'd you do for a living before you retired?
I was a police officer for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And what years were you with Metro?
I was there from 1984 to 2011.
And in September of 1996, what was your assignment?
I was a detective with the homicide section.
Do you recall how long you'd been with homicide when you, in 1996?
I got into homicide, I think it was November of
Homicide
1994.
investigations. It's important you specify.
Did you have a partner in 96?
Yes, it was Mike Franks.
And who was your sergeant?
Kevin Manning.
Sorry. Oh, he's gonna hold on a second. All right, he's gonna work on the echo.
We're working on the echo in the courtroom. Too ill to travel or too far
Can you
away?
still hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. On September 7th, or into, I guess, technically into September 8th of 1996, did you get called out for a shooting that happened, ultimately determined to be happened at Flamingo and Cobalt?
Yes, Sergeant Manning called me. It was about 12:30 in the morning, and I was asleep, so it would have been September 8th. And so it was around 12:30. So by the time I got up, got dressed, and got there, it was probably about 1 o'clock in the morning on the 8th.
And when you say you got there, what scene did you go to?
Initially, from what I recall, I went to Harmon in the Boulevard because that's where general assignment and everybody was at to get debriefed on things and get some of the notes. And then, from what I recall, I went over to Flamingo and Koval to kind of look at the scene, but they had some witnesses from the car that supposedly was directly behind Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur back at Harmon and the Boulevard that I needed to interview.
This is the guy that
Can we
treated them
talk a little
poorly?
bit? First of all, Tupac Shakur is still alive on September 8th of 1996, correct?
We're going to take that out of
That's
context.
what I
Tupac
was told. He had
Shakur is
already
still
been
alive.
transported. He was not at the scene when I got there.
Is it somewhat unusual for homicide to be involved in a situation where there isn't a deceased victim yet?
Yes.
That was very unusual, and normally we don't get called out, at least at that time, we didn't get called out unless there was a deceased victim. So it was unusual. I think when we arrived at the scene, we were told that because of the nature of who the victim was, general assignment wanted us to come out to it.
Let me ask you, we've heard from a first responder today. Back in those days, what was general assignment? What does that mean?
General assignment was in essence, the night detectives. They worked swing shift and graveyard shift. So they were the night detectives that if something needed a detective to respond, they were the ones that got called out to the scene.
So they would have been at this scene before you, and then they made a determination along with, I assume, the command staff that homicide should be called out to this investigation.
Correct. Actually, uniformed officers would have been the first people called to the scene of anything. And general assignment, I'm sure, was monitoring the traffic. So if they had heard the call, they may have been responding, but they would have gone out, assessed the scene, and eventually determined if someone, the type of scene it was and if someone needed to come out to it. And in this case, I guess someone must have called Sergeant Manning because he's the one that called us.
And your partner, Detective Franks, do you recall where he responded to?
I believe he got sent directly to University Medical Center, the hospital, which is where Shakur and I believe Suge Knight got sent to.
Shakur and Suge Knight?
And your responsibility, was there also crime scene analysts that were called up to the scene?
Yeah, my initial response was to the scene to start handling things directly at the crime scene, yes.
And then does at some point crime scene analyst Dan Ford show up and document the scene while you're present?
Dan Ford was already there from what I recall. They were called CSAs back then, I believe. Dan Ford would have already been there. Usually CSAs, because CSAs were assigned to each shift.
Crime scene analyst.
So I'm pretty sure he was that particular shift CSA. He would have already been out there doing whatever he did for the scene, marking it, taking photographs and such.
When you, at the end of sort of both the two scene investigations, so the Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard, as well as the Flamingo and Koval investigation, essentially, what was the facts you were dealing with?
Well, according to the witnesses that I had interviewed, Frank Alexander, Malcolm Greenidge, Katari Cox, and Yafu Fula, and I'm just doing what I remember the pronunciation was. They were in the car behind Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur. And what they described was that a white car, and from what I recall, they described a white Cadillac pulling up alongside Knight's car, and someone inside that white Cadillac opening fire or shooting into the car that Knight and Shakur were at. Their descriptions varied a little bit, but from what I recall, I believe they all said it was a white car and more or less agreed that it was a Cadillac. And there might have been a little bit of a variance between 2 and 4 occupants.
And what
important.
direction after the shooting does the vehicle head?
After the shooting, it would have turned south on
2 and 4 occupants.
Cobalt.
That's important.
That was at Flamingo and Cobalt, because the Knight group was heading eastbound on Flamingo, and the Cadillac would have originally been heading eastbound, but then it turned southbound on Cobalt.
And the nature of the bullet holes that are in the BMW that's located at Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard, all those bullets appear to be coming in from the passenger side of the BMW?
The impact strikes that I saw were all on the right rear passenger door, the right front door, or the right front passenger door. I believe there was some sort of a mark or impact on the windshield. Those were the strikes that you could see. It was you couldn't tell if anything had been astray of any kind. So,
at your scene, you have bullets being shot from south to north into the passenger side of Suge and Tupac's car, but you have no idea how many actual bullets are fired because you can only see the strikes which are in the car.
Correct. All I can see is what the actual impacts are. That doesn't mean that's how many shots were fired. That's just how many struck the vehicle.
And I think we have another witness who's going to testify to this later, but there are a number of casings, or cartridge cases, expended cartridge cases, that ultimately get collected from the southbound lanes of Flamingo right before Cobalt. Is that correct?
Yes, without seeing the report, I know that there were fired cartridge cases recovered from the street. I do recall that the number of fired cartridge cases recovered from the street did not match the number of impact strikes on the vehicle, which wouldn't have been surprising considering what traffic probably was on Flamingo on a Saturday night, and probably the delay of anybody arriving there, at least from law enforcement.
What happens when, in your experience as a detective, there's a bunch of cartridge cases laying in a busy street and cars driving through? What can happen to those cartridge cases?
They go everywhere.
Well, especially prior to the uniform officers getting there, cars are driving over them. They're either getting caught within the tread of the tires, or they're getting thrown down the street or thrown into a rain gutter, or, they could go a lot of different places. We've investigated numerous shootings within streets where you've had fired cartridge cases scattered all over the place, and you never know for sure if you've got all of them, because if something gets caught within a tread of a tire and it doesn't get ejected, unless someone tells you about it later or it gets ejected somewhere else, who knows where it ends up.
In addition to that, when you have your shooter inside a vehicle, are there times that you found casings have gone into the vehicle that the shooter's shooting from?
Yeah, that would depend on if the shots were fired with the handgun inside the window of the car, or if the handgun was outside of the window. Obviously, if the handgun is outside of the window, there's a higher probability, if it's a semi-automatic pistol, there's a higher probability that all those fired cartridge cases ended up outside. If the handgun is on the inside of the vehicle, you have a higher probability of some fired cartridge cases ended up staying inside the car. If it's a revolver, then everything is going to stay within the handgun.
Eventually, I'm kind of jumping forward here. Do you have those casings forensically tested?
The firearms examiner ends up testing them. I believe they were able to determine that they thought a Glock, it was going to be a .40 caliber. They were able to determine the caliber. And I believe, because I guess I'm not the expert, the firearms people are, but that a Glock has a particular marking that shows up, and I believe they determined that they thought it was a Glock that fired the weapon, that fired the cartridge cases.
So now you're looking for a white Cadillac occupied somewhere between 2 and 4 times, heading south on Koval, and a Glock 40 caliber firearm.
That was the information we had eventually at the time, yes.
After speaking to the witnesses, did you have any suspect information?
The only thing we had was 2 to 4 people, probably already all black males. The shooter, all we had was a black arm. There was a question of whether it was out the driver's door window or out the back window. There was a lot of questions, and this was strictly coming from the 4 gentlemen, Alexander, Greenidge, Cox, and Fula, from the car that was behind them. You got to realize, as I learned later, there was an entire convoy or entourage, whatever you want to call it, that had been behind them, and none of those people were around. Everybody had skedaddled before we got there, or at least by the time I got there. And so the only information we had was what General Assignment had acquired from, I believe, a couple of witnesses that they had talked to, and some of the people at the scene. I think Detective Franks talked to some girls later on that had been at the scene.
Now, during the course of this, you've mentioned Frank Alexander. Do you know what Frank Alexander's responsibility was that night in the car behind Shogun Tupac?
Frank Alexander said he was Tupac Shakur's bodyguard.
And Fula? I'm not even missing his name right either.
Fula and Greenidge and Qatari Cox were supposed to be part of the Outlaws. I guess it's like the group, the
biker gang?
I don't know if you call them the band, but the part of the group that performed with Tupac Shakur.
And those are the only 4 that stuck around by the time you got there and you were able to take statements from.
I believe they were the only 4, plus I know there were a couple other guys that are mentioned in the report. I think Kevin Woods was one of them, and I think they must have got stopped by General Assignment or somebody when Suge Knight had made the U-turn to flee or drive away and ended up at Harmon and the Boulevard. Everybody else was gone.
I want to fast forward a little bit. Did you learn of an incident that occurred at the MGM casino shortly after the Tyson-Selden fight?
We eventually learned that. No one claimed that night, but yes, there was a videotape that came about and information about a fight that was caught on videotape where a person was kicked, beaten down by Suge Knight and a bunch of other people in that group. Tupac Shakur was in the group, and Frank Alexander was off in the side.
Did Tupac participate in that?
When you learned about that, did you did Metro initially know the identity of the victim of that beating?
The only thing we had, I believe, was the first name of Orlando. One of the officers that was at the fight that night, I think they were working off duty, because we also saw some video where they had talked to the person. He was wearing a football jersey, and I don't believe there was a written down ID where the ID was obtained, but the first name of Orlando was on there. That was all we had at that time.
Did you make efforts to talk to Suge Knight?
I know that night at the hospital, Detective Franks attempted to, he said, and then I know that for 2 to 3 days after that, we attempted to, and finally were able to get him in and conduct an interview with him.
How did that come about? How does Suge Knight wind up at Metro?
Well, the first couple of attempts weren't very successful, put it this way. He didn't come in. In fact, I think the one time he was supposed to come in, he didn't show up. And then the night he did, I think it was 3 nights after, it would be in the report. When he did arrive, he showed up with David Kenner, David Chesnoff, and George Kalisis, who were all 3 attorneys.
He lawyered up.
Who were his representatives, which we thought was weird because Suge Knight was a victim. And I think Reggie Wright Jr. might have been out in the lobby waiting. And then that's when we were finally able to conduct a taped interview of Suge Knight with his 3 attorneys present.
And what were your impressions from that interview?
Suge Knight was not the Suge Knight I expected. Everything, we had done a lot of research in the short time we had been involved, and Suge Knight was not a very timid person in the previous interviews we had seen of him. He was a very boisterous, in charge kind of guy. He was very timid, and to us, his interview was very practiced, and he was very timid, and I thought he lied to us. He just didn't know anything.
Objection, anybody?
Your impression was he was withholding information about what happened.
He just basically said he didn't know anything. He couldn't recognize anybody.
A few days, or maybe a week even, does there come a point in time when you get contacted by law enforcement in Los Angeles area, whether it be LAPD, LASO, or Compton PD, that assists you in your investigation?
Tupac Shakur passed away on September 13th. We attended the autopsy, and we were later contacted. Well, I think there was probably some contact with other people within the homicide section. You got to realize there are people higher up than us, but eventually Tim Brennan from Compton PD, I think a Mike Coet, and I don't, Fontenot, something like that from Los Angeles County Sheriff's came down to exchange information, and that's when we showed them the videotape from the MGM.
And once you showed them the videotape from the MGM, were they able to identify for you, first of all, who Orlando was?
They immediately recognized Orlando Anderson. They told us that's Orlando Anderson.
And do they also identify some of the people that are with Suge that you didn't know might have been with Suge?
They recognized Suge Knight. I think they did by monikers, if I remember right. There might have been names. I think Buntry was in the picture, a guy named Buntry. There may have been some others. It would have, again, it would be on the report because we did document all this.
Does Trayvon Lane sound familiar to you?
Yes, Trayvon Lane does sound familiar.
What about
they ended up identifying a bunch of people because we ended up getting a substantial amount of information from them.
Does there come a point in time when they let you know that basically there's something happening in Compton that might be really indicative of who may have killed Tupac?
Well, we learned that they had had a series of shootings occurring in Compton, and we're getting a lot of information from informants that was interesting to us. The problem was it was all from informants. We didn't have any actual people that would come forward and testify. So it was information we could use, but we didn't have any witnesses that would be willing to talk to us. It was all hearsay for us.
And before I get too far into the time you go to Compton the first time, were you able to identify that Suge Knight, Tupac Shakur, and their entourage was staying at the Luxor?
Well, yeah, we knew that after the beatdown at the MGM, they had all gone because the MGM security had videotaped or filmed the group going through the casino and exiting, and we got information that they went over to the Luxor where they had rooms because we observed or saw some videotape down in the valet area after they had changed clothes and were meeting down there for some vehicles where they had left to go to Suge Knight's house there in Las Vegas.
Judge, I have in my hand a certified record from Luxor of the reservations. As 124, I'd offer it.
Okay. Old records
So admitted.
from the file. An old handwritten receipt. 4 rooms, Tupac
So
and
you
Suge.
mentioned something that I guess I should get to. Suge and Tupac's group leave the MGM, go to the Luxor, and then did you have law enforcement outside, not for this purpose, but did you have law enforcement working security near Suge Knight's house here in Las Vegas?
We did not. Homicide did not. Apparently, there was an off-duty assignment at Suge Knight's community. I guess it's a gated community is where his house was at. And they were working off-duty because of whatever the event was.
And so, did you learn that after the Luxor, they went over to Suge's house?
Yes, we learned that they went over there. There was, I think, a gate log or something, and we learned that several people had gone over there, gone inside, and we eventually acquired that gate log. And then sometime after they had arrived at the house there, they departed, and
that's when the incident occurs.
That's not long after that is when the incident occurred.
All right, let me get back to Compton. At some point, you get told that the Compton Police Department is going to execute search warrants on all of the Mob Piru and Southside Crip residences that they could identify as part of their investigation into the ongoing war now that's happening between Mob Piru and the Southside Crips.
It was kind of twofold. We were told that they were serving search warrants on all these locations for these different groups or gangs, but that there was also at least one murder warrant for Orlando Anderson that they had there in Compton. So it was our understanding that they were going to be arresting him on an outstanding murder warrant there in Compton.
Were you present in Compton when those warrants were executed?
Mike Franks and I did travel down and were present to witness the search warrants being served by Compton and I believe the I don't know if the Los Angeles County Sheriffs participated, the actual deputies. I know that their jail facility people were there.
And you talked about this before. That warrant, had you seen a copy of the affidavit for that warrant?
Yeah, I saw one way back in '96, and I think I've seen one here recently that you showed me that kind of refreshed my memory.
And within that, all of the witnesses are identified as CRIs. Do you know what they were calling CRIs?
What I was told is that it was called a confidential, reliable informant. I don't recall any person being named as a testifying witness to anything. It was all based on confidential, reliable informants that the search warrant was being based on, which I guess in some cases that's not unusual. I know narcotics cases do that quite often, but eventually if you're going to successfully prosecute a case, you need to have somebody willing to testify.
Ain't that the truth?
So on October 2nd of 1996, were you present on Burris Ave when Orlando Anderson's residence was, when the police hit it and searched that residence?
I can't tell you if it was Burris Avenue. I remember being somewhere where Orlando Anderson was arrested, yes.
And during that, did you find out information as to where Orlando Anderson was staying when he was in Las Vegas?
Well, yeah, we kind of had an idea before that, but then when he was arrested, we kind of confirmed it that he had been staying at the Excalibur Hotel. We knew he'd been in Vegas because we had him on videotape, but yes.
Judge, I have in my hand state's proposed exhibit number 125, which is a certified copy of, or it's a certified record of the Excalibur. I offer it at this time.
You want me to approach?
Yes.
So unless this evidence that they have links KFD to the scene, I don't know. I mean, this is proving stuff that the police have known for 30 years, but wasn't enough to prosecute. They need KFD. They need him on the scene. They need somebody that will show that. This is the closest one. This is, I believe, this is his cousin or his nephew or the family member that got the beat down, right? Is that who this was?
Okay, now I'm going to try my best here to share my screen with you and see if we can. I want to show you just one little portion of this particular record. All right, share screen. I guess I should have it up. All right. Are you seeing my screen at all?
Nope.
I see you. I don't see the document. Oh, wait a minute. It just flipped.
You see that document now?
Okay, yeah, I do see a document. It's a affidavit of custodian of records.
Okay. I'm going to roll down here to page 2.
Okay, it's a receipt from Excalibur.
And then I'm going to zoom in here, maybe. Oh, that's the search button.
That's not it.
Let me zoom in here. There we go.
I see some writing down there. Yeah. Okay,
right.
it zoomed.
Yeah, I'm just going to get to that writing now that I've zoomed in.
Okay.
So on page 2 here, there's some handwriting on there.
That's the Stardust and Monte Carlo.
You recognize that handwriting?
That's my handwriting.
So how does that handwriting wind up on this record? What do you do?
Well, without seeing a report, I wrote it on there. There's no doubt that I wrote it on there. The question is why I wrote it on there. It's dated September 8th. Says they're local
Stardust
calls.
and Monte Carlo.
And I put Stardust for one phone number, and then the Monte Carlo for the other phone number.
That suggests to you were looking to see who Orlando Anderson, what other hotels he was calling.
I'm wanting to see what the phone calls are, and the Stardust call is at 9:41. It should be if it's correct, 0941 is 9:41 a.m. and then Monte Carlo is at 0946, and then right after that is the Stardust again at 0947 again.
Now, there's been some discussions, and I guess we'll get to that when we get a little bit farther, but why don't we address some of that now? Was there a problem at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department of information related to your investigation being leaked publicly?
Do tell.
Well, I became aware that there may have been some information being leaked. I couldn't say who specifically was doing it, but I was becoming concerned to the point that in our office we had shelves not behind my desk, but there were some shelves where a lot of the case files were stored. And once this case continued and the nature of who the victim was, especially when he passed away, there seemed to be a lot of interest in it, outside interest, especially with the media. And I became concerned about it, so I started locking my case files in my desk because I didn't want them to be available. Because I had left things on my desk, and a couple times I had found things different than when I left them, and it just bothered me. So that's why I locked them up.
Did there come a point in time when you started saving your reports to a different type of medium than just the computer?
Well, yes, there were some reports that I ended up not sending off to records because I was putting them on what we had then was called a floppy disk. I guess today they've got a lot different technology, but back then we had a thing called a floppy disk. Because we actually did some reports early on that I still don't know where they are. We did a pen register early on that I guess nobody can find. We went looking for a vehicle on another guy that nobody can find. There's just a lot of things that disappeared. And some of them are reports that were before I even put them on floppy disk. So yes, I had some concerns.
Okay, that's
were
concerning.
You aware that some Metro employees sold a Polaroid of Tupac on the autopsy table to the Daily Mail?
Police officers did this?
I was after we did the autopsy, I was outside the autopsy room. I cannot say that I saw a person take the Polaroid photo of Tupac Shakur's body. I saw somebody walk into the autopsy room where his body was at with a Polaroid. And then I don't remember how long after that a book was published by a Kathy Scott that had, it was a Polaroid photo of his body. It wasn't one of our photos of his body from the autopsy. It was quite obvious it was a Polaroid photo afterwards, because it was not a full photograph that we took. We didn't take those kind of photographs at an autopsy. We had no reason to.
But needless to say, you yourself had concerns about the security of the information as it relates to the investigation.
Yes.
Now, going back to exhibit number 125, it says on September 8th at 9:46 a.m. it appears the Monte Carlo was called, correct?
Correct.
And Judge, I have marked state's proposed exhibit number 126, which is a certified copy of a record from the Monte Carlo I'd offer.
Any objection?
Calling these numbers will not put you in touch with Tupac. He is not alive. I just have to state that here for the record. All right. Let them talk this over first. These were 50-cent calls. Coincidence? I think not.
Okay, they'll be admitted.
All right, Detective, I'm going to try and do this. Change the screen for you and now put 126 up on the screen.
So you need to express more confidence in your technical
Apparently
abilities.
screen sharing has stopped. Put it up first and then...
On second thought, you get someone else to help you.
Now I gotta go back to you and hit share. Can you see that now?
Now I do. There's a little delay, but it's a affidavit of custodian records again.
Now this is the Monte Carlo, and I'm gonna jump down to the first page. There's a name, Corey Edwards.
Corey Edwards.
1301 East Sloan.
Okay.
And it looks like he arrived and departed the Friday night before, the Friday the 6th into Saturday the 7th of September of 96. You see that on the right side?
I see that.
And I'm going to roll down here. A few pages in. Do you see? I could zoom in a little bit here for you.
No, I can see the writing. The Excalibur. Well, go back.
Yeah, I gotta go back.
It zoomed too much.
There you go.
Okay, it's Excalibur, Sahara, and Luxor. No, that's my handwriting.
$4.06.
And so does that suggest to you that you took this record and checked to see
where those phone numbers?
The local phone numbers that are being called on it. And I'm going to roll down.
Yes. So the Excalibur was September 7th at 10:01 a.m. Sahara, September 7th at 10:26, and Luxor was at September 7th at 10:32 a.m.
Now, initially, did you have any idea who Corey Edwards was?
I did not have Corey Edwards' name until Compton gave us that name.
So now you're in Compton. You've executed search warrants. You learn about the Excalibur. You learn about the Monte Carlo and Corey Edwards. I want to kind of fast forward now. Well, you mentioned something about a pen register. Does there come a point in time when you guys learn about an individual by the name of David Keith that might have worked at the MGM?
Yes, we learned about him. Well, it would have been related to the pen register because it goes back to, I want to say, Yafu Fula's description when I took his statement. He gave a description that I recall. He described the driver of the Cadillac having a bitch face. That's the term he used. And I may have misunderstood the terminology at the time. I might have thought bitch face meaning a younger looking face at the time, because there were some names coming up, and we had developed a name of Davion Brooks.
Now we need to see his picture
Apparently
again.
was a Southside Compton Crip. And he was a fair-skinned black male, and I don't know, we thought he kind of was a bitch face. And he was the person that the pen register was related to in a place. It was south. I can't tell you the address right off the bat. It was south of Tropicana, between the Boulevard and Koval. Because all we had, I think, was a cell phone or something, and we did the pen register, but David Keith's name came up somehow in that as a worker in Las Vegas. And for some reason, I'm going off the top of my head without the reports. He had I thought a full-size Blazer, because I used to own a full-size Blazer, and there was an address in Las Vegas and I know we went out and checked that address, but it turned out nothing was there. We couldn't determine anything, but that's how that all came about, David Keith. And I know that we ended up, because we couldn't find Davion Brooks, that at the time, I don't know what they got now, we had a thing called Scope, which the people would get their sheriff's cards or criminal history would go in there, and we could flag a person. So if they were stopped by officers or arrested, that we could be notified. And so we had flagged Davion Brooks. And I believe eventually we must have been down because I was out of town, but Mike Franks and Kevin Manning went and interviewed him.
So at this point, we have the names of Orlando Anderson, you have the name of Corey Edwards, you have the name of Davion Brooks, you have the name of Davion Keith. Kind of fast forward, but in November of 96, well, let me ask you this. Of all the people you interviewed in that car behind, was there anybody who said he thought he could make an identification?
Yafu Fula, from what I remember, thought he could ID someone possibly. I thought it was the driver, but I'd have to look at the report. He's the only person that thought they could possibly identify someone. I don't recall anybody saying they could ID the shooter. Frank Alexander, Malcolm Greenidge, and Katari Cox were more or less more of the dark arm kind of thing.
When in November of 96 in New Jersey, does something happen to Yafula?
Unfortunately, Yafu Fula was murdered. We were notified, I want to say it was Orange, New Jersey, somewhere in that area. We learned that Yafu Fula had been murdered. This was after we had made several attempts, because Death Row Records, David Kenner, who was the attorney, they had told us that if we needed to talk to anybody from the Outlaws or anybody, that we needed to contact them to make arrangements. And somewhere in the reports, there's several attempts were made to try to get a hold of Yafu Fula, and we got the runaround on that.
I want to fast forward to March 9th of 1997. did you become aware that another famous rapper by the name of Christopher Wallace, also known as Biggie Smalls, also known as Notorious B.I.G.,
there you go,
was killed outside the Peterson Automotive Museum in Los Angeles?
Yes.
And LAPD was responsible for that investigation.
Correct.
At some point, do you have contact with Fred Miller, one of the lead detectives from LAPD?
Yes.
And then shortly thereafter, March 17th or so, did you attempt to contact, well, let me ask you this, did you contact Frank Alexander to do photo lineups?
Yes. Mike Franks and I went down and we met Frank Alexander. If that's what the report said, it was around March 17th down in Orange County, somewhere, California. And I had taken probably, I think it was 10 photo lineups that we had prepared, because I had since the shooting and all, Frank had kind of turned around. I think he had gone cross with Death Row Records, and things turned around, and he was willing to meet with us, and that's when I showed him the photo lineups.
Do you have any
Judge,
people whose
Mr.
face
Sam,
looks...
I'm not having to lay the foundation with each one of these with Mr. Sam, but I have in my hand those 10 photo lineups, which are marked 76 through 85.
No objection there.
No objection to admission?
Yes.
All right, they'll be admitted then.
Can't wait for cross-examination of this
I'm
witness. I
gonna
wonder if
start with
defense is
number
going to
10.
have fun with that.
Which is 85.
Show us the faces that we can associate with the. And you can describe which one
I've
looks.
been in and out here a few times, but each of these photo lineups that you have done here, did you have a reason why you had these particular people in photo lineups?
Main players that were in these photo lineups were, well, obviously Orlando Anderson was in there because of the beatdown at the MGM. I mean, and because of the information we'd acquired from Compton. Then the other people, I think Darnell Brim might have been in one of those because his name had come up. Duane Davis's name was in there. Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith. There's another Davis. I think it's Duane Davis's brother, or he's related to him somehow. Is it Kevin Davis? I think.
Let me just share my screen and we'll go through each one by one. Okay.
Yeah. I just remember there were 10 of them, and there was each person that was in the lineup. There was a reason for them being in there, just to cover our bases. We had particular people we were looking at, but we wanted to cover the basis of everybody that had come up.
So on these lineups, this is page 1, page 2, and then on the bottom, page 3 has the names of the people that are in each of those positions. Is that fair?
Those are the lineup records, yes.
And so it shows on March 17th of 1997, you would have created the photo lineup record. That's your name down there?
Yes.
And this one, the suspect is number 6, Duane Davis.
Yeah, and I guess I probably spelled his name wrong.
And if we go to picture number 6,
that's Duane Davis. He's younger. I mean, obviously, it's been a long
30
time.
years ago, right?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
I thought I saw Kanye
Now,
on
at
that
this
picture,
point
so
in
not.
time, when you're showing these photo lineups, did you have a theory as to who was in this vehicle?
We had an idea from information. We didn't have anybody stepping forward to say anything in particular.
Okay. And who was it? Who'd you think was in the car?
Well, the four names that we were leaning on was Duane Davis, Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson. Those were the names that we've been leaning on. But again, those are just the names we had.
Right. You had no live witness to tell you.
No.
You all had confidential, reliable, the CRI
we personally didn't even have that. I mean, I guess everybody else did, but we didn't have a name that would step forward to say anything. And I believe the CRIs were even throwing out Darnell Brim and other people.
I'm going to kind of go through each one of these, but there's one I want to show you, and you've looked at these 10 photo lineups recently, right?
Correct.
And then there's another 6 photo lineups that you have where there's just a handwritten log that goes with them, right?
Yeah, and after looking at those, I'm wondering if those are photo lineups that I did later, because the 4 girls that I think Mike interviewed that night at the shooting scene, I had attempted to get in touch with them, and I think I talked to a couple of them, and 1 or 2 of them lived in the LA area. And I think it was LAPD, we had sent some lineups to them to look at. Those might have been the lineups we sent to them, actually.
But they were in front, they didn't see anything.
97 or 98? And I think technology might have got a little better by then.
So let me click out here. Judge, I have in my hand the log of the 86, and then State proposed exhibits 87 through 91, which are the other 6 lineups. 5 lineups, excuse me.
No objection. I'm sorry, Your Honor. No objection.
They'll be admitted.
Thank you. So let me start with the log for you, and then we're going to go back to the other ones for just a minute, but let me pull up the log first.
All right. We got a little Post-it note, maybe? Maybe some legal paper.
I'm sure there's more technologically advanced if you were younger. If I were younger, we could figure out how to do this easier, but...
You're doing better than me, so...
These are the logs. This is the logs you wrote for each one of those lineups, right? So you had Orlando Anderson in one, Darnell Brim in another, Roger...
These are probably notes that I wrote down because we were just trying to put something together to send off, because I'm seeing... Well, Roger Williams would have been, wasn't a Southside Crip, from what I remember. He was a mob guy or something. He was the opposite of everybody else.
He was a mob guy.
Roger Williams, do you recall his nickname being Neckbone?
Yes, because I think we got to talk to him briefly down in Compton.
The name Jerry Bonds was the name that was
Jerry Bonds was a name that came up very, very early on, and I think Compton had it, and as time went on, Jerry Bonds' name kind of was fading out. I think he's a South Side Compton Crip, but as things went on, his name just started disappearing, even from the informants.
And then the last one on there is Big Dre or DeAndre Smith.
DeAndre Smith, who is the guy that we think was in the back seat with Orlando Anderson.
Now I'm going to go to the DeAndre Smith photo.
I think Orlando was the shooter, right?
And he'd be in position number 3, correct?
Let's see which one's face stands out as really...
Oh, wait, you can't see it. I didn't share it with you yet.
Nothing's popped up yet, so...
Let me share it with you.
See if you guys can pick
But
up.
if your log has him in position number 3, that'd be him in number 3, correct?
Looking at it, yeah, that face kind of looks familiar. And that number 15 would be my writing. So this is one of the later photos. Yes. And this would, yeah, this is definitely one of the later photos. This is one we had early on.
So now I want to go to photo lineup that you wrote as number 1, which is State's Exhibit number 76. Can't believe I have to stop the share every time, but
Might have something to do with how you're using the technology and not necessarily the technology itself. It's giving you the problems.
I'm going to zoom in here on number 2 and then share it with you here. Maybe. The person there in number 2, that appears to be DeAndre Smith, correct?
Yes, that's probably an early photo because what I'm looking at, I think, is probably, I don't know if those were California DMV photos or what, because from what I recall, we had to cut the pictures out because the backgrounds were all different colors, and we were trying not to make different colors on the photo lineup so we didn't come into conflict down the road with anybody. I think Mr. Samp would agree. If you have a yellow, red, blue, that causes issues. So that's why we did this. And this is all we had that was available at the time.
So I want to roll down here. The weird thing about this record is
number 6 didn't have a name.
Number 6 didn't have a name, but also number 2, even though it's a picture of DeAndre Smith, the record you have is Andre Norton. Is that possibly an AKA for Mr. Smith?
Probably. We're talking what, 97?
30 years. 29 years.
Andre Norton. I'd have to look at his rap sheet. I don't know. But because there's no ID number over there, that's probably what it is. Because usually if there's an ID number, that's a Metro thing. And DeAndre Smith, whatever, wouldn't have had anything, because I don't think he had a history with Las Vegas.
Defense isn't objecting to all this speculation, mostly because it makes them look wishy-washy, like they're not sure what's going on.
Each of these photo lineups that you have.
It weakens the strength of the evidence that is being presented.
Let's go to number 2, which is State's Exhibit number 77.
Candace, this is the afternoon stream we watched this morning.
We roll down here. Oh,
it's live.
I guess I should share it for you so you know what I'm talking about.
The coffer's the defendant, so he's not going anywhere. He'll be here for the whole trial.
We roll down here, and position number 3 is Orlando Anderson. Is that right?
Okay, you're right.
And position number 3 is Orlando.
Yes, that's Orlando. He had a pretty recognizable face. And again, that would have been a similar deal where the backgrounds were all different colors, so that's why we had to cut him out.
I'm going to share with you 78. And then show you down at the bottom. Darnell Brim's in position number 1.
How many lineups did they do?
Yeah, when I saw the picture, it looked like him up in the... Something about the faces that kind of remember.
But that'd be Darnell Brim.
That would be Darnell Brim.
Let's go to number 4. And if we roll down here,
photographic identification, general guidelines.
Position number 5 would be Jerry Bonds. And if we roll up here, in position number 5, we have Jerry Bonds.
Correct. Yes. Okay.
Number 5.
I do like that they tried to make the pictures all look the same, like they cropped them similarly.
Number 5, we roll down to the bottom, which is State's Exhibit number 80.
That's Davion Brooks. Yeah.
Davion Brooks in position number 5, and if we roll up here, that's Davion Brooks in position number 5.
Yeah.
And that's the potentially young kid, based upon what Yafula said, that caused you guys to do the pen and all those other things.
He's the guy we did the pen register on, yes.
Number 6. Oops. And this will be State's Exhibit number 81. I gotta share it with you. We roll down here. David Keith is in position number 1, and so that would be David Keith.
Wonder if Mr. Davis is looking at these people
and
like,
the reason we put
there's my man.
tape on there
It's
is
my boy.
I think those are probably ID numbers or something, so we're again trying not to create problems with the different booking photos or something. And I don't know if this is a booking thing or a sheriff's card, but we just covered them up to lessen the conflict.
You learned during the course of your investigation that Mr. Keith worked at the MGM, which meant he must have a work card, ergo he must have a photo.
At a minimum, he had to have a work card, yes.
Hold the next one. Oops. Number 82.
You have to turn your head to the side here.
There we go. We roll down to 82, and in spot number 5 is Kevin Davis.
Kevin Davis, yeah.
And number 5 is a photograph of Kevin Davis.
Okay, yes.
And your understanding is that Mr. Davis, Kevin Davis, is Duane Davis's brother.
Let's
I
see
think
the
that's what it
similarities.
was. I knew he was a relative. For some reason, I thought they were brothers.
You recall a point in time when a .40 caliber Glock was found on Mr. Davis?
I don't remember if it was on him. There's
That's so
two
important.
firearms that I can recall. I know that Mike Coette from the LA County Sheriff's Office had a firearm. If that was on him, then that would be it. He mentioned a Glock 40, and I had him enter those cartridges into what we had was drug fire then. I don't know if they still have it. And then I had our firearms people do the comparison on that.
And ultimately, that wasn't your murder weapon.
The firearms examiner said it was not the weapon.
And so, drug fire, which is, I think, the jury will hear later, is not is now called NIBIN, but drug fire was a way for photographs of casings to be put into a computer, and then somebody somewhere else could check casings that were found and see if they matched the same gun, casing to casing.
Yeah, the forensics guys that do all those firearms things, they know how to do all that stuff. All I know is if I get the information, I ask the people to enter it in to drug fire at the time, and then those firearms people know what to do. I depended on them.
So we only got 2 more here. Let's do your number 8, which is going to be my 83. In position number 2 is Terry Brown.
Terry Brown.
You see that right there? It says Terry Brown.
I don't see the photo lineup yet. I just see the lineup record.
Yeah. Terry Brown would be in position number 2, correct?
Yeah. He's going to be in number 2. Okay. And I don't. Oh, there he is.
And
yeah.
Photo number 2 is Terrence Brown.
That's the old photo. Yes.
You know which one's an old photo and a new photo?
I have for you, Detective. Well, I have to share my screen with you. Excuse me a second. State's Exhibit number 84. You have Corey Edwards in position 3.
Okay.
And when we roll up here to position number 3, that'd be Corey Edwards.
Yeah, does he always have that beard? I don't remember.
I'm sorry.
It's been so long, but yeah.
Do you guys remember? It's Corey, he was the one with the, he did the,
now,
prosecutor just ignored
when you
it.
show,
does he always have that beard?
Mr. Alexander, these photo lineups, was he able to pick anybody out?
He said he could not.
And you know where Mr. Alexander is today?
From what I was told, he committed suicide, so he's deceased.
Ooh.
Did you attempt to show those photo lineups to Malcolm Greenridge?
I think it was the next day.
Is that your final answer on the name?
Because what started this was a newspaper article, so we went and met Malcolm with Reggie Wright Jr., and I think I learned later, because there's a report, that there's some other guy came with him. We met them at the Compton Police Department, and we sat down with Malcolm and we offered to show him these photo lineups, and Malcolm said he never wanted to see the lineups because he said he could never identify anybody. So basically, he declined to look at the photo lineups.
You mentioned a news story. What was in the news story that caused you to think you should go probably talk to Mr. Greenridge?
There was a reporter named Chuck Phillips that was working for the LA Times at the time that was, well, that's my opinion. Anyhow, Chuck Phillips was writing an article claiming that there were 2 witnesses that the Metropolitan Police Department were refusing to talk to, Frank Alexander and Malcolm Greenidge. When we got a hold of Frank Alexander and Malcolm Greenidge, they both stated that the words that Chuck Phillips used were not their words, that they had never said those words, and that Malcolm Greenidge said he never he said he could never identify anybody, so he had no reason to look at the photo lineups. Frank Alexander basically said the same thing, that the story was not the way he had told it.
Now, you were a homicide detective in Las Vegas, Nevada, Clark County, right?
Correct.
This crime appears to have come from Compton and returned shortly thereafter to Compton, right? All the witnesses, everything is there, correct?
Everybody that is related to this crime that we know of is coming from California, yes.
And so, are you a peace officer in California? You got the same powers you have here in Las Vegas?
No.
And
I know that answer.
how many times did you trip to California,
It's jurisdictional,
generally, in an effort to talk to people about this particular case?
We made 10 to 12 trips to California. Not all of those trips were with law enforcement because it came a time where we weren't necessarily wanting to deal with law enforcement. So we went down there that many times to try and to contact different people. In fact, every time we went to California, we tried to contact Death Row Records, but got the runaround, so.
So ultimately, were you left with any avenue to further your investigation?
The only thing we ever got was we ended up the revocation hearing for Suge Knight, where I ended up providing a videotape of from the MGM for the DA's office down there.
Let me ask you about that. So, Suge Knight, at the time that he is involved at this fight with Orlando Anderson at the MGM, he is on probation, both federal and state probation in California, correct?
That's the way it was presented to us, yes.
And at that particular hearing, did he call a witness in his defense to claim he was trying to stop the fight?
Orlando Anderson was subpoenaed as a witness for Suge Knight, yes.
And did he testify that Suge Knight was trying to help him, not hurt him?
Orlando Anderson apparently, because I wasn't allowed in the courtroom, but apparently Orlando Anderson testified in court that day that Suge Knight was trying to help him.
And then were you the witness that laid the foundation for the videotape that disputed that testimony at that revocation hearing?
Because I had talked to Orlando Anderson in Compton the day of the search warrants, and he told me differently, I was there as an impeachment witness in case Orlando decided to tell the story that he did tell. And I testified that Orlando told me otherwise, that Suge Knight and Tupac had basically beat him down pretty good.
Thank you, sir. Judge, I pass the witness.
All right, this could get spicy. Let's see if defense decides to pursue the facial look line.
Detective Becker, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I just need to follow up with a couple things. Let me start off with this. So you talked a little bit about your powers as a police officer in Nevada. And you had mentioned that those police powers end at the border of Nevada. Is that what I heard before?
Yeah, our basic law enforcement powers are within Nevada.
And as a result, what that means is when you enter into another state, you're technically not a police officer per se. I mean, you are a police officer, but you don't have a jurisdiction. Is that how you would frame it?
Correct. If we were, say, to want to arrest someone in another state, I mean, you could have someone arrest them, but you'd have to go through an extradition proceeding to bring someone over to Nevada. And that takes time. It's not like you can just go grab a guy and bring him back to Nevada.
Right. Now, in terms of your work here on this case, I just wanted to make sure that I was clear on a couple things. We went through a lot of photo lineups, right?
Correct.
And you had referenced to me a little bit about the photo lineups, and fair to say, of course, you know, as a defense attorney, you want to make sure that each photo lineup does not suggest the answer to the question, right?
Right.
So back in those days, you're cutting pictures, you're actually cutting photographs out and just pasting them in such a way to try to eliminate backgrounds and so forth, so that the person that's looking at the photo lineup won't be suggested as to what the answer is.
That's what our attempt was, yes, sir.
Now, just for the jury's edification, when someone is being shown a photo lineup, they're in a room, they see the photo lineup, and then at that point, you wait for them to respond and see which one of the 6 people in there they recognize, right?
Well, you'd show the lineup and ask them if they recognize anybody in the lineup. That's you don't say who in this lineup, you know, do you recognize? You just say, do you recognize anybody in the lineup?
Right, and the reason why you ask that question that way is you do not want to suggest an answer to your question. Or
correct. You don't want to try and make them lean towards anybody in particular.
Right, because there are instructions that are part of those photo lineups that say there may not be a person at all that we're interested in the 6 people that we present to you, right? You could have a photo lineup with nobody in it that you would have as a target. Fair?
That's a fair statement, yes, sir.
Now, in this particular regard, once a person sees who that person believes to be somebody associated with whatever investigation you're looking at, they typically would circle the picture and maybe put down a percentage of how sure they are of that person being the person that's involved in something. Is that how that works?
Yeah, typically what I would do anyhow is I'd have them initial the back of the photograph, the particular photograph of the person.
Right.
And if there was a percentage, yeah, I would have them put that on there, say at 80%, 60%, whatever that is, you know, or 100%, whichever.
Now, of course, during this time period, as you are putting together these photo lineups, the majority of the individuals that the state identified in each photo lineup are people that are associated with Southside Crips. Would that be an accurate description?
I believe everybody was, I don't remember, was Roger Williams one of them? Because he's not a Crip. He's a Piru or mob guy, so he's a Blood. But everybody else was a Crip, yes.
Right, and so because you were under the premise that there was a gang war, that the Southside Crips had actually shot at Tupac and Suge Knight because they were Piru Blood, and so you were identifying just Southside Crips and putting them into photo lineups. Is that how that worked?
Yeah, we were using Crips because that was the information. Again, we were basing a lot of things off the information we were getting from Compton.
Right, and even so, even as you're receiving this information from Compton, even as you sit here right now, sir, you weren't comfortable necessarily with all of the information you were receiving from Compton, right?
We weren't comfortable with certain things in Compton, yes.
For instance, the way they were conducting their business as law enforcement in Compton was not the way you would recommend or know that Metro would do here in Las Vegas. Fair?
We witnessed a couple of interview techniques that we weren't comfortable with, yes.
Yes, sir.
The waterboarding.
Now, in addition, as you are having these photo lineups, did these photo lineups ever go to anyone back in Las Vegas? For instance, we've heard some testimony from some females that were in a vehicle, some other people maybe that would have been at the scene. Were those photo lineups ever shown to anyone that was, you know, like the girls in the Sebring or anything like that?
That's where I'm wondering. I think there was 5 photos later on that are shown, not the original 10. I don't remember the exact number, but there are 5 later photos. And I think I mentioned it during my earlier testimony that we sent to, I believe, someone in LAPD. And I know that of the 4 girls in the Sebring, I only think 1 or 2 said they were willing to look at the photo lineups, and I think photo lineups were sent to LA so they could show them to those.
And do you
1 or 2
recall?
girls.
Do you
yes.
recall what the results were of those photo lineups being sent to the girls in LA?
I don't believe they identified anybody.
And fair to say that in this particular regard, the photo lineup that shows Terrence Brown, no one, as far as you know, no one identified Terrence Brown as being in a vehicle, even in Las Vegas on September 7th, 1996?
Yeah, if Terrence Brown was in one of those photo lineups, then he wasn't identified, correct.
How about DeAndre Smith? Was he ever identified by anybody in a photo line and his photo lineup as being present in Las Vegas, Nevada on September 7th, 1996?
I don't recall anybody being identified in a photo lineup.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, sir, your testimony was that you were the primary detective on this case originally.
Myself and Mike Franks, we didn't really have a lead, but yeah.
All right.
Whatever, Canton.
You drew the short straw, basically, on this one, right?
Well, I guess I'm the guy that's name is all over everything, but yeah.
Well, congratulations. Let me ask you this question, though. As a police officer, did you write reports of all of your activity that you did during the course of this investigation?
Anytime we did something, I did an officer's report. I know Mike Franks did several reports too, yes. And
would there ever be a time during the time that you were handling this investigation that you would have chosen not to have written a officer's report?
Not that I can think of.
Okay.
No. If we'd had a trip, especially any trip we did out of state, anything where we went out and did anything, I'd have done an officer's report. Back in the day, apparently they do things a little different. Even if it was a 1 paragrapher, we did officer's reports.
And as far as you know, based upon your knowledge of what happened to your file after you left, is the file complete in terms of your reports and what you did in this case?
When I left, it was, yes.
Is it now?
As far as he can vouch for it.
I don't know. I've never seen the case file, so I don't know what it looks like now. I've heard rumors.
Now, the
go on.
district attorney's
What are the
office
rumors?
had forwarded over to you some documents to help you with your preparation for testimony here today, right?
Correct.
Were those documents all of the officer's reports that you wrote while you were on this investigation?
No.
Now, in addition to that, sir, you had testified a little bit about the Luxor, I think. You had mentioned something about there was some information that Tupac and Suge Knight had both had rooms at the Luxor. Is that correct?
That's the information we had, yes, sir.
Okay. In addition to that, was there any video that was captured of the vehicles that had gone to the Luxor to pick up Tupac while he was at the Luxor?
I don't remember a specific video of the vehicles.
Yeah.
I mean, there was hearsay of vehicles, but I don't remember specific videos.
Now,
off the top of my head, I don't. No.
Right. And because you were the lead detective, of course, you're accumulating all of the information that's being gathered, sometimes from other police officers in furtherance of your investigation, right?
Yeah, if it's given to me, yes, and it's put into the case file, yes.
Right. And so with regards to the Luxor incident, you learned and you had put into your officer's report that Tupac Shakur was picked up with some people, looks like around 10 o'clock at the ballet. Do you recall that?
I did not. I don't think I did an officer's report reference the ballet. No.
I have a document here. Looks like both signatures at the bottom as the officer.
If you could show it to me. Like I said, I've seen some documents from this that I don't recall, but if you have it, show it to me. I'd be happy. And
do you want me to run it right over for you right now?
Where are you at?
Yeah, if you could show it to me.
Let me do
I just don't
this.
recall it.
Now, I believe that we had submitted some documents for your review as well. Do you recall the documents that we reviewed?
I remember, because I remember you showing me a document from LA that I didn't remember too. So, but it's been a while. So
this would be titled the Murder or Attempt Murder Supplement. Do you recall that document?
okay, wait a minute. Is this the report with Beard on it?
Correct. That's right.
Oh, okay. That report. Now I remember that report. Yes.
And I apologize if I wasn't clear enough.
Okay. I remember that report. Yes.
And in that report, for instance, there was a discussion about the number of vehicles that had pulled up to pick up Tupac, and one of the vehicles that was there was a Cadillac that was white with 4 black males in it. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Okay. So
Is that
the
correct?
way we're looking at it right now is Tupac comes out of the Luxor, he gets picked up in a long caravan of cars, and the last car is a white Cadillac with 4 black males in it. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's based upon your investigation.
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, we talked a little bit about the pen registers. Can you explain to the jury what a pen register is?
Pen register isn't the same as a pen register is more or less you're getting a number and you're more or less recording those numbers. So it's not quite the same as you're recording phone calls and listening to them, where in that particular case you actually have people in a room and they're actually listening to calls, and if the call is not pertaining to your investigation, you're supposed to turn it off and not listen to it. It's something that's not pertaining to it. And that a pen register is more or less information to record calls. It's a tool to assist you in your investigation if it turns out to be something that's valuable. That was the intent.
Right.
When we did the pen register, we never got to do it because we did the pen register. You have to file it with the county, and lo and behold, the next day it was in the newspaper. So basically, it was a waste of time.
Well, I mean, for instance, the pen register would be you would target someone's phone number, right? And so
correct. That was the intent.
And the pen register would record the numbers that were either going to that phone number or that phone number making phone calls out of that to other phones.
That was the intent.
Now, in this case, can you tell us, for instance, what Keefy D's phone number was at that particular time?
8675309.
I couldn't tell you. No.
And with regards to the phone records that we had received, there were some numbers that were either from the Monte Carlo, and I don't know if it was from the Luxor, but do any of those phone numbers register back to a pager? Because this is 1996, right? So it's got to be a pager, or maybe, I don't know what was around 1996 besides the pager.
I believe those phone numbers were actually the phone numbers to the hotels themselves.
Right. And so outside of that, we don't have any fact that Keefy D's pager or phone number was either dialed to or received in from either the Luxor or the Monte Carlo, is what's been shared here today, right?
Not on those calls, sir.
Now, in addition to that, you had mentioned as well the search warrants that occurred in Compton. Now, these search warrants that occurred, fair to say that they also, they were doing these search warrants to try to retrieve firearms to help quell or to suppress any potential violence in Compton. Is that the reason or purpose for those search warrants?
I don't know what, it was their search warrant. I can't tell you what the purpose, other than my understanding was there was an arrest warrant for Orlando Anderson. All that other stuff, that's Compton's thing.
Yeah.
It was their search warrant.
And in terms of that search warrant, did you ever see the results, or was Keefe D's house or residence in Compton searched as well?
I don't remember. I'd have to. The return had so much information on there. I'd have to sit there and look at it again. I just don't remember right off the top of my head if Keefe D's house was on that return or not.
No worries, sir. And in terms of your investigation, did you ever have to deal directly with Reggie Wright Jr.?
The only face-to-face, and it would have been brief, would have been at Compton when he brought Malcolm Greenidge in, but I don't think there was any talk. And the reason we probably didn't talk to him was because his dad was a lieutenant at Compton.
They got
And
special
what did that mean to
treatment.
you as to why you wouldn't talk to him because his dad was a lieutenant?
Right, wrong, or indifferent, our feeling was, well, if your dad's a Compton lieutenant and you're the head of Death Row Records security,
we have a conflict, maybe.
I just have a problem with the communications line there. Maybe I'm being distrustful on that. I just worry about what's being said between the two parties.
Were you aware during the course of your investigation that Reggie Wright Jr. instructed his people to lie to you?
I was told later on by Frank Alexander that he said that, yes.
In addition to that, we had talked a little bit about the video footage that was captured at the MGM. Did you at any point when you looked at that video footage observe or see Duane Davis, Keefe D in that surveillance video?
No.
And then finally, your recollection is, so you wake up in the morning, you get the call, you arrive on scene, and when you get there, you had said, and this might be an old Nevada thing, but everyone skedaddled before I got there. You remember saying something like that? Did you, during that time period, ever observe a white Cadillac sitting there waiting for somebody inside to talk to either yourself or any other police officers about what happened at the scene?
No.
What
And
about the
then
face?
finally, you had mentioned a little bit about Suge Knight, and you had said that you believed that he was timid or afraid when he showed up with 3 attorneys to talk to you.
Yeah, I think he was rather timid, yes.
Sure. And it would be fair to say, of course, that you don't know why he was timid, right? I mean, he's walking in with 3 attorneys. I mean, is he worried that he's going to get caught doing something wrong, or is he there because he's worried about something else? You don't know, right?
I don't know why he was. It's just I'm sitting there thinking, one, why the victim showing up with 3 attorneys? That was just an odd thing to me.
Right. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Well, he
Can you
skipped
redirect
the
Mr.
B face on redirect.
Okay. Of course.
Court's indulgence was asked for and granted or received. It's 6 o'clock here, but only 3 o'clock in Las Vegas. This is redirect questioning of Mr. Becker, this retired investigator, who somehow this all fell on his lap. His name is all over everything.
All right, Detective. I'm going to jump in here to just a little bit with you. Hold on one second while I get ready so that we can share some screens here. Thing to come up so I can share the screen.
Sounds like a personal problem. He's talking about the equipment when he says, I can't get my thing to come up so I can share the screen. Now it's working. He's got it plugged in. It'll.
Where the hell is my Zoom? There it is.
Where's my Zoom?
I found it. Here we go. I want to start with an aerial that's been admitted as State's Exhibit number 1. I'm going to put it up big for you here. Can you see that?
Just a minute here. Okay, yeah, now I do.
So,
see
your
the mirage
understanding
there
is
with the big
that
pool.
Shug and the entourage were coming down this way, westbound on Flamingo towards the 662 Club.
Yeah, Flamingo towards Cobol, yes.
And after the shooting, what's your understanding of what Mr. Shug...
Did you say westbound or eastbound?
I'm sorry, they were heading eastbound towards the 662, correct?
Correct.
What's your understanding as to what Shug and the majority of that entourage do after the shooting?
My understanding is once the shooting happened, they made a U-turn, went westbound on Flamingo, southbound on the boulevard, Las Vegas Boulevard, and came to a stop. If that red dot is at Las Vegas Boulevard and Harmon, that's where they came to a stop.
And it wasn't just Mr. Knight's vehicle that was stopped at that location. There were a number of other cars that were part of that entourage that remained at the scene for photographing. Is that correct?
My understanding, because obviously Frank Alexander and the other 3 gentlemen were there, so their car must have been there. If Kevin Woods got talked to, and I think there was somebody else, so I'm guessing their car was there. If there were other cars there, no one said anything about it. So I don't know how many. I remember the car that Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur were in was there in the intersection.
Right. And 2 of the wheels have been blown out from hitting a curb.
The rims were banged up from going over the median there in the middle of the Flamingo.
So, and then the entire crime scene would have been taped off by initial patrol officers, correct?
Yeah, I remember the street was pretty well taped off from what I recall.
And when they put crime scene tape up, they put crime scene tape up around the entire area they're trying to protect. Whether or not the people that were in those vehicles stayed at that location, there are more than one vehicle that's taped off in this scene. Would you agree with that?
They should be. They should be taping off a wider area than a smaller area. It's easier to come in than to go out.
So this is going to make me kick me back in and out every time, but let's go through this.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you're going to tape off an area, you'd rather make it bigger than start smaller, because it's easier to start bigger and close it than to start small and make it wider, because once you made it small, you got looky-loos, everybody coming in. It's tough to get people out then.
So now I'm going to share this photograph. That's the rear of Mr. Shakur and Suge Knight's vehicle, or at least appears to be, correct?
This is at the scene, right? Is this on the boulevard?
I believe the testimony is that this vehicle is Las Vegas Boulevard in Harmon.
Okay, I see the black and white up ahead just because I see the reflective from the door.
So I'm going to go through exhibit number.
What's that? What's that white car?
This is so
We're going to go
conversational.
through all of these for you in just a second. Of course, I got to do this the hard way. So now I'm going to show you number 20. Give me a second. I don't know why this thing won't roll up for me when it's photographs. There's obviously a different black BMW that's inside. If you look real close on the right side, the crime scene.
Okay. Okay.
That one has a plate.
There is 22. Oh, I'm gonna click out of this.
I'm guessing that license plate number is on the report, so.
Just click through. That's 23. Now we're looking at 24. Share my screen. There's a black Lexus within the crime scene tape.
Looks new.
Okay.
Stop sharing.
So all those cars that are in that line to the side is just regular traffic being going by, I take it.
You asking or telling?
Then within the tape, this is State's Exhibit number 24. There's a silverish Mercedes.
Okay. So is Kevin Woods is probably in at least one of these.
And then 26. There, 26. Also in the tape, there's white. I think if you zoom in really close down here, which I don't know if I can do on here.
Yeah.
Oh, I can do this. There you go.
It's probably the license. Oh, it's a
Dodge Avenger.
Okay. A Dodge Avenger. Okay, and the license plate number, because I remember on the original crime report there are license plate numbers on vehicles, and I'd have to look at it to see what they match up to.
And then Mr. Sampt asked you questions about going to the Luxor.
Okay.
You recall those questions?
Yes.
Would it refresh your memory as to exactly what you found out at the Luxor to review that report that you generated?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
This is just such a casual line of questioning. Not very adversarial on the back and forth with objections.
Yeah.
Sorry to bore you, Mr. Davis. We're trying to find out who killed Tupac. Thanks for your patience.
Share this one more time. Let's see if this works. There we go. All right. All right, here we go.
Right, Brian Beard, yeah. Okay.
So the beginning is just sort of a little paragraph that you wrote about what the investigation is about.
That's just a very brief synopsis about what happened the night of the shooting, yes.
Now, you indicated you talked to Brian Beard, who was working security at the Luxor.
Correct.
At about 10 p.m., he saw Mr. Shakur with a large group of people at the valet. Shakur and his group entered numerous vehicles and drove onto Las Vegas Boulevard around 10:30.
Right.
Beard recalls a black two-door Mercedes, a dark-colored Hummer, a two-tone van, and a black four-door Mercedes or BMW in the entourage.
Yeah, and the Hummer was supposed to be MC Hammer. I remember that.
Oh, yeah.
And then you also
Hammer
talked to
was there?
Angel Zabalza.
Right.
Hammer time.
He was working as well. His recollection of the vehicles were there was a white Dodge Caravan, a black BMW Mercedes, and 2 other black vehicles. 2 white vehicles were also behind the group. Zabalza said he thought the last car was a Cadillac or Buick with 4 black males, was what he reported.
Right. Yeah, correct.
Thank you, Judge. I have nothing further.
Okay. Any requests?
Just real quick, Detective Becker, with regards to that last line, the last line is that the last white vehicle was either a Cadillac or a Buick, right? So the Cadillac was a white Cadillac.
Correct. That's the way that's worded, yes.
All right.
Either a white Cadillac or Buick, yes.
All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness?
Do we have questions?
Seeing no hands,
No
thank you.
hands.
You are excused. Have a good day.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'd ask him if I have a B-style face.
All right, state. Any additional witnesses for today?
Will we approach that?
Come on.
Come on. Come on down, she says. Everybody but Duane gets to go visit the judge's bench. Choose a candy out of the bowl. I had Hammer Pants back in 1986. You can't touch this. Had Hammer Pants in junior high. My brother did, and I was jealous of them. Those parachute pants. They were... You could run in those, and no one would see your legs move. They were pretty baggy. Good stuff. We might be done for the day. See how this goes. Looks like we're just wrapping things up.
All right, we're going to take another 15-minute break while we try to get some Zoom things going. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until it is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back 3:30. Please rise for the jury.
This is pretty funny because this trial is like taking a step back in time 30 years. The individuals that we see in the courtroom have the mannerisms and the customs that were normal in court 30 years ago. This is way before we had cameras in every courtroom and all this coverage.
We'll be in recess. Thank you, everyone.
And so they are a little bit casual. They're it's a little bit different. It's interesting. I love it. I'm loving it. It's a very different feel in this courtroom than we've seen in other trials. How late does Vegas court go? I don't know. We thought we were going to be done for today. It is, after all, 3:15, 3:16 there. But instead, we are going to just chillax right here where we are. Let's see. Let me go to this one. Is this judge old enough to be out of school yet? She's on recess, so she's good. The judge has gorgeous hair. She does. Of course, she doesn't have any humidity to make that hairdo flop. It's in Vegas, after all, where humidity has not yet been invented. Thing is, Tupac wouldn't even approve of this prosecution since he was taken care of. Yeah, this is not Tupac endorsed. As a matter of fact, when he was stopped by the cops when the cops showed up after he was shot and before he died, he was speaking to the cops, but not about what happened. He said, don't worry about this. We got it. I got it. We'll take care of it. No worries. We don't need y'all. We'll handle this one internally, was the message that came across, since they were not able to, in the 6 days that he survived after the shooting, they were not able to convince him to spill the beans as to who it was, because I'm sure he knew. I'm sure he saw as it happened right outside his car window. But perhaps the attacks back and forth afterwards and the music that was released will give us a clue as to who did what and what was done in retaliation. This trial makes me feel old. I graduated in 95. It was a great year to graduate. I also graduated in 95. I almost graduated in 96. It was close. But I did graduate with my class in 1995. This is going to be epic. I'm loving it. The judge is 44. Googled it. She looks quite young. It's like a blast from the past. Tupac didn't pass on September 7th. No, it was like 5 or 6 days later in the hospital that he passed after the shooting. On the 13th, I just remember sitting there when it broke on MTV. It's the nicest way of seeing what he actually said. Class of 95, unite. We are here, represent. I went to one class reunion. I'll never go to another. Nope, not for me. Not going to happen. Surgeonite knows who did it. And he's not talking either. Katrina says, I was born in 1997, so this predates me just a little bit. It's all right. This is good culture, good history lesson for you. He passed on your actual birthday. Wow. First child was born in 98. I remember all this so much. Yeah, crazy, crazy times. It seems like a world ago that all this happened. KPD was tired of waiting to be charged with homicide, so he decided to snitch on himself. He had to write. Well, there was one person that wrote a book, and then he wrote his own book and snitched in them. Now stop. Hammer time. My friend has the gold MC Hammer jogging suit. Still? Does it fit? That is awesome. That would be a perfect Halloween costume for a throwback party. I would need a larger Hammer suit. It would look more like a clown costume, but rumor has it that MC Hammer lives pretty close to where I live. Elvis died on my 5th birthday. That put a damper on my party. Was he scheduled to perform? That would have been terrible. I was 6 months old when this happened. Going to the grocery store is like a class reunion here. There's another class of 95. William, welcome. Good to have you here. Fist bump, pound it. It's a real time warp. I'm loving it. I'm loving this. This was probably the best their investigation could come up with, because this was a high-profile murder when at the time it happened. We already heard that from the investigator Beckett there, that where he said Becker or Beckett, I don't remember, where he said that they called homicide out to the scene before he'd even died, just because of who it was and how it went down. So fascinating. I think they did, They had some problems internally. That's going to be fun for the defense to go into, where things went missing that shouldn't be missing. Things showed up in the newspaper as soon as, before they happened. and then, of course, you've got the connection out there in Compton, where the lead security for Death Row Records has a family relative who's in management or upper management at the police department leadership. That's a nice connection to have. That's a little bit of insurance Probably there. It was Becker. Okay, thank you. Wish I had a trial bingo card as all the key names and terms have come up. They have, Balo. I was 33 when this happened, Super T. That's awesome. We had 600 people in my senior class. It took so long to graduate in that sweltering heat. We did ours indoors at the Symphony Hall, which is, as the name suggests, a concert hall for the symphony. And that was cooler. It was a little bit cooler. We had about 750, I think, in my graduating class. And I, being the prankster that I was, announced a prank name for the person who was reading off the names. This is before you had to show them your card or whatever, and they only read what was on the card. You just told the person your name, and they'd say it. And so I made up a name, incorporated my name, and made up another name to go in it with like the third or something like that. And so when the name was read, I don't think my family recognized it and just didn't clap. There was no cheering. They're like, "Who's that guy?" Nobody knows him. But it was fun. I'm glad I did it. All right. Downloaded Magic Book from the 60s has had me messing with Kindle settings all day to make it readable. I think I have it now. Wonderful. When's the show? Those old Magic Books had the best tricks in them. Super T, I've got back surgery at the end of the month. Oh, my goodness. Hope it goes well, and rest well. Rest like the doctor tells you, and then get back on your feet as soon as you're ready. The EMT stated Tupac said to leave it be. That has to play through the mind of this jury when it all comes down. Yeah, nobody wanted to talk to the police. Can't believe the cop that left law enforcement to write a book about it. Yeah, if we're looking to see who did wrong and who took what, I think we might first look in that area. Who would have motive to crack open the case that wasn't theirs, or to access evidence they shouldn't be? Is there not a Compton PD? Is it all part of LAPD? We just know in Compton, it might have been LAPD over Compton. That's where the leader, the death row security guard had a family member, like father or something there. It could have been LAPD. I'm not up to date on my California Police Department jurisdiction boundaries. All right, just a couple more minutes and we will be back from this break and continuing, wrapping up the cases. We've got, I think, a Zoom witness next, which has not been terrible on the audio. They say LAPD absorbed Compton PD in the early or to mid-2000s. State Seal has a cinnamon on it. What? Oh, man. The whole PD was shut down due to this case of corruption. In the city of Compton. Keep it rocking. Yeah. All right, this is going to be. I'm really liking this trial. Maybe it's the history. Maybe this is basically what it would be like, sort of, if technology was around at the time when I graduated high school and I got into true crime at the same time. That's why I like this one. It's like I get to step back in time and watch a trial happen from when I was a kid. That's probably why I'm just such a big fan of it. It's a history lesson. Give them a minute to get their ducks in a row. It is 1:07 p.m. Is that right? Can't be 1:07. It's not 1:07. It says 1:07. My clock has stopped functioning. Okay. 6:30 here makes it 3:30 there. Trace. 3 minutes left. Had to DoorDash extra wine for this. How many of you have a Tupac album that you're going to put on tonight and listen to? California Love's my favorite song by Tupac. Got Tupac posters on our dorm wall. It's like OJ all over again. All right. Are we ready? That's the only song I know. You'd be surprised. I think if you actually listen to a bunch of, flip through his albums on a playlist, you've probably heard several others. Tupac all weekend long. Been doing the Hammer Time Moonwalk away here. I'll be listening tonight. Let's see. Waiting for the spicy stuff. I think there is going to be a point in this trial where the defense has to step up their game. They have to hit harder. They don't have to right now. As a matter of fact, they don't have to object. It's helping them when the witness gets up there and just speculates and rambles and goes on and asks questions and seems confused and is not certain of what he's talking about. And is this the guy? Did he always have a beard like that? Was that him? I don't recall. That was that is so helpful to their case because it really just underlines the fact that the state just doesn't know. They didn't know. All the evidence they have and all they've had for 30 years sums up as we don't know. We don't know what happened. We don't know who did it. And so now that they're like, oh, we found this book. It's like he wrote the book, and he says he wrote it, and it's a lie. That's all they've got. Don't know any of his songs. Listened to 80s rap and then turned to heavy metal in the 90s. So 80s rap, was that like the Beastie Boys? I mean, where were they at? They were 90s, weren't they? Or were you into that hard stuff, that Forbidden, the 2 Live Crew stuff? Run DMC? Spice incoming. It's coming. Time's up. Lois, thank you very much. This makes me smile inside every time I see you. Say, time's up. You got to keep them on schedule. Run DMC, Beastie Boys, LL Cool J. Was that like when was like Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch? When were they a band? I realize we're getting out of got NWA, they were your jam. Got to regulate Warren G, of course. Regina. It's been a fun day. Trip down memory lane. A few wild comments have come in. I'm thinking like a bell, like you ring the bell to get attention, where they hit the top of the bell, ding. That time, like time's up, like fries are done. That type of bell. Let's see. We don't think the guy on trial is the shooter. No, we don't. The state doesn't. They believe he was in the passenger seat and that he provided the firearm to the shooter and sort of orchestrated the hit. It was the shot caller. But they don't believe that he did the shooting. I was a grunge girl in the 90s, like Nirvana type. Or more grungy. It's okay, Morgan. You can come as you are. There's a little reference. Pearl Jam. Good stuff. I've seen NWA in concert. That's how old I am. My posse's on Broadway. Need a ding ding. I'm sticking to 70s pop. Okay, Tomoto Troy, I'm out of my league there. I can't. I might be able to say, yeah, I've heard of a few bands, but that's about it. Always been goth. I'm a big fan of some great Gregorian chants as well. I mean, that's the old stuff. That takes you way back. The Carpenters, like the Mamas and the Papas, ABBA. As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life. And yeah, Weird Al did a good version of that as well. The Amish Paradise. Let's see.
All
right.
Whoa.
Apparently the media can hear me, so.
We can hear you now.
Go ahead.
Oh, he's frozen now. Can you hear me, sir?
You're very faint, yes.
If I get closer to this microphone, is that any better?
There we go. I got you now.
Okay.
If you wanted to question him sitting, I have no problem with that. If that'll help with the microphone issue.
I'm just going to speak up because I'm capable of asking questions in my chair.
Okay. Just offering some suggestions.
No, I appreciate it.
I'm incapable of asking
All right,
questions
Mr.
in my
Stamp,
chair.
are we ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. We have everybody. Anything we need to address before we bring the jury back in?
Not from the state.
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring it in.
Staff of the jury.
All rise.
You will bring the jury.
All right, we've got a Zoom witness for the last one. I love this orange. The girl in the orange jumpsuit in court. See if we show her again. I think she's media.
The party stipulates to the presence of the jury.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated.
There she is.
All right, the state may call their next witness at this time.
Fred Miller.
Paging Fred.
Hi, Mr.
Oh, there
Miller.
you are
Can
on
you hear
Zoom.
me or are you frozen?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Took a 15-minute break. We still couldn't sort it out.
I can hear you, Honor.
Okay, great. I'm going to have my clerk swear you, and then
There
Mr.
seems to be a
Giacomo's going to have
pause.
some questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Miller. If you please raise your right hand to be sworn.
Turn it down just a little bit because he's super
You
loud.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Fred Miller, F-R-E-D-M-I-L-L-E-R.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Mr. Giacomo, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, how did you used to be employed?
I used to be employed for the Los Angeles Police Department.
How long you were with LAPD?
Almost 30 years.
On March 9th of 1997, what was your assignment? What section were you in?
I've been assigned to Robbery Homicide Division, worked Homicide Special.
Were you one of the two detectives assigned initially the investigation into an individual identified as Christopher Wallace, also known as Biggie Smalls, also known as the notorious B.I.G.?
Here we go.
No, I did not receive the responsibility for the case until approximately 60 days later.
He's giving us a thumbs up.
We received it from the Wilshire Division, and then we took over the responsibility for the investigation.
Why would a case be transferred from Wilshire to RHD?
I'm sorry?
Why would a case at LAPD be transferred out of the Wilshire Division to the Robbery Homicide Division?
Because of the magnitude of the investigation that it looked like it was going to entail, they did not have the manpower that we had at Robbery Homicide to work a case of this magnitude.
This guy's not Siskel or
During
Ebert.
the course of your investigation, did you learn
We are getting
how
thumbs
Mr.
up.
Wallace died?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe that for us?
Yes, he received, I believe, 4 9mm projectiles to his body that caused his demise.
And
caught some
where
bullets.
was he when he got shot?
He was sitting in the right passenger seat of his limousine that was leaving the museum.
And was that the Peterson Automotive Museum in L.A.?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that was there a vibe after party after some award show that he was in attendance before he was shot?
That's correct.
And the fire marshals, did they shut down that party and that's why everyone was leaving?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
Fire marshal doesn't have any.
Did you
sense of
have
fun.
information as to a suspect vehicle that you originally received?
That's correct. We received
And he's frozen. It was fun while it lasted, sir.
Aqua dark, newer Chevrolet S 4-door. It had very fancy rims on it. It was last seen going north on Fairfax and then eastbound on Wilshire Boulevard.
So I think what you just said was was a newer model Chevy Impala SS that was dark in color. Is that correct?
Correct.
Objection.
That's correct.
And the race of your potential suspect, how was that identified to you?
Yes, it's a male black.
During the course of your investigation, did you receive information that a person by the name of Duane Davis might be a suspect in this homicide?
Yes, we did.
I think he was. He was still. He was. I swear, all these are true. I have to hold this up the whole time.
Okay. And in addition to that, did you learn that Duane Davis was present at the the Peterson Automotive Museum during the party?
You can't prove Tupac by saying
Yes,
he was at
was.
Biggie's.
Did you also receive information that he potentially had a motive to harm Mr. Smalls because of some sort of monetary dispute?
Objection is a leading.
What's your response?
I'm just trying
There
to
was
lay out
some.
Hey.
Overruled. I'll allow it given the circumstances.
You can
You
lead
answer,
when you're on
Mr.
Zoom.
Miller.
Fred's iPad network bandwidth is low.
don't think we caught your answer.
I don't think we have Fred with us. Just like Big.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Did you receive information that he potentially had a motive over money owed to him?
Yes, from several sources, we'd heard that there was a dispute between Mr. Davis and Tupac's organization.
I thought we were talking about Biggie.
And ultimately, did you learn that Mr. Davis lived at a residence at 1524 California?
California.
Yes.
Did you also learn that he had driven or received a citation driving a black Chevy Impala SS?
Objection, Your Honor, lady.
Can I have the party's approach real quick?
No, the judge is working with a crappy Zoom situation, and she's given a little leeway for that, but...
Yes.
See, this is what I'm talking about. It's a crappy Zoom situation. Apparently, we have actually dialed up this witness from the past, and it takes 30 years. You know, it takes that time to go back 30 years to get the sound. So, yes comes in like 2 minutes late. How do we know his answer is to this question and not the one before? Let's see. I was so distracted by his thumb, I have no idea what he's testifying about. Yeah, during this break, can we upgrade his wireless?
We're going to take a 10-minute recess to see if we can fix the feed a little bit. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. I apologize for the constant in and out, but we do need to try to fix this. All right, please rise for the jury.
State, this is on you. This is your witness. She's frustrated. And she should be. The state had 30 years to prepare this witness list. They've had plenty of time to get this in order.
For the record, the jury has exited the room. I don't know what we want to do.
So, Jared, Jacob's going to call him and see if we can get him closer to his Wi-Fi.
Okay.
Could you stand closer to the Wi-Fi? Put your thumb back up. That seemed to be working.
You guys want to try to play around with it,
Hello.
see if it works?
Oh, he's back.
Yeah. You decide. Okay. All right, we'll be in recess. The jury is exiting.
Oh.
He's on the phone now. They're talking to the witness over the phone. 10-minute timer starts now. We're about 1 minute into the timer, I think.
Hello.
If only there was a company out there where somebody who had a pretty thorough understanding of how audio and video worked, and they could go to courts and say, I can fix your problems. If only somebody could, if only that had been invented. We're back on dial-up. If only there was a top market media guy there. Seriously. There are ways you can do this. There are ways you can fix it. If the internet's bad, okay, we've seen him. We've sworn him in. Let's mute the audio on the video feed so that we just have the video for that, and then use the audio from his phone call. That's an easy patch. You can do that. You could, I don't know, maybe test the connection ahead of time so that you know that it's going to work. You can run bandwidth tests and see how much internet he's working with. And if, for instance, you've got a very important witness like this one, and their internet does suck, guess what, prosecution? They make hotspots you can mail out to people. And you can mail it out to them with a connection password and connect up their iPad, and it will just work. And then they can mail it back when they're done. All these things are options. If only Recovery Addict was on the trial audio circuit. Yeah, the money sucks is the problem. You're on call. Well, it's not 24/7, but you're on call all the time. They need you yesterday when they do need you. And it's just the money's not there. That was the time of the Macarena rage craze. It's been interesting today. It's been on and off. If you're familiar with this time period around 1995, 96, 97, that time period, I think you're enjoying this trial. There's a good chance you're enjoying this trial if you have any familiarity with the music scene at all. But it's picking up. It's just barely getting started. This is day one. Have them go to McDonald's and use their Wi-Fi. That'll work. Sorry, I missed that. I was playing on the Sega. This trial is stuck in the 90s, including the internet. Yes, we're on AOL dial-up. The library has hotspots to rent for free. I didn't know that. I found a library while we were out looking for homes while we were traveling in the United States last year. We found a library that rents metal detectors. That was pretty cool. Tim's grandma says, I just checked and I've been in this wonderful community since April 12th, 2019. Even though I can't buy a membership. Does it make me an OG? OG? That would be. It's hard to watch court anywhere else. I love it here. Thank you. Thank you. Good to have you here. Let's see. Was very involved in the underground hip-hop scene. Find this intriguing. You have mail. I think it was You've Got Mail, right? Need a metal intervention? Like, in what way? Let's start listening to some bands. Because I can hold my own singing along or even drumming along with... and sometimes even on the guitar, with most of Metallica. I can do a little Judas Priest. I've got tons of mail for sure. Disturbed, Godsmack, Bon Jovi, Meatloaf. Man, Meatloaf could shred on the guitar. His little arpeggio strumming stuff that he was doing, that was good stuff. White Snake, Heat of the Night. In the heat of the night. Yeah. That guitar, that shreds. That's a good one. I'm watching this now on my library hotspot. They let you bring them home for 2 weeks. That's cool. Remember going into chat rooms via Telnet back then. Hey, I had a 2400 baud modem. We'd dial into the bulletin board, and then someone would pick up the phone while you're on the computer, and it cuts the connection. It was terrible. It wasn't his thumb. It was a gang sign. Wicked smile. That's funny. Oh, a metal detector intervention? No, not going to happen. Not going to happen. Although I might sell some of my old ones to buy a new one because the technology is advancing so quickly. Little System of a Down. Purple Rain. That's a good song. Still have some of those metal containers that AOL discs came in. Oh, don't rub it in. Mine got thrown out. Hurts my feelings. I had a huge collection of them. Little Pantera, some good stuff. AOL Messenger was everything on 9/11. AOL Messenger? It was still around then? It was, I know AOL was that after ICQ? When did ICQ come in? Nickelback. This is an unpopular opinion. I enjoy listening to Nickelback. I realize a lot of their songs do, in fact, sound the same. Like some of their key elements, like drums and guitar, sounds the same in a bunch of their songs. But I enjoy listening to them anyway. Alice Cooper. Is the burner phone working? I haven't been taking calls recently. What is ICQ? It was a chat, internet chat system. It was around probably the same time Winamp was a big media player for MP3s when that first happened. 2 minutes remaining. They all sound the same. Nickelback rocks, Creed does not. I listen to both. I miss Napster. When I'm still whips the llama. Oh my goodness. Napster, LimeWire, BearShare. You didn't get into any of those? Good. You probably saved having your identity stolen. Maybe it was Yahoo Messenger. Yahoo Messenger was big. That I think that's probably right. Yahoo stayed around a long time after AOL did. Little AIC. I'm the man in the box, after all. I can't even remember the gap between Prodigy, AOL, and the internet through the phone cable. Here we go. We're coming back in.
You have one record to make outside the presence of the jury.
Sure, let's do that.
Let's hear it.
Just with regards to this witness's testimony earlier,
Witness can hear.
Okay.
Okay, I don't think it's going to hurt his feelings.
Okay.
It's not going to hurt his feelings.
The information that was garnered by the state, specifically, I think, just falls towards a other bad act issue, and that is the testimony is that he's a suspect in a murder of Biggie Smalls, and
it's the whole thing.
There's some implication at this particular point. I know how the story ends. The problem is that it still infers a bad act in terms of him being the suspect in this case. So as a result, we just
object.
I have no problem. The court already admitted this by way of our motion in limine. I have no problem with the court instructing the jury that neither the state nor the LAPD believes that Mr. Davis is involved in the murder of Christopher Wallace. I have no problem.
Why
with
are
that
you admitting this now then?
Did you want a contemporaneous instruction, or do you want that to be included in the jury instruction packet, Mr. Stampt?
I think it should be some kind of an impression right now, so it can
Okay.
be contemporaneous instruction on it.
So the suggestion was neither the court nor LAPD believe
at this point
that Mr. Davis was involved in any way in the death of Mr. Wallace?
Sure.
Does that work?
That's fine.
Okay. Okay, let's bring in the jury.
Stand for the jury.
Few empty places there in court. It's not packed. which is quite interesting. There may be people out in the hall that are just filtering back in. We'll watch for that.
All right, does the party stipulate for the presence of the jury?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Before we go back to Mr. Miller's testimony, I did want to admonish you as follows. Neither the court nor the LAPD believe at this point that Mr. Davis was involved in the death of Mr. Wallace. I want that to be clear. Going back to you, Mr. DiGiacomo, you may proceed with Mr. Miller.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
So you receive information that Duane Davis could potentially be your suspect. Is that accurate? I think that's where we left off.
That's correct.
And you also receive information that potentially Mr. Davis feels like he's owed money by either Mr. Wallace or Puffy Combs' Bad Boy Records. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
P. Diddy.
You also learn that he was driving or ticketed on March 8th of 1997 a black 1996 Chevy Impala SS. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so based upon all of that, do you, along with, well, on May 27th of 1997, Compton PD executes a search warrant at 1524 California, and then on the 28th, you get a warrant to search the vehicle, the 1996 Chevy Impala, correct?
Correct.
And the vehicle was actually registered to a Patrick Parker. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Eventually, fast forward to June 20th of 1997, do you and your partner, Detective Poole, wind up having a conversation with Mr. Davis at his lawyer's office, Edie Fall?
That's correct.
Judge, I've had marked as 116.
It's a lot of leading.
It's old school, so it's two sides of a tape. 108 and 109, which is transcripts. It's the audio and the transcripts. I'd offer them at this point.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, those will be admitted. And further, pursuant to your stipulation, we're going to play those after Mr. Miller's done testifying, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Sir, during the execution of that search warrant that you did, in the trunk of the vehicle, did you collect a Polaroid photograph?
Polaroid video.
Yes, I did.
And I'm going to share my screen with you.
Have we seen this one before?
Can you see that Polaroid?
Yes, I can.
Who dat?
And is that the Polaroid that you collected out of the vehicle?
That's correct.
I move to admit 66.
Any
No
objection?
objection, Your Honor.
So admitted?
I pass the witness.
Okay. Mr. Santos?
Look at
Mr. Miller, can you hear me?
TVD.
Yes, sir.
This Polaroid
That's
that's on
nostalgic.
screen right now, which is state 66 that you see in front of you,
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question. Can't hear you very well. You're breaking out just a little bit.
I apologize. So this exhibit that you see in front of you right now, do you see the Polaroid still, which is State's Exhibit 66 for the record?
Yes, I see it.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what this means?
What it means?
Yeah, I mean, it's a Polaroid. Is there anything about this particular photograph that means anything?
I really don't get your questions right. It just means there's a group of guys together who enjoyed themselves, apparently.
Right. Can you tell us when that photograph was taken?
No, I can't.
Can you tell us where that photograph was taken?
No.
In terms of the clothing that everyone's wearing at this particular point, do you know if that was how Mr. Davis dressed normally?
I have no idea how Mr. Davis dresses normally.
Now, this photograph that was taken from the 96 Chevy Impala, that was pursuant to your search warrant, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were looking for evidence that would help you substantiate as to who was responsible for the murder of Biggie Smalls, right?
Yes.
So can you tell us how this photograph helps you learn any more information as to who killed Biggie Smalls?
It may not be the actual person who pulled the trigger, but it may be one of the people who could lead us to who did pull that trigger.
All right.
How?
So who are the other people that are in the photograph?
I don't recall the names. I remember Orlando Anderson was one, and I don't recall the others.
Okay. But fair to say, of course, if there's a Polaroid with these people in there, it would have been part of your job as a detective at the time to look into and identify who those other individuals are, correct?
Yes.
And that didn't happen in this case?
I believe we did find out there was three or four more.
All right. And once again, did it help you solve the murder of Biggie Smalls?
No.
And fair to say, though, even though we've been talking about Mr. Duane Davis as somebody that was a potential target for your investigation, ultimately, at the end of the day, he was never charged with the murder of Biggie Smalls, right?
That's correct.
Now, in addition to that, fair to say that in your course and scope as a detective, when you do your investigations, you would have ran Mr. Davis's criminal history as part of your investigation, right?
Yes, sir.
Was there any indication on any of his criminal history that he'd ever been arrested or charged or convicted of any violent felony?
I don't recall.
Now, in addition to that, sir, your testimony here is that you did an investigation on Mr. Davis. Did you ever at any point look into the actual Impala itself? You said it was owned by somebody else, so Patrick Parker. Is that correct?
It was owned by someone other than Mr. Davis, yes.
And with regard to that, did you ever interview Mr. Parker?
I do not recall.
There's a lot of do not recalls.
You went to 1524. What was the purpose of going to that particular address?
I'm sorry, what?
You said you went to 1524 California. I apologize. That was my bad. But you went to 1524 California. Why to that address?
Because that's where we heard that Mr. Davis lived and that we'd had air units go by and check the location, and they observed a black Chevy Impala parked in the back. That's why. Did you ever search the 1524 California residence in furtherance of your investigation? I didn't. It was searched by the Compton Police Department. Okay. And in their search of the 1524 California residence, fair to say that there was no evidence that was located that would have been helpful for your investigation? Not at this point. That's correct. Okay. What about the anything to do with a potential issue with Tupac Shakur's murder? Any evidence found at the 1524 California residence? I'm not sure. That was not my case. Now, at some point, your testimony is that there was a meeting between yourself, Mr. Davis, as well as Edie Fall, his attorney. Yes, sir. And in that meeting, it was recorded? Yes. And was that recorded surreptitiously, meaning it was done without their knowledge, or was it done with their knowledge? I don't recall whether they were informed or not.
This is wild.
And just for our edification, where was the location of that meeting and recording? Wow, I don't recall. I want to say it was at Parker Center, but I don't actually remember. Is that where, would that have been LAPD headquarters, or are you talking about some other location? That would be 150 North Los Angeles Street. I don't know where that's at. Is that a... It no longer exists. It was the old Parker Center, yes. Okay. The old police administration building. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any redirect, Mr. DeJackman?
I don't recall. I don't recall.
We do have at least one, so hang on with us.
We have a
Miller,
question.
while we go through the question process.
Thank you.
Can I have the party's approach?
questions. See if we get this one asked. See what the jury is thinking about. Those in the courtroom might know which juror is submitting the question, might be able to tell us if the question is the same from the same juror. Looks like it's going to be asked.
All right, Mr. Okay, Mr. Miller, can you still hear me?
I'm sorry, what, Your Honor?
Okay, excellent. A question from one of our jurors. If the car was owned by someone else, why weren't they questioned?
I don't understand. I mean, I'm not hearing you correctly, Your Honor.
If the car was owned by someone else, why were they not questioned?
More likely he was, like I said, I do not recall whether he was interviewed or not. He was not by me that I remember.
Okay. Any follow-up, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No.
Any follow-up, Mr. Sam?
Any follow-up jurors?
I do have one further question, Your Honor.
About that? Or about something else?
Sure.
Any objection to him reopening questioning?
No.
Okay. Mr. Stamp, you may proceed with a different question.
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize. Thank you to the state as well. Sir, you had told us earlier that there was some indication that you believed that either Biggie or Sean Puffy Combs had owed my client money. You recall that line of questioning?
I remember that question, yes.
Was there any evidence that he actually was owed money by either one of those two individuals?
Not that I'm aware of.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any questions based on that state? All right. Any questions based on that by the jurors? Seeing nothing at this time, Mr. Miller, you are excused. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I think this is our last witness for the day. Is that correct, State?
Yes, although we can play that 1997 recording.
Okay.
It's part of it.
I think we do have time. You said it was about 40 minutes?
I think part A is 40 minutes, and then there's a little bit that we may have to finish in the morning, but we can at least do
Sounds good.
part of it.
Let's get started.
We get a
gotta
40-minute
switch
video.
over to the
Do we need another 10-minute break? These late days are going to kill me. We're going to go straight from this into the podcast on Thursday. There's side A and side B. Yeah. We're going to rewind to the tape between one and the other. The tape we're watching was originally rented from a Blockbuster, and the police still have it. My partner brought you in. Oh, at least we got a transcript.
Coffee or soda? You have soda? Yeah, soda. What would you like? And soda. Coke. Coke?
Orange, Coke, taking a Coke.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we brought the valley earlier. It's really high up there. Yeah, it's the worst. That's okay? It's fine. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Davis, Detective Miller, my partner, Detective Poole. Mr. Davis here with Attorney Paul. The easiest way to do this is tell you what we're here and what we're all about. We are working the Christopher Wallace murder. Christopher Wallace is the notorious B.I.G.
Notorious B.I.G.
Of course, the investigation, as you know, you've been through hundreds of these, as I have. Many police come in, anonymous calls, an investigation, just to try and run down everybody. People say, was at the party, may have seen something, whatever. I mean, there were 1,700 people at that party.
That's right.
So what we're trying to do is contact as many of those people as we can, find out if they saw anything. That's what we're going to do. I'm aware of your traffic warrants. I could care less about those. I'm not a traffic cop. Okay? And I got Mr. Paul aware of that. So during the time period when he got killed, Chris got killed, until today, like I said, we received lots of calls. Originally, when this murder went down, there was a description given of a dark, possible four-door car. Okay. Some of the witnesses said it was Chrysler, some said it was a Chevy SS. That's part of the investigation. To this day, I can't be positive. I can't tell you if I'm positive or not. So that's where we're at, and that's why you're here to find out. We heard you were at the party. You're on an SS, a dark one. You know, just like about 85 other people we've talked to that have dark Chryslers or Chevys. So.
A lot of dark Chryslers.
Were you at the, I guess it's called the after part, SWAT training award party? After part. Okay. And were you alone? Did you ride it with somebody else?
Okay, I was riding with a few friends, but, you know.
No, it's fine. Give me Mr. Paul explained that to me. And I'm sure he's already advised you. My thing is to you. All I want to know, if you saw anything, what happened there? Did you see anything unusual?
I didn't see anything unusual. I was, when he got shot, I was up under the parking garage, waiting on the valet man with my car. And the whole crowd just started running up under the parking garage. You know, talking about, baby got shot, baby got shot. I said, Lord. So, about 3-4 minutes later, the man pulled up with my car. Officer in the middle of the thing, waving us out of it, you know, waving the cars on. Get up out of here, you know.
From the parking structure, you mean?
From the parking structure.
Okay. It may be advantageous at this point sometimes if one of these witnesses with him just to verify. And like I said, right now, I'm not going to ask the name. I'm sure that
Yeah,
we need him, you know.
Yeah, sure. At this point, his main interest is to tell you where he was,
right,
what car he was in, to exclude any suspicion that his car was involved or that he was involved.
Well, I was in a green Cutlass.
Okay.
Green.
Newer, older?
It was 95 Cutlass.
And how many people were with you?
It was 3 altogether. Me, Wendell Prince, and that's all.
Okay.
I don't, you know, his name Wonder Mike. I don't know his last name.
Wonder Mike?
Yeah.
Wonder? W-O-N-D-E-R?
Okay, let me back up. Let's start. What time did you arrive at the party? Do you recall?
Maybe about 11:30, 11 o'clock.
11:30?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you arrived there are 2 entrances to the location there, you know, that little street you pull on, with the park structure on one side and the museum's on the other.
Yeah.
Okay. You heard him come down Fairfax or down Orange, to enter there, or
I came down, what's that side street there?
Orange Drive,
Orange Grove?
Orange Grove.
No, on the big one, Fairfax.
Fairfax.
Fairfax, yeah.
Okay. And then pulled into the lot there.
Pulled in, yeah, got my car valet. No, I didn't get the car valet. It was up in the corner. It was ready, parked right up here in the corner.
Okay, there are 3 levels to that parking structure.
Yeah.
You remember which level you were on?
The first
level?
In the corner.
Okay. Up front towards the museum or on the back side?
I was on the back side. When he pulled, no, I was valet. He pulled the car up and the man told us, waved us up out of there, big tall cop. He was going like this.
Okay. When you pulled out, did you pull out on Fairfax or did they make you go out the other way?
Pulled out on Fairfax.
Okay. When you pulled out on Fairfax, what did you see? Did you see anything? I mean,
I didn't see nothing.
I don't know, the cars parked in the middle of the street.
There's a lot of limos that's there to the right.
Along the curb there on Fairfax?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see the cars that Biggie was in?
I seen it when he was up under the parking garage.
Okay. Did you see that car in the street, when you left? Or did you see it out there at all?
No, it wasn't out there.
No, it wasn't? Okay.
The crowd just came running up under the parking garage. Everybody was running. Said, Biggie got shot. Biggie got shot. And then we went to our car, and the van just waited us up out of there. Usually time they just like hold everybody there.
Right.
Yeah. Because I was over here at the airport hotel, that's there by the Duane.
Right.
And it was a gang shooting up in there, and they hold everybody there overnight in the hotel room and all that.
Well, I'll ask you a couple questions, then I hope I'm not even, but what kind of business are you in? Are you in the entertainment business? I don't know.
No, I'm not in no.
Okay.
I do hydraulic cars.
I'm sorry?
Hydraulic cars.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You have your own business?
No, it's like a co-business.
No, partnership.
Yeah, partnership, yeah.
Where do you live?
Where do I live?
Yes.
1524, California.
South California.
Okay.
And the phone number?
638
867 5309.
818-3132. Okay. And your business address?
520 Long Beach Boulevard.
520 Long Beach. And your phone number there?
I don't know the right offhand. It's just like seasonal with the hydraulics, like in the winter, it really don't work. So, when it gets hot, that's
He does the hydraulics on the cars.
Constant hydraulics.
Okay. So you arrived there between 11:30. How long were you there at the party before you left? You just have any idea?
It was about an hour.
Okay. And while you were there, I'm sure you're roaming around. Did you see any problems in the museum? Anything unusual?
No.
No?
There was a lot of stars there. Football players, basketball players, just a whole lot of stars there.
Yeah, we've got some, we've been, like I said, there was probably 11 or 1,200 people there at one time.
The fire department closed it down because I think it was overcrowded or something.
Right. Okay. Did you see Biggie there or Puffy there? Did you know Puffy consists?
Yeah, I know who
Okay.
Puffy is.
Did you see them at the party?
I seen both of them there.
Okay. Do you know them?
Do I know them?
Yeah. I mean, were you sitting with them or drinking with them or anything?
I wasn't sitting with them. No.
Okay. Do you recall who was with them when you saw them?
Him, Puffy, the Little Caesar, and it was his entourage. The lifeguard and stuff.
Okay.
He was Little Caesar.
Little Caesar, you know what his name is?
I don't know what his real name is.
Is he a rapper?
Rapper, yeah, he's a
Okay.
rapper.
I think this was originally recorded on a reel-to-reel.
He a kid though. He's 18, 19.
Do you know what company he sings for?
Bad Boy.
Bad Boy?
Yeah. Little Caesar.
Anybody else that you recognize was there at the table or around him? I said there were so many people that are celebrities.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not thinking if you've been remember seeing them at the table or anybody just talking to us. That's no. Okay. Did you go up and talk to him, or did you sit at the table?
No, I didn't sit at the table.
Did you talk to him? You know
He
him?
came by and spoke. How you doing? Gave me Dawn very on. That's all.
Who's you talking?
Sean.
Oh, okay, Combs. Okay.
Everyone has so many names.
Do you know Combs?
I know him a little bit.
Douglas
Just a little
Hilton
bit.
or
Other than I
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
But basically, he wants to talk about where he was and what he was doing. at
Right.
the time,
Okay.
as opposed to his relationship with any individual.
Okay, that's fine. You mind telling us where you were prior to the party?
Was in Compton.
In Compton?
Yeah.
And you came from Compton up to the party?
So we went to the state basketball championship.
Where was that at?
That was at the pond. The pond. Pond.
The palms or the pond?
I don't understand, you had a ticket to get in. Did you have a guest pass to get in?
Yes, yes. Yeah, we had like, I had like 1 year.
And my child, who you got that from?
No, I don't think he was getting them.
Oh. Okay, when you left, you went up. When you pull out of the parking lot in Fairfax, did you turn left or right, do you remember? After the party?
No, they was making sure everybody go right.
Right?
Yeah, they was making sure he was right there. The officer, big tall officer, he was like waving everybody.
Everybody north on, or yeah,
Yeah,
right on.
right,
Fairfax?
yeah.
Okay.
He was pushing everybody the other way. I guess he didn't know what happened or nothing, you know. I don't know, he just waving everybody out. Cars was coming out, and I just followed, the cars.
Okay, when you were leaving the party, you said you saw Mr. Wallace in the parking structure, or I mean the
You just noticed it
parking
says
area?
activate
He was
windows.
on the stairs, he came down, got in that truck.
Look at this.
And it was just,
What was the truck at?
it was right in front of the parking area. Right, you know, as you come down the stairs,
Right.
yeah, it was right there, parked right there.
Okay. Did you see any problems or anything unusual out there when you were walking down there?
I see that.
Okay, and you came down the stairs, went in the first level, got your car, and pulled in there.
No, everybody was out there talking, boom. They left out, and about 5 minutes later, everybody started running. I didn't even hear the shots or nothing like that. I didn't even hear the shots.
Were you in your car? I'm sorry. Were you in your car when people came rushing back, or?
No, I was outside.
You still standing outside?
Still standing outside. Yeah.
Okay.
Got it on surveillance cameras too. You could just check them out. Got on a blue jumpsuit, blue Michael Jordans.
That's what you were asking?
That's what I had on.
He's got an alibi here.
Surveillance camera. I was right up under the parking lot.
And you said that Mr. Prince was with you?
Yes.
What was he dressed in, do you remember?
Oh, yeah. All I know, I had on Michael Jordan. They came out like a couple of days before then.
It was blue?
Huh? It was blue, yeah. I brought the blue jumpman, the blue shoes, tennis shoes, and the blue jumpsuit. Okay. And over to the basketball game. My little friend, he plays basketball in the meantime. Yeah.
Okay. Your friend, what's your friend's name?
His name is Tayshawn Prince.
Tayshawn?
Tayshawn Prince.
Tayshawn Prince, blue jumpsuit and MJs. They just come out.
He was a junior.
At the time this thing happened, he was a junior?
Yeah. Crowd just got to running. It was, it was, how people run.
Oh, yeah.
They was running, and he just pulling hard up. got in my car when he pulled up, and the officer was leading people out like this. And just made a right, went on to the freeway. Went to what was that place? Jerry's Deli out there in the Marine.
What time do you think it was when you got to Jerry's? Do you have any idea? Okay.
You say there was a police officer. Was that an LAPD police officer?
I know y'all didn't heard that before. He waited everybody up out of here.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get the time straight, because the police didn't get there until about 6 minutes after the accident, but you currently were sitting there.
Okay, it was about that, you know.
Yeah, that's why
Yeah.
we, there's just so many people there that trying to, people in time, as you know, it's difficult when there's a small period of time to try and put everything together, so. Was it your car, the one you drove there?
No, it was a rental car.
And
two-door, the green Olds is a rent-a-car?
That was, yeah, it was green.
Two-door, four-door?
It was a four-door.
You know what model?
The little bitty one. I don't think SL or something like that.
Who rented it?
My mother.
What's your mother's name?
Oh, we have it on paper.
I didn't know you.
Yeah.
Bernice Davis. That's my stepmom.
All right.
Bernice Davis.
Did anything unusual or fancy about that car? I mean, just the way you figure out the videotape, the security camera.
No, it's a rental car.
Yeah.
96.
Okay.
95, 96. Green rental car.
Dark green?
Dark green.
And you said there was 3 of you in that car?
3.
Okay. Was there any particular reason that you left the party after being there an hour?
Because they closed the party down.
Okay. Who closed it down?
The fire department, that's what they said on the thing, turned on the lights and said, party's over, and said the fire department closed it down, or something, overcrowded, or something.
Did you see any of your friends there at the party?
My friends?
Yeah. I mean, you went with 2 other friends. Did you see some more friends that, say, from your neighborhood where you live? Or
You mean other people he knew?
They're not saying
friends.
gang.
Yeah, I don't know if he wants
gang
to get
members.
into that. Again, he wants to limit himself to what he did or what he did not do.
Okay. The reason why I asked, we're trying to identify everybody who was there so we can interview them and see if we can't find out some more information about this.
Well, you only tell you the truth opinion.
Okay.
Y'all barking up the wrong tree. You know what I'm saying? They're wasting a lot of taxpayers' money. Every time something happens, y'all just blame that little neighborhood over here. The guy from Compton Police, Brennan, he got y'all on the wild goose chase. Look.
Well, as you're trying to get I'm sure it's been, we get hundreds and hundreds of clues.
Well,
we can't, if we don't do something, we'll do something in court.
The next day after it happened, next day after the victim got killed, he pulled over one of my nephew, said, "We know you did it," and come on, that's ridiculous.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, I understand your problem with them. That's why, you'll find.
I know you guys ought to say, come take these guys out.
No, I didn't meet him until here probably 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. When he pulled my nephew over, he probably was the night of his tip. He's so obsessed with bringing somebody, to jail. I don't know what's his problem. He said we could have paid 3 times.
Well, see, that's a problem that I can explain to you. We get on.
I'm 33 years old. No. I'm not for the piss on cotton, man. I've been had 3 strikes before the law came out. straight out. I'm not gonna piss on cops.
Okay, I just want you to know, we haven't picked you up from anybody. Now, we have.
We're not picking on you. You can relax.
If we thought you were involved, we would have brought you in a long time ago.
Yeah, you would have put them on TV.
Well, why, that's what I said. We went through your attorney to have you come down here just because somebody gave us a clue that you were at the party. That's the only reason why you're here.
Let me tell you his concerns. You're hearing some type of anger or frustration from him. The reason being, we're talking about something very dangerous. Once word gets out that you are associated with certain crime, your life.
Watch your head, man.
Your life.
I know. I understand. That's why we're trying. I understand what you're saying.
That's why your life is in danger.
I'm riding down the street.
You understand? The reason we're doing this is because not just because I'm hurt, because so many people have put the connection supposedly between Tupac and this one. Well, I don't.
Okay. And he wants to come here because we know you're not Compton PD.
No.
We know you're not Brennan. Okay? And we don't have to hide anything. You probably had everything about Brennan and his family.
No.
The thing is, he thought if he comes to LAPD, answer your questions as to where he was, what he was doing, hopefully that will quell the rumor that was out there.
That's what we believe, because nothing that we believe doesn't get more in the rumors.
And he doesn't want to get involved.
That's what, I knew you had wars, we're going to come down to your house and drug you out and all this. I'm too busy to play silly little games. I got, believe me, lots of people to talk to. And because of the anonymous calls, people call in and say, hey, checking this, checking that, and in your car, I had to eliminate it, I had to talk to you, and that's why I went through your attorney, and I said, we could have done this, Jim down there, but, the appointment schedule works great. Because everybody has a busy schedule, okay? If you're my target, you've been booked by now. Okay? That's right. We've talked to lots of people prior to you, and, they said, hey, we saw TV there, we're just trying to confirm this and find out what people saw.
They seen me up under the parking garage.
Well, see, that's when we learned something new. We now know where you were at.
We can pay this camera, man. I'm in a blue jumpsuit, North Carolina hat on, and a blue
NC.
Blue Jumpman. Jordans.
That's what I'm trying to do. As much as you can tell us, it makes it easier for us to try and eliminate people or put them in spots so we can see that. That's all I'm trying to do.
Well.
Okay, so that's what. Just relax.
Okay, the last thing you said was we're barking up the tree. Is there a direction that you can lead us in to help us out? I mean,
you guys know, you know what I'm saying? I ain't,
we talking about Suge Knight?
I ain't saying nothing, but y'all know.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Let me, everyone may have their own theories. Theories are just some facts. Here, you should just limit yourself to facts. Things you know, things you don't know. Don't get into what you think, because I don't want to get into what you think.
That's fine.
Well, I was up in the parking garage. The car ain't been moved 6 months. GM been looking for the car since January, December. You can call and check with them too.
Let me go back now. When you're in a parking structure and when you hear these people coming back or
running in there,
where were they coming from? Did you recognize anybody, or
they were just running,
Is possibly anybody that came running from on Fairfax in that parking structure that you knew that may have been out there? So I'm saying, so they may have seen it. Did you recognize any stars? Anybody that was running around from there, or anybody? Okay. Did you hear any conversations of anybody that may have seen a suspect, a car, or anything while you were there in the parking lot, waiting to get out?
Okay, when you left, you made the right turn. Where did you go then, after that?
What's that?
I mean, what was your destination after you left the party?
We went to eat, Then I went dropped one of the mic off.
Where'd you eat at? Jerry's.
Jerry's.
In the marina.
Yeah.
Okay, and then where'd you go from there?
We went to went to drop one of the mic off. Then we drove in.
Say they live in Compton or that area? I'm just, we're trying to direction of travel.
He is, or one of the mic in jail. In jail.
I mean, where you dropping him off?
He's in jail, yeah.
Where you dropped him off? I mean, was it Los Angeles, Compton?
Compton.
Okay, so you left Jerry's and went towards Compton?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, then next.
Then I dropped window prints on.
Okay, same area?
Yeah.
Okay, then what?
Went on, went to bed.
Which address?
1524.
You didn't talk to anybody else at all after? Just went straight home?
Yeah.
About what time was that?
What time was that? Maybe about
2 or 3.
2
So he was there
o'clock.
from 11 till 3.
2 or 3 o'clock.
5 hours at the party.
2 or 3 o'clock.
Went to bed between 2 and 3?
Yeah.
No, he got kicked out at 11.
Yeah,
that's AM, right?
Yeah.
Now, at some point, I guess I'm gonna have to talk to both of you about his car. Because I understand it was picked up in connection with this investigation. At some point, I would expect that you would either rule the car in and then keep it for evidence, or rule it out and have to, you know.
You made a claim against the car.
They have made a claim. With the
Yeah, they can't got it.
Okay. Okay, they made a claim. Okay, that's fine.
Whose car is it?
It's GM's car right now.
The car was repossessed.
How did you purchase the car?
No, I did not.
You get those pictures, let's make sure we're talking about the right car. 'Cause we've been trying to keep cars out, so you're aware. This is.
The car was repossessed by GM.
Sure.
Looks like it.
That's it.
Okay. So that'd be one of the California license plate 3 New Orleans Mary Robert 071, is it on it? Yeah, you got it, okay.
Okay, who purchased the car?
You know who purchased it.
You don't want to get into it.
Well,
You don't want to get into that.
What's the history behind it? Is it registered to you?
No, it's not.
Who's it registered to?
I think the registration
No,
is a public
it's
record. It's a public record.
Well, that's the thing. What makes it your car? That's what I'm trying to find out here.
He had possession, he had control over that car. Now, if the MAC, who is the lien holder, is making a claim, of course, he's going to respect that claim. You know,
That's between you and him.
Yeah, right. So we don't want to get into that. So the car is registered, that's not a public record.
Okay,
No.
the question is he didn't purchase the car, he's in possession of the car. How does
That's
that
what we're trying to find out.
how does it make it your car?
Did you buy it from somebody?
Again, that car was parked in a garage or backyard, in the backyard, and he parked it there. He had use of that car before this incident.
You see,
How long have you
a simple question.
How long have you had possession of the car? Or how long has the car been in your possession?
About July last year.
July 26th? Okay. Has it been involved in any accidents or anything like that? Since you've had it?
Have I had it?
Yeah.
but I can remember.
And again, Detective Poole, our concern in terms of my not allowing him to answer more questions regarding how he got control of the car and so forth have nothing to do with your criminal investigation. These are certain civil aspects of certain transactions that I don't want you to comment on. It's entirely civil. It has nothing to do with your criminal investigation.
Well, Mr. Fall, we're here just to get the truth, okay? And it's strange to me, something as simple as the possession of a car. It appears to me that what's there to hide? If it's your car, tell us how you got the car. That's what I'm saying.
But the point is, he has already informed you. He was there. He said he had control of that car.
Correct.
Around this time period. So, if he was trying to run away from anything, he would say, I have nothing to do with that car. It's not in my name. It's not registered in my. I have nothing to. But he's telling you
Fail is
that
his
he
lawyer.
has some control over that car. So that means he's not trying to hide anything from the point of view of your investigation.
I'll make the determination whether it's.
That is fine. That is fine. But he's here voluntarily talking to you. But in terms of any contract between GMAC and him and someone else and so forth, that's a question of contract between him and he just doesn't want to get into.
Okay, we'll go on another track there. How many sets of keys are there to the car?
That you know of.
Yeah, that you're aware of, yeah.
Just one set.
Okay, who has that key?
I had a key. Y'all got it now.
Okay, that's the key that, what was her name?
Paula?
Yeah.
Paula.
Is Paula your girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay. What's her last name?
Clemens.
We talked to thousands of people.
No,
I remember all
no,
that. It's ridiculous. When was the last time you drove the car?
I pulled it out about 2 weeks before y'all came over here. My niece drove it to the prom.
Okay, that's what somebody said. Paula said it, actually. Went to the prom or something.
And that was the only time the car been used.
For how long have you been parked back there, would you say?
To be tell you the truth,
Yeah.
it was up under the thing since August.
August of '96?
Yeah, up under the thing. What you call that?
That awning there on the side of the
Yeah,
house?
yeah, yeah. It was up under there. Then GMC came around the corner at my parents' address, knocked on the door, said they came looking for the car with the repossessors. So I pulled it in the back and shut the gate and locked. And
So they can't
pulled up
repossess
out
the
of
car.
Period.
Did you cover the car up with something when it was back there? I mean,
Well, when they first got there, it got covered over, got covered up, but I didn't have a long enough.
I was fresh, the cover.
Yeah, I didn't have a long enough cover, so the car was dirty anyway. I just kept it off.
And to your knowledge, who else had driven that car other than you? That you're aware of, that you remember. Who else has driven that? Other than Patrick, I know he drove.
Yeah, okay. Just me and him.
Okay. I mean, did you ever loan it out to anybody for a couple of days or anything like that? Okay. Anything else in the file?
I have a lot of questions, but.
Well, yeah, I know. Can I ask you something about the, if you know, when the car was purchased, did it come with the sunroof?
No.
Okay. Then this side, Let's just about that, if that came with it or not. On the side, the driver's side and rear.
Yeah, it's his lawyer.
There is, it says Impala SS. Oh, here's a better picture, I'm sorry.
Well, True Crimes, thank you.
Did that come stock or? I've seen it both ways, that's
You
right.
got to purchase it.
Oh, you do? Okay, when you bought it, the ones I've seen that are on the cars are black. So this didn't come with it, or?
It's black, yeah, it didn't come with it.
Okay, so you put this, you had the, okay.
Well, it did, and the car did get wrecked though before it too.
Oh, okay, what damage, do you know what part of the car was damaged, or, well, there's no damage there now, it's fixed apparently.
Yeah,
Okay.
the driver's side.
Okay.
The man just backed up and came down the street, so wide sweat.
I gotta ask you, how much did you pay for those tires? That's gotta be expensive. Did you see those? Those are beautiful.
This is show car.
Yeah, no, it was very pretty.
It's a show car, but it was owned by the bank or GM.
Just the comment that such a beautiful car sitting in the backyard, collecting dust. Why is it?
I got a lowrider, got chrome everything everywhere, and it don't be moved either. You know what I'm saying? Okay, a daddy truck I was in one day, driving down the street, get shot up. You know what I'm saying? A daddy truck. So I just.
What kind of truck is that?
That's
a new truck?
Yeah. And they got shot up. They dropped the police note, and I ain't been in no car where nobody know where I be in at all. Cause I ain't, forget all this press, all that, man. That's just putting my life in danger,
Well, what cars are registered to you? Do you have any cars that are registered to you at all?
No.
You just rent cars, or do you own any cars?
No.
Okay.
Says I don't own any cars.
You drive other people's cars, like, does your girlfriend Paula have a car?
Yeah.
You drive her car?
Sometimes.
Oh, which car is that?
A 240, sometimes.
240 what?
The Nissan 240.
The 240 Nissan. Little 240 Nissan.
240 Nissan?
Yeah.
240Z?
No, that other little car. SE or something.
Okay, when we were over there, was a Toyota Land Cruiser or something. Whose car is that?
That's her mother's car.
Her mother?
Yeah.
And this Nissan 240 is Paula's?
Yeah.
Land Cruiser is her mom's.
Right.
Were you at any time involved in the purchase of this car at all?
What part?
This Impala.
I think it's the same question that I told you.
The lawyer doesn't want him talking about the car. That might implicate him in some other crime.
Thing about what I'm trying to get from you is you can call anybody, in that parking structure area when you first heard baby was shot or whatever. I mean, entertainers, anything you would call anybody, it might have been in that area where you were at, My concern being, they may have seen something.
But I'm sorry. The question is.
Okay, when he was walking there towards his car and he saw the people come running back around, my question is, did he recognize anybody, stars, whoever might have been running there, so I can talk to them and see if they need a witness, because if they're coming back towards that parking structure, they may have been walking up the sidewalk on the east side of Fairfax towards Wilshire, where the cars are parked, and my hope was, well, you might find somebody that may have witnessed something. My concern. But, we've identified a lot of people, and we talked about people already, but I said, they didn't see everybody, they only knew a few people. It's like me, because you may know one or two people, you won't know everybody was there. So we have to ask her to do the same thing to see if maybe they can meet us with another possible witness. Is that fair?
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
I know. That's beyond the scope of what we had in mind. What we had in mind was I'll come and tell you what he was, where he was, what he did, everything about him. But he made it very clear he doesn't want to be involved with other people. And that question is about other people.
Okay, I think we're here to try to clear up some questions here, and there's several questions that up to now have been unanswered that I'm not satisfied with. I'd like to just interview him one time, because we still got many other people to talk to, and I got many questions to ask, and I mean, we're here all to get the truth. If he's not involved in anything, I don't see any reason.
I'm not involved in nothing.
Well, that's why I'm saying, well, why not answer some of these very simple questions?
Because I think you know the reason, Detective. You know the reason. There's some. He doesn't want to be involved. He doesn't want to get involved. He does not want to get involved. He believes that he knows he was there. He was not involved in this crime, and he doesn't want to be dragged into it in any...
So we should just drop all investigation?
No, of course not.
Say, the hell with it.
No, you're doing the right thing. You're doing your job.
That's what...
I'm not faulting you at all. You're doing your job. You're going out, locating people, talking to them, and I hope you continue to do. I don't have a problem with it.
But I'm saying, I was going to say, I didn't, like I said, my concern is just to talk to these people. I can care less what they're into. Most of them we know were entertainers of something.
Yeah.
My concern is, did they see something?
He doesn't want to be in a situation where what gets around that. He said this, and he said that.
You think we told you where he got his name, or who told us about it? We don't do that.
No, the impression I have, this is my first time meeting you. And I do have, second time. And I do have a good impression of you, and I have no reason to question either of you. But he's had very bad problems with the Compton Police Department, and where things have been leaked out, putting him in a bad light, and he's very concerned about.
I understand that.
That's why it has nothing to do with LAPD.
No, that's why we took our time and consideration and went through you. Because, like I said, if he was a suspect, you know where he'd be right now. Okay? You'd be in jail, and all I'm trying to do is, I do the same thing if it was your brother or your cousin, whoever got killed. And you can imagine some blood wouldn't talk shit to me if they stood right there in front and saw it. Well, people got to get out of this fucking mentality and start realizing that human life was destroyed.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay? And that's all my concern is this could be just a kid or any other guy, but it had to be somebody who was famous. It doesn't make my job any different as a human being.
Why don't let me suggest something. Let me walk out and have a chat with him, and we'll come.
Sure. Oh, it's fine.
Lawyer says, let me talk to my client outside.
One thing, the condition he made clear to me.
Oh, no, I understand. That's why I said that's so that you two could talk.
He did not want to do anything that
we're done.
goes beyond talking about himself. Now, I understand what you're doing, and I again, I have no problem with it, but let me take a moment to chat with him, and then we'll see.
Oh, give me a chance to run out. You can go right in the next room, or you can sit out here, whatever is comfortable.
Whatever's comfortable for you.
Okay, you
Okay, 4 minutes to spare.
4 minutes to
Okay,
spare.
we're going to take a recess for the evening. We're having everyone back at 9 a.m. tomorrow. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back here at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Please follow Marshall Spees. Please rise to the
Well, that is a long day. As you see people in the audience there stretching, and smiling, knowing they're on camera. That audio, let me just sum it up for you briefly. That's him voluntarily going in, talking to the LAPD, saying, I've had problems with Compton. I only want to tell you just enough to get me cleared in this thing. Here's what I was wearing. This when I got here. This what I was driving. That's all I want to talk about. I don't want to say anything else. It took 40 minutes to say that.
For the record, the jury has exited the room. Or they're back. Hey. Okay.
You want to come approach?
Sure. Come on in. Up.
Yeah, she was like, sure. We were going to go home, but you can come up and stretch this out a little bit longer. That's all right. Yeah, so Mr. Davis didn't want to tattle on anybody. He didn't want it to he didn't want to be in a situation where it would look like he may have tattled on somebody. So he didn't want to talk about where the car came from or who owned it or who had bought it or why he had it. He's like, look, just know that I had possession of the car. I'm telling you, I had the car. I had the keys. I had it since July. It's been repossessed now. GM came and got it. I had it hidden in my garage. My nephew took it to prom. That's it. And they're saying, well, how long have you had the car? How many keys are there? Where did you get? They want all the details, and the lawyer keeps interjecting, Mr. FAAL. I don't know, foul or fail. Keeps saying, look, we don't want to talk about that. We didn't come here to talk about anything but just to tell you this is who I am. This is what I was wearing. Yes, I was there, and this is what I did. Looks like we have an objection to the camera now. Uh-oh. The judge pointed to the camera. That's a problem. So we'll hear the final. Judge is looking at the camera a lot.
You're not in trouble. Don't worry. Come on up.
That's a cameraman. We're looking at the camera positions. Blocking of view. Prosecutor comes up. He says, defense, come up here, or more people come up here. Judge explaining what she wants. I think what happens is there's one angle we've been taking that gives us sort of a view of the defense desk, which might be a little too intrusive. And these are great cameras, so they're getting a great picture. They're talking about the different angles the cameras are looking at. It looks like we might have an agreement to, just judging from the body language, possibly only film certain shots from a different camera angle so as to not expose sensitive stuff. The judge seems pretty easygoing about it. Looks like they're working on it and solving it. Defense is part of this as well. He's pretty laid back. Everyone's still smiling, but they are working this out. Cameraman's doing a lot of explaining. The state seems to be the one that has the problem or the issue here, which is interesting because the view seemed to be Seems to be an issue for defense, not the state. They might be moving a camera from where? From there to over there. Which means we'll just have some slightly different camera angles tomorrow. If the judge allows them to move it tonight, the courtroom has to remain open for that. Looks like it's okay. I'll take care of it tomorrow. Don't think it's a big problem. Okay, they're moving the camera.
We're starting at 9. All right. Anything else we need to address outside the presence?
No.
We'll have a check tomorrow on what is visible, what we can hear, things like that. I'll have IT, I'm going to contact IT to have them here as well.
Right,
So
and
if
you
you guys
have
are here
no
on 15,
calendar
I have no calendar until Wednesday.
All right. We're done. We are done. Just that simple. It's late. It's 8 p.m. The podcast would have started by now. Maybe the seal will be straight. There's a chance. Cross your fingers. Not like the West Side. Cross your fingers, but just cross your fingers that they fix the camera. They have concerns about hot mics. I think so. Sleep into 12. I am going to sleep in a little bit tomorrow. State has the problem. We'll hear about it in the morning. We'll get some more details. Hey, let me just say, Loves True Crimes, thank you for your generous super chat. That's a great question. The lawyer does pop up and say, hey, don't answer that question to the police, and that's what he did. He was there voluntarily. That's why. It was a voluntary visit, and he could have left at any time because he was not under arrest, and the lawyer was instructing him on what to say and what not to say. It is time to go home. Richard Burnett, hello to Canada. Hope you're doing well. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow. We're going to be back again noontime Eastern, 9 o'clock Pacific with day 2 of the Duane Davis trial. And it's starting to get interesting. I'm starting to really enjoy this one. We will see you then. We'll probably do a morning meetup around 10 to do birthdays and stuff. We'll keep that separate from the main live stream for those who are just watching this on replay. That'd be great. Thanks to all of you who came here. Click the subscribe button on the way out. That'd be great. The like button would be good as well. If you just left a little DNA there, we'll test it all later and see who missed it. You guys have a good day. We will see you tomorrow.